Chapter 1992. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chun stared at the void but could not find Tian Myriad Divine Emperor. Even his master's bone progenitor could not pinpoint the latter's whereabouts. From this point, it could be seen that Tian Myriad Divine Emperor was very cunning. You can choose not to agree, but your loved ones will fall in the long river of time. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor's voice came again. Fang Chun frowned and looked around, showing a painful expression. You don't have to look for them. Even the God Emperor can't find me. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor said. Fang Chun said, if you want to make a deal with me, you have to show your sincerity. Don't try to threaten me with my loved ones. Hearing this, Tian Myriad Divine Emperor thought for a moment. Then, ripples appeared in the space and he appeared. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor. Fang Chen's eyes were deep as he stared at the latter. The latter was wearing a cloth robe and had a faint smile on his face. What do you think? Tian Myriad Divine Emperor asked with a smile. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, I can agree to your request, but you have to let my loved ones go. And what? The potential of the godly Emperor of Destruction was obvious to all in the God realm. If he could win him over to Tian Myriad Divine Emperor's stronghold, it would definitely be a great achievement. At that time, the sect leader might even give him a treasure. I can join the Holy Light religion, but only for 100 years. After 100 years, I will withdraw from the Holy Light religion. During this period, I will not make a move against the cultivators of the God realm. Fang Chen said coldly, if you agree, then deal. If you don't, then forget it. Fang Chen showed a resolute attitude, but when he heard him agree, Tian Myriad Divine Emperor's hanging heart was relieved. No problem. Although Tian Myriad Divine Emperor agreed, he sneered in his heart. Once you join the Holy Light religion, everything will be under our control. Then let my loved ones go. Fang Chen said. I have to plant the holy seed in your body first before I can let them go. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor said. Before he had complete control over Fang Chen, there were countless possibilities. He didn't dare to take the risk. Then let's begin. I can't plant the holy seed in you alone. I need the help of other elders. Tian Myriad Godly Emperor said, come back with me. In the end, under Fang Chen's disguise, Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor sealed Fang Chen's true divinity force, cutting off his connection to the outside world. Of course, this restriction only applied to Celestial Phenomenon Deity Sovereign. Fang Chen followed Tian Myriad Godly Emperor to the stronghold. So what if he's a monstrous genius? In the end, didn't you still join the Holy Light religion? Tian Moon's deity emperor glanced at Fang Chen and sneered. After imprisoning the latter's true god power, he had already used the unique means of Holy Light religion to confuse him. Right now, he had no defense at all. He was a soft persimmon that could be kneaded by anyone. Master, Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor is taking me to the stronghold. Don't worry. Fang Chen secretly transmitted to his master, the bone progenitor. The latter said, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't worry. Once I determine the stronghold, I will immediately inform Master. Fang Chen said. In fact, Fang Chen dared to let go of his body and mind to be imprisoned by Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor because he was not afraid at all. Although Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor's means were strange, Fang Chen had the golden heart in his body, which cleverly absorbed the former's power. However, he still pretended to be controlled by Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor in order to find the stronghold. After passing through countless voids, Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor used the unique means of Holy Light religion to take Fang Chen to a very hidden place. Where is this? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He had never heard of such a place. Elder Demon Shine, come out. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor said loudly to the mountain stream. Suddenly, an elder in a black robe walked out. How was it? Did you succeed? Elder Demonshine asked with a smile. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor nodded and pointed at Fangchen. Elder Demonshine, please implant the holy seed in him. Haha, a monstrous genius? I think it's more appropriate to call him a fool. Elder Demonshine said, after implanting the holy seed, we will completely destroy the lower realm universe. It will also serve as a warning to the God Emperor powerhouses in the divine realm. My holy light religion is not so easy to bully. This kid is a person who values friendship. That's why we chose to start with his family. Sure enough, we succeeded. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor said. Elder Demonshine nodded and asked, no one followed us, right? Don't worry. It's not like you don't know my means. Even his master, the Bone Progenitor, can't find me. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor said. From the two remnants of Holy Light religion, he learned that this was not Celestial Phenomenon's stronghold. Isn't Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor too cautious? Must he implant the holy seed in me before bringing me to the stronghold? Fangchen thought to himself. What exactly is the holy seed? Just as Fangchen was thinking, Elder Demonshine suddenly made his move. Traces of black light emerged from his body. These black lights condensed into a black seed in the sky. Holy light appear. Fangchen was still thinking about how he could block the holy seed without alerting anyone. However, when he felt the holy seed's aura, he changed his mind. The golden heart was beating extremely fast. It seemed to be obsessed with the holy seed's aura. Can you eat it? Fangchen asked. The golden heart was actually responding to Fangchen. Seeing this, Fangchen was secretly delighted. He let the holy seed drill into his body. Elder Demonshine waved his palms, his lips chanting complex incantations. Half an hour later, the holy seed drilled into Fangchen's body. The black aura enveloped Fangchen and completely changed Fangchen's body. Whoosh! After doing all this, a black light flashed between Fangchen's eyebrows. Ha! It's a success. Elder Demonshine retracted his hand and laughed. The godly Emperor of Destruction has unparalleled potential. If nurtured properly, it won't take long for him to step into the godly Emperor realm. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor said, let's bring him back to the Celestial Phenomenon stronghold and give him a lot of resources to cultivate. Okay. The two elders left with Fangchen. At this moment, Fangchen was observing the changes in the holy seed. The moment the holy seed entered his body, he felt his primordial spirit tremble. However, after a breath, the aura that emerged from the golden heart completely enveloped the holy seed. Whoosh! The golden heart swallowed the holy seed. The holy seed was almost defenseless and disappeared into Fangchen's body. Fangchen, on the other hand, was unharmed. As for the black aura on his body, it was just Fangchen's disguise. Fangchen followed Tian Myriad Divine Emperor to the Celestial Phenomenon stronghold with a dull look. At the same time, in the Sky Bone Palace, the Bone Progenitor summoned the 9 strongest godly emperors. Whoosh! One by one, the projections of the strongest godly emperors descended on the territory of the Sky Bone Palace. Bone Progenitor, why did you summon us? The Bone Progenitor glanced at the projections. Only godly Emperor Swordless was in seclusion. My disciple found the location of the Celestial Phenomenon stronghold. The Bone Progenitor went straight to the point. What? The location of the Celestial Phenomenon stronghold? Is that true? Where is the Celestial Phenomenon stronghold? The strongest godly emperors asked one after another. This was related to attacking the Holy Light religion. The 9 strongest godly emperors stood together. We don't know for now, the Bone Progenitor said. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor, the beings of the lower realms threatened my disciple. Fangchen beat them at their own game and followed Tian Myriad Divine Emperor to the stronghold. Once he confirms the location, we will act immediately. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor is cunning. How could Fong Chen's disguise fool him? Yes, Tian Myriad Divine Emperor will definitely plant a holy seed in Fong Chen. If that happens, it will be troublesome. Seeing that the godly emperors were anxious, the bone progenitor waved his hand and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor planted a holy seed in him, but he has a secret technique that can resist the holy seed. I've been in contact with him." That's good. The godly emperors were surprised as to how Fong Chen resisted the holy seed's restraint. But at this critical moment, they were most concerned about the location of the celestial phenomenon stronghold. Bone progenitor, this disciple of yours is really amazing. Godly Emperor Taishu said with a smile. Yes, if he can destroy the celestial phenomenon stronghold in one fell swoop, he will have made a great contribution. Godly Emperor Destruction said. This little guy is growing too fast. I'm really looking forward to the gathering of the godly emperors soon. Godly Emperor Samsara said. Everyone. The 9 godly emperors chatted with each other. Suddenly, the bone progenitor's face turned serious. Chapter 1993. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The bone progenitor's voice made the other 8 ultimate god emperors tremble. Love go little say Netku, how is it? Have you confirmed the location of the celestial phenomenon stronghold? The god emperor of destruction asked first. Among the 10 ultimate god emperors, his attack power was the strongest. He was vaguely the leader of the ultimate god emperors. Therefore, he had more responsibilities on his shoulders. It has been confirmed. The bone progenitor stood up and said seriously. Where is it? Many of the ultimate god emperors were curious. Where was the celestial phenomenon stronghold? The celestial phenomenon stronghold has always been right under our noses. Unfortunately, we didn't notice it. The bone progenitor said, in the soul destruction ruins in the East Sea. What? In the soul destruction ruins? The great void god emperor was surprised. They had entered the soul destruction ruins many times. However, they didn't find any trace of the holy light religion. Bone progenitor, could there be a mistake? Are you sure it's in the unconscious ruins? The sky array god emperor asked in a low voice. The bone progenitor nodded. Although Fong Chen isn't sure where he is now. However, from the aura he left behind, I am 100% sure that he is in the soul destruction ruins. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move quickly. The god emperor of destruction waved his hand and prepared to leave. Alright, this time we will go personally and try to destroy the entire celestial phenomenon stronghold in one fell swoop. If we can find traces of the holy light religion's lair, that would be great. After the reincarnation god emperor finished speaking, his projection dissipated. The 9 ultimate god emperors' original bodies headed toward the East Sea at the same time. In the East Sea there was a very famous place. It was the Soul Destruction Ruins, ranked 4th among the 5 most dangerous places. It was said that the Soul Destruction Ruins was filled with extremely rich soul aura. It was a paradise for soul cultivators. However, ordinary god kings didn't dare to enter. Only those daring god emperors would enter to seek opportunities. In the eyes of the ultimate god emperors, the Soul Destruction Ruins were nothing. It wasn't as attractive as the Sword Tomb or the Yuan Wilderness. Therefore, the 10 strongest god emperors rarely entered the Soul Destruction Ruins. The bone progenitor would never have thought that the crafty celestial phenomenon stronghold would actually be in the Soul Destruction Ruins. In the Eastern Sea, the 9 strongest god emperors had gathered. 9 figures floated in the air, their bodies shrouded in a terrifying aura. Let's not alert them for now. I'll ask about Fong Chen's situation first. The bone progenitor waved his hand. The terrifying aura around the 9 great god emperors enveloped all of them. Not a single trace of aura leaked out. It was impossible for outsiders to detect that there were 9 experts hiding here. In a certain area of the boundless East Sea there was a huge island. Looking down from the sky, this island was shaped like a crescent moon. The two sword tips were concave in the middle. It was like a small boat crossing the East Sea. There was a very strong Soul Tao aura around the island. Those below the God-Emperor realm, unless they were soul cultivators, would not be able to enter. The age of the Soul Destruction Ruins was similar to that of the Great Void Boundary. In the Soul Destruction Ruins, around Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold, there were absolute God-level arrays. The arrays overlapped and hid the stronghold very well. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor was the person in charge of this stronghold. He and Elder Mo Guang brought Feng Chun back to Celestial Phenomenon. Lord Celestial Phenomenon, you're back? An ordinary God Emperor asked with a smile. Help me settle him down, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. Soon, Feng Chun was settled in a quiet courtyard. Feng Chun, we're already outside the Soul Destruction Ruins. How's the situation on your side? Can you attack? The Bone Progenitor asked through voice transmission. Master, I'm very safe now. You can attack, but you must capture Celestial Phenomenon Emperor first. He has a supreme treasure on him. Once he hides it, it will be troublesome. Love go little Sag W. In the sky above the Soul Destruction Ruins, the Bone Progenitor, who had received Feng Chen's message, revealed a sinister killing intent. Immediately, the Bone Progenitor waved his hand and said, Everyone, my disciple is very safe now. He has sent me the detailed address of Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold. Now we can attack. But what? The Destruction God Emperor asked. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has a supreme treasure of the Holy Light Temple on him. Once he hides it, even I can't completely track him. So, I hope that when we attack, we can capture or kill Celestial Phenomenon Emperor first, the Bone Progenitor said. Okay, no problem. Leave it to me. The Space God Emperor said with a smile. The Time God Emperor nodded. Let's go. Because the Bone Progenitor could communicate with Feng Chen at any time, the Bone Progenitor was the leader of this operation. Following the Bone Progenitor's order, the 9 God Emperors entered the Soul Destruction Ruins one after another. At this moment, the God Emperors who were training in the Soul Destruction Ruins had no idea that a great battle was about to break out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, the 9 God Emperors arrived outside the stronghold of Celestial Phenomenon. They've hidden themselves well. The Destruction God Emperor's dark eyes looked into the distance. Celestial Array God Emperor, I'll leave it to you, the Samsara God Emperor said. The Celestial Array God Emperor nodded and took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying array aura spread out and merged into the void in front of him. I've taken control of the array. After a while, the Celestial Array God Emperor turned his head and said. Then, the 9 God Emperors entered the array. There was another world in the array. As soon as they entered, they felt a terrifying evil aura. Holy Light Temple. The Destruction God Emperor's consciousness immediately covered the entire stronghold. Then, he sealed the space. Do it. The Space God Emperor and the Time God Emperor had completely locked onto Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. In a secluded cave. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, we've taken control of the Destruction God Emperor. We can kill those weak warriors in the lower world now, Elder Mo Guang said. Collect their primordial spirits and give them to the sect leader. Don't worry, Elder Mo Guang. I've thought of this long ago. With that, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor began to contact the 3 God Kings in the spatial turbulence. However, there was no response from all 3 of them. What's going on? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's face was gloomy as he continued to contact them. Elder Mo Guang also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked what had happened. I can't contact the 3 God Kings, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. Not good. Elder Mo Guang was shocked and immediately spread out his consciousness to check on Feng Chen's whereabouts. It was also at this moment that a terrifying aura suddenly descended. God Emperor! Elder Mo Guang screamed and ran for his life. Bang! The Time God Emperor suddenly appeared and killed Elder Mo Guang with one blow. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, you can't escape. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor had just activated his supreme treasure to hide his body. All of a sudden, the Space God Emperor appeared beside him and grabbed hold of him. Crash! Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's body was directly imprisoned in the void. The supreme treasure in his arms cracked and shattered into countless pieces. You guys, how is this possible? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor was in disbelief. How did they find the stronghold? Could it be because of the Destruction God Emperor? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has been captured by me. We can launch the attack now, the Space God Emperor said. Rumble. Next, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. An aura that caused people to tremble continuously spread out. The entire stronghold of Celestial Phenomenon was instantly turned into ruins. Countless miserable screams came from the ruins. In a breath's time, the numerous God Emperors joined forces and completely destroyed the stronghold of Celestial Phenomenon. Other than Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, everyone else had died. The 9 great God Emperors gathered together, and at this time, Fang Chen also arrived. Master! Fang Chen, you have made a great contribution again. The Bone Progenitor laughed. Not bad, not bad. Godly Emperor Destruction smiled faintly. He was full of praise for Fang Chen. Master, where is Celestial Phenomenon Emperor? Fang Chen asked. He has been captured by us. After we capture him, we will interrogate him and see if we can find any useful clues. The Bone Progenitor said. At this moment, the captured Celestial Phenomenon Emperor looked ferocious. Especially when he saw that Fang Chen was extremely conscious, he was even more furious. You impossible. You definitely can't resist the attack of the Holy Seed. Holy Seed. Fang Chen muttered to himself, the so-called Holy Seed is just trash. Take him away. The Bone Progenitor waved his hand and said. The gazes of the 9 Emperor Gods landed on Fang Chen. Fang Chen scratched his head and asked awkwardly, Are you guys looking at me like that? He was not used to being stared at by the 9 God Emperors. Chapter 1994. Genius Remembers Love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Other than God Emperor Swordless, all the top experts in the God realm were present. Their gazes were looking at Fang Chen with faint smiles on their faces. Although the latter was only a God Emperor, they had long regarded him as a God Emperor. 2 strongholds were destroyed in a row. It's all thanks to you. God Emperor Taishu smiled and said, The 9 of us have discussed and decided to give you some rewards. The existence of Holy Light Religion is destroying our universe. Therefore, we must destroy Holy Light Religion at all costs and protect the universe. God Emperor Destruction also spoke. After Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold was destroyed, 4 of the 5 strongholds have been destroyed. Only 1 stronghold remains. The threat of Holy Light Religion will be greatly reduced. This is a good thing for the God realm. Fang Chen listened quietly. The other God Emperors were also speaking one after another. With your current strength, ordinary rewards are useless to you. Think about it carefully. What reward do you want? God Emperor Samsara said. Fang Chen was stunned. What reward do I want? He couldn't think of anything at the moment. Fang Chen, let me give you a hint. Bone Progenitor saw this and smiled. After all, he was his disciple. Of course, he had to give him some advice. Your cultivation is at the God Emperor realm. There's still a small gap between you and the God Emperor realm. For you, divine arts can at most increase your attack power. It won't let you enter the God Emperor realm. Bone Progenitor said slowly, Therefore, I suggest that you ask for some enlightenment treasures. Or some enlightenment treasures left behind by some powerful people. Fang Chen nodded. He already had a rough idea. What kind of enlightenment treasures are there? Fang Chen asked. God Emperor Destruction said, there are many enlightenment treasures in the Universe Pavilion. Let me take a look. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. What exactly was the Universe Pavilion? Master, Fang Chen was about to ask when the bone progenitor explained to him telepathically. After a long time, Fang Chen finally understood. The so-called Universe Pavilion didn't exist. Among the 10 strongest Emperor Gods, there was an unwritten agreement that the other Emperor Gods were not allowed to interfere in their internal conflicts. However, once they encountered an external enemy, they had to work together. For this reason, the 10 most powerful God Emperors joined forces and created the Universe Pavilion. Within the Universe Pavilion were countless top-notch true treasures from the entire universe. Of course, these treasures were nothing to the 10 strongest Emperor Gods. But for Divine Emperor Realm warriors, it was something they could only dream of. Over the countless years, the Universe Pavilion had accumulated a certain amount of divine techniques and ultimate treasures. Furthermore, the 10 great celestial emperors would occasionally put some treasures they didn't need into the Universe Pavilion, in exchange for the public resources of the God Realm. The Universe Pavilion. Fang Chen's eyes flickered with greed. The Universe Pavilion, which had been created by the 10 supreme godly emperors, must have countless supreme treasures. I hope I can find one that is useful to me, Fang Chen thought to himself. At that moment, the godly Emperor of Destruction spoke. The treasures in the Universe Pavilion are divided into different grades. Every time you kill a Holy Light Sect member, you will accumulate a certain amount of points. Ordinary godly emperors can exchange for treasures with their point. However, you helped us destroy 2 strongholds in succession. After some discussion, we have decided to let you choose any treasure in the Universe Pavilion. There is no limit to your point. I just checked. There are a total of 4 treasures in the Universe Pavilion that are suitable for you, the godly Emperor of Destruction continued. What are they? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The godly Emperor of Destruction waved his hand and 4 shadows appeared in the void. Every shadow was in the shape of a supreme treasure, and it emitted a terrifying pressure. Then, the godly Emperor of Destruction introduced the treasures to Fang Chen. The first one on the left is a gourd-shaped treasure called the Annihilation Gourd. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered a high-grade true god artifact. However, because of its uniqueness, it is very precious. The Annihilation Gourd contains an unlimited amount of Annihilation Cold Water. When attacking an enemy, as long as the stopper is removed, the Annihilation Cold Water will be released. The godly Emperor of Destruction said, of course, other than attacking, the Annihilation Gourd also contains the godly Emperor of Annihilation's insights. This insight talks about how to cross over from the godly Emperor realm to the godly Emperor realm. It should be more suitable for you. The godly Emperor of Annihilation was a powerful godly emperor from the previous universe era. He used the Annihilation Cold Water as his attack throughout his life. The Annihilation Gourd was also the treasure that made him famous. Then, he carved his insights into the Annihilation Gourd. In this universe era, the 10 most powerful godly emperors obtained it and placed it in the Universe Pavilion. Fang Chen nodded but didn't rush to make a decision. His gaze fell on the other 3 treasures. The second treasure is called the Refining Heaven Dagger. This dagger is very special. It contains all of the insights of the Refining Heaven Dagger. The person who spoke was the godly Emperor of Samsara. Furthermore, the Refining Heaven Dagger was the only Refining Heaven Dagger to enter the godly Emperor realm in this universe era. It's a pity. At the end, the godly Emperor of Samsara sighed. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. Did the Refining Heaven Dagger fall? Fang Chen asked. 300 million years ago, the Refining Heaven Dagger fell in a battle with the Holy Light religion. His weapon, the Refining Heaven Dagger, was placed in the universe pavilion by the experts of the godly realm. The bone progenitor said in a low voice. Fang Chen's heart trembled. In the battle with the Holy Light religion, even god emperors had fallen. This was too intense. The Holy Light religion is very dangerous. It's much more dangerous than you think. This is also why we want to uproot the Holy Light religion, the bone progenitor said. The third treasure was a small pagoda. It was similar to the Titan pagoda. Fang Chun gave up after listening to the introduction. This small pagoda wasn't as good as his Titan pagoda. There was no point in choosing it. His gaze fell on the last supreme treasure. This treasure had a strange shape. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a piece of wood. Fang Chun, don't underestimate this piece of wood. The most precious treasure in the entire universe pavilion is this piece of wood. The bone progenitor said. Teacher, what's the origin of this piece of wood? Fang Chun asked. This piece of wood was transformed from the body of a cosmos god. Do you think it's precious? The bone progenitor said. We, the 10 strongest godly emperors, have tried to sense this piece of wood. We could clearly feel a strand of cosmos god's suppression. But no matter how we tried, we couldn't comprehend anything from it. In the end, this piece of wood was placed in the universe pavilion. The bone progenitor continued. We called it the divine light wood. This kind of wood can reach the godly emperor realm when it matures. But it's already extinct in the godly realm. A piece of wood transformed from the body of a cosmos god. Fang Chun widened his eyes. He felt extremely shocked. At the same time, the golden heart that had been quiet all this while started beating rapidly. It seemed to be very interested in the divine light wood. Divine light wood. Fang Chun clenched his fists. He was very excited. How is it? Have you made your decision? The godly emperor of destruction asked with a smile. These 4 comprehension-type treasures could be considered the most precious treasures in the universe pavilion. I choose the divine light wood, Fang Chun said after taking a deep breath. Fang Chun, you have to consider carefully. This is an opportunity. Don't miss it. The bone progenitor reminded him. The divine light wood is extremely profound. Even the 10 godly emperors can't comprehend it. It's even more impossible for you. Teacher, I intend to give it a try, Fang Chun said. Seeing Fang Chun's firm attitude, the bone progenitor nodded and didn't say anything else. He had said what he needed to say. The rest was up to his disciple to decide. All right, someone will send the divine light wood to the heavenly bone palace very soon. The godly emperor of destruction said. The divine light wood is an apex treasure. If you can't comprehend it, I hope you can send it back to the universe pavilion. I will. Fang Chun nodded. He scratched his head and asked embarrassedly, Senior Godly Emperor of Destruction, I have one more thing to ask. Previously, you said that by killing the remaining members of the Holy Light religion and earning points, I can exchange them for the treasures in the universe pavilion. Is that true? Fang Chun asked. The godly emperor of destruction nodded. Fang Chun chuckled. I want to exchange for the heaven-refining dagger. How many points do I need? Hearing this, the other godly emperors were stunned. Wasn't this guy's appetite too big? After obtaining the divine light wood, he still wanted to exchange for the heaven-refining dagger? Chapter 1995. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. The heaven-refining dagger was extremely important to Fang Chun at this stage. It would be best if he could get it. Unless you can destroy a foothold, the possibility of getting the heaven-refining dagger with your own efforts is too small. God Emperor Destruction said, however, if you really want to get the heaven-refining dagger, I have a way. What way? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. Break through the rule stairway, God Emperor Destruction said. Hearing that, the other God Emperors' faces changed. What is the rule stairway? Fang Chun asked. At the peak of the God world, there is a terrifying rule stairway. Above it, it was filled with the purest power of the natural order. The rule stairway has a total of 6 levels, and each level represents a different rule. Only by cultivating one rule to the extreme can you cross it. Only by cultivating all 6 rules to the extreme can you step onto the highest level of the rule stairway. God Emperor Destruction said, "If you can cross the 6th level of the rule stairway, you can get the heaven refining dagger without paying any price." Fang Chen, don't be rash. The rule stairway is very dangerous. If you are not determined enough, you will lose yourself in the process. The bone progenitor reminded him, many outstanding God Emperors in the God world died on the rule stairway. Moreover, at the peak of the rule stairway is the largest and most terrifying barren land in the universe. Fang Chen was shocked. The peak of the rule stairway was the barren land. This Fang Chen was tongue-tied. This was the first time he heard such shocking news. Doesn't this mean that the rule stairway is the only way to enter the barren land? Fang Chen asked. The bone progenitor nodded and said, "That's right. This is also why no one has been able to enter the barren land for so many years." Alright, take your time to think about it. If you want to try the rule stairway, you can go anytime. Love go little say ku. After that, God Emperor Destruction and the others left. Let's return to the Sky Bone Palace first. The bone progenitor brought Fang Chen back to the Palace of Bones. Fang Chen, think about it for a while. Don't rush to make a decision. The rule stairway to heaven is much scarier than you think, the bone progenitor warned. Thank you, Master. Fang Chen bade farewell to the bone progenitor and hurried back to his courtyard. In the courtyard, Qing Ho sat on a stone bench, drinking wine by himself. Beside him, there were maids serving him. Brother Fang is really amazing. How long has it been since he ascended to the God realm? He has already reached such a realm, and his position in the Sky Bone Palace is also extraordinary. Qing Ho sighed to himself. I heard an elder say that Brother Fang is the direct disciple of the bone progenitor, and he is also the #1 inner palace elder of the heavenly bone palace. Invincible among the divine emperors. Thinking of this, Qing Ho felt that he was dreaming. After coming to the heavenly bone palace, he gradually understood the classification of the God realm. After the immemorial realm, there were 3 levels: God realm, heaven God realm, and real God realm. Each level had 3 small realms. He was now a long way from the transformed God realm, but Fang Chen had already become a well-known legendary divine emperor in the God realm. Just as Qing Ho was sighing, Fang Chen returned. Brother Qing Ho, how was my place? Fang Chen asked with a smile. Qing Ho hurriedly put down the wine cup in his hand and gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Brother Fang, amazing. The only person that I, Qing Ho, admire in my entire life is you. Qing Ho laughed loudly. Fang Chen chuckled and said, Brother Qing Ho, you have been in the lower realm and didn't have any good cultivation resources. Now that you have come to the God realm, with your heaven-defying talent in puppetry, you will soon be able to amaze the world. Come. Sit down and drink. Qing Ho pulled Fang Chen to sit on the stone bench and drank freely. The maid at the side stared at Qing Ho curiously. Who was this guy who wasn't even a God realm expert? How could he be brothers with the divine Emperor of Destruction? Brother Qing Ho, back in the days when we were cultivating together in the Demon Cloud continent, we were so young. Fang Chen took a big gulp of wine and said, Yes, at that time we were almost killed by that old man, the Demon Cloud Patriarch. It was also at that time that we entered the old site of the Sky Puppet Clan in the Blue Sky continent and obtained an opportunity. Qing Ho sighed. It could be said that the appearance of the Sky Puppet Clan was the most important turning point in his cultivation. In the following years, he was madly infatuated with the path of puppetry. It has been a long time since I drank like this. Come, let's drink. There is a puppet master in the Sky Bone Palace. I will bring you to him tomorrow. Fang Chen smiled and said, After a silent night, the two drank to their heart's content. Fang Chen didn't use his true god power, but he was drunk by Qing Ho. The next day, when the sun shone on the ground, Fang Chen woke up and shook his head. It was a little swollen and painful. "Brother Fang, you are awake?" Qing Ho looked at Fang Chen with a smile. "You can't hold your liquor. I can drink 10 of yours." Hearing this, Fang Chen curled his lips and said, "Let's go. I will bring you to the puppet master." Qing Ho was excited. It would be great if he could become the disciple of the puppet master. The Sky Bone Palace had many halls. One of the halls was the puppet hall. The hall master of the puppet hall was an outer palace elder called the puppet deity king. Although he was a deity king, his attainments in the path of puppetry were at the top of the deity world. In fact, the path of puppetry wasn't very popular in the deity world. Many people wouldn't cultivate the path of puppetry. At the puppet hall, "Puppet deity king, Fang Chen wishes to see you." Standing at the entrance of the puppet hall, Fang Chen transmitted his voice. Suddenly, a hearty laugh was heard. "Ha ha ha, godly Emperor Destruction, you can just come in. Why do you have to do this?" The puppet deity king was a fat man. He appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant and was very polite to him. "Puppet deity king, I am here today to ask you for a favor." Fang Chen cupped his fist and said, "Godly Emperor Destruction, you don't have to be so polite. Just say what you want." The puppet deity king said with a smile. Fang Chen pointed at Qing Ho beside him and said, "This is Qing Ho, my good brother. He just ascended from the lower world. He is good at puppetry, so I brought him here to see you. I hope you can give him some pointers and let him cultivate in the puppet hall." Junior Qing Ho greets the puppet deity king. Qing Ho cupped his fist and said. Hearing this, the puppet deity king's expression changed. "Godly Emperor Destruction, you know my rules. I won't accept anyone who doesn't have the talent for puppetry." The puppet deity king said apologetically. The puppet deity king was a straightforward person. He was never afraid of anyone. If one wanted to join the puppet hall, they had to show enough talent. Otherwise, it wouldn't work even if they had a strong background. Because of this, the puppet deity king offended many people. However, the bone progenitor admired him. Fang Chen naturally knew the puppet deity king's character. He waved his hand and said, "Puppet deity king, I won't make things difficult for you. How about this? You can test my brother's talent in puppetry. If he passes, he can stay. If not, he can leave." "No problem. Even if you don't bring him here, we can still test his talent," the puppet deity king said. "Your cultivation is too weak, so the test won't be too difficult." The puppet deity king looked at Qing Ho and said, "How about this? If you can find the fatal weakness of this puppet within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, you'll pass the test. What do you think?" As he spoke, the puppet deity king waved his hand. A puppet flew out of his sleeve and landed on the ground. "Don't worry. This puppet will just stand there. It won't attack you," the puppet deity king said. "What do you think?" Fang Chen looked at Qing Ho and asked. The latter nodded and the three of them landed on the ground. Qing Ho walked towards the puppet step by step and began to devote himself to the test. The godly king of puppets watched the latter's performance with interest. The time it takes to burn an incense stick was too short for a deity king. After a while, the incense stick finished burning. Qing Ho was still frowning, looking for flaws. The puppet deity king shook his head slightly. "Godly Emperor Destruction, it seems like I can't help you," the puppet deity king said apologetically. "The time it takes to burn an incense stick is up, but your brother still hasn't been found." Fang Chen ignored the puppet deity king and looked at Qing Ho. "Brother Qing Ho, time's up. How is it?" Qing Ho was stunned when he heard Fang Chen's words. He stood up and said, "Time's up. I've only found 9 flaws." Chapter 1996. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Ching Ho's mastery of puppetry had reached an almost obsessive level. Once he was addicted, it was difficult to extricate himself. He was so busy looking for flaws that he forgot the time. If Fang Chun hadn't called him, he would have continued looking. I only found 9. Ching Ho seemed reluctant to leave and wanted to continue looking for flaws, but the time was up. He didn't want the godly king to wait for him. Brother Ching Ho, what did you just say? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly. I said I only found 9. What's wrong? Ching Ho asked in surprise. The godly king of puppets had already given up, but after hearing Ching Ho's words, he was dumbfounded. What did you say? The godly king of puppets' expression changed. He asked in a deep voice, You found 9. Ching Ho nodded. He didn't understand why the godly king of puppets was so surprised. The flaws of this puppet were easy to find. If he was given some time, he could find more. He was still rejoicing. This test was too simple. Godly king of puppets, how is my brother's talent? Fang Chen did his best to stabilize the shock in his heart. Soon after, he parted his mouth and laughed. The godly king of puppets didn't believe him and said, Tell me, where are the 9 flaws you found? Godly king, I don't know who made this puppet. Its entire body is full of flaws. I saw at least 5 flaws with my naked eye. The other flaws need to be found carefully. If you give me some time, I can find more. After saying that, Ching Ho walked to the front of the puppet and pointed out one flaw at a time for the godly king of puppets to see. First of all, this is the most important one. This is the area where the supply can be connected. Making a protective membrane is simply superfluous, Ching Ho said frankly. After a moment, all 9 flaws were pointed out. How is it? Did my brother find the right one? Fang Chen asked. The godly king of puppets' eyes widened as if he had seen a new world. He looked at Ching Ho with joy. Ah! Suddenly, the god king of puppets laughed wildly. He's practically born to be a puppet. Even my disciples are far inferior to him in terms of talent in puppetry. Puppet Supreme, being turned around, looked at Fang Chen and asked, Godly Emperor Destruction, I would like to take your brother as my disciple. Are you willing? Fang Chen spread his hands and said, I don't have any problems. It's mainly up to my brother, Ching Ho. Disciple Ching Ho greets Master. Ching Ho directly knelt on the ground, causing the puppet god king to laugh loudly. All right. Hurry up and get up, said the god king of puppets. Brother Ching Ho, congratulations. Fang Chen cupped his fists and congratulated him. Ching Ho chuckled. The puppet god king said, I really didn't expect that a martial artist that ascended from the lower realms would actually have such heaven-defying talent in puppetry. This puppet was created by me. The flaws on it were deliberately left behind. It's extremely difficult to find even one flaw for an eternal realm martial artist. However, Ching Ho found 9 in one go, and this was also because of the time limit. I really can't think of anyone more monstrous than him. Puppet God King continued to praise Ching Ho. Our Sky Bone Palace's puppet hall is considered to be second to none in the God World's puppet Dao. I have a few disciples under me who are all divine realm martial artists. However, their potential can't be compared to Ching Ho's. Are you saying that your disciples can't find more flaws? Fang Chen asked curiously. At least, in the same realm, my disciples can't be compared to Ching Ho. The puppet god king then turned to Ching Ho and said, Ching Ho, go take a look and see how many flaws you can find. Right now, the puppet divine king already treated Ching Ho as a treasure. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was naturally very happy. As expected, Ching Ho shocked the puppet god king once again. Love Go Little Say, Chu Ching Ho found more than 30 flaws on the puppet. This was incredible. The puppet god king directly took Ching Ho as his closed-door disciple, and he would inherit his mantle in the future. Ching Ho's appearance also shocked the entire puppet hall. After making arrangements for Ching Ho, Fang Chen left the puppet hall. The puppet god king's words faintly echoed in his ears. He said that in the future there would definitely be an expert in the realm of gods who would surpass him in the realm of God. That expert was Qing Ho. After returning to the seventh palace, Fang Chen began to comprehend the divine light wood. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the divine light wood. The golden heart started beating rapidly. Golden light surged, penetrating through Fang Chen's palm and tunneling into the divine light wood. This divine light wood evolved from the body of a cosmos god. It should contain the energy of a cosmos god, right? Fang Chen thought. After observing for a moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes, and his true god energy surged. His consciousness permeated into the divine light wood. At that moment, a terrifying energy swept over, completely suppressing his consciousness. Dong! Fang Chen sensed that when the terrifying aura appeared, the entire world seemed to shatter into pieces at this moment. What a powerful energy! Is that the energy of a cosmos god? After this energy appeared, it formed a spatial storm, wreaking havoc in the entire space. Even though Fang Chen's consciousness was suppressed, he was not in danger. He suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the spatial storm. 1. In the blink of an eye, the world shattered and the spatial storm dissipated. Fang Chen felt his head hurting. His primordial spirit trembled, and his consciousness retreated from the divine light wood. Too powerful. His expression was slightly pale. If that spatial storm had targeted him, even the death-bone progenitor could not save him. Is that the energy of a cosmos god? I feel that it is entirely different from the energy of a god-emperor. Fang Chen tried his best to recall the previous scene. He was using his heart to experience the energy of a cosmos god, but he did not gain anything. Time passed. An entire half a month passed. Every time Fang Chen's consciousness entered the divine light wood, it would suffer from a powerful suppression. Every time, the scene was exactly the same. Until there was a certain time when the golden heart left his body and entered the divine light wood. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. He did not dare believe that the golden heart would actually leave his body and enter the divine light wood. Unless the golden heart is helping me? Fang Chen's consciousness followed the golden heart into the divine light wood. This time, it was indeed different. His consciousness could no longer feel that terrifying suppression, and the world did not shatter. Only the spatial storm that appeared was enveloped by the golden light and could not create any wave. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Fang Chen's consciousness successfully stabilized within the divine light wood. 1. In the void, the golden light expanded, tearing apart the spatial storm. It was also at this time that the golden heart turned into a giant sword that pierced the sky and ruthlessly stabbed into the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust. Stabilized? Fang Chen was ecstatic. The golden heart controlled the internal world of the divine light wood, allowing his primordial spirit to move freely. Ha ha! The divine light wood was considered an unsolved mystery in the deity world, and it was about to be solved in his hands. Fang Chen felt excited. The divine light wood was ultimately formed from the body of a cosmos god. No matter what, it was tainted with the aura of a cosmos god. If he could comprehend just a fraction of it, he would benefit immensely. Voila! Under the suppression of the enormous golden sword, the internal space of the divine light would stabilized. It was also at this moment that the void distorted, causing many layers of spatial ripples to appear. What is that? Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. He felt that it was unfathomable. Every time the spatial ripples transformed, it felt like a great apocalypse was happening. He had a unique feeling in his heart. Is that the operation of the laws of the cosmos? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide, staring at the transformation of the ripples in the void. In the vast cosmos, the 6 great laws operated with the assistance of other laws, forming the order of the cosmos. Under the order of the cosmos, nobody could violate the laws of the cosmos. Just like this, cosmos epoch after cosmos epoch operated normally. Every great apocalypse was a rebirth. Even the 10 strongest god emperors could not comprehend the operation of the cosmos. Becoming a cosmos god means one can control the operation of the cosmos? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He naturally knew what it meant to control the order of the cosmos. It meant that one's thoughts could replace the will of the cosmos and control the operation of the cosmos, becoming the true controller of the cosmos. Chapter 1997. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Potential determined the upper limit of a person's growth. This was also why the 7 apex superpowers of the divine realm valued those talented geniuses with monstrous potential. The apex superpowers would rarely use large amounts of resources to accumulate those who were not too outstanding into expert. Even though they did not lack resources, they disdained to do so. Their potential was limited. If they were to forcefully accumulate resources, it would be no different from cutting off their path of cultivation. Fang Chen's potential was not weak. Along the way, under the influence of the Golden Heart, his potential was changing subtly. Currently, Fang Chen's potential was at the apex level in the divine realm. Even the 10 strongest god emperors were helpless against the divine light wood, yet he could stabilize his divine sense within it. Naturally, this was all because of the Golden Heart. The latter was left behind by Cosmos God Guyuan, and was much stronger than the divine light wood. Under the suppression of the Golden Heart, the divine light would gradually calm down and no longer repelled Fang Chen's primordial spirit. A gentle aura blew from within the divine light wood. Fang Chen was quietly feeling the spatial ripples changing time and time again. Every time there was a change, he would have a new experience. The evolution of the world? Fang Chen muttered to himself, unless the legends about cosmos gods being able to create the cosmos is true? Once one became a cosmos god, one would be called a cosmos controller. But whether one could create a cosmos was still a mystery. Fang Chen was not too sure either. He was merely guessing. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already spent a year within the divine light wood. In this year, Fang Chen's improvement was significant. Initially, his primordial spirit could only move within a radius of half a kilometer. But now, his primordial spirit could freely fly close to half the space. The suppression of the golden huge sword has not changed at all. Furthermore, it is still helping me to comprehend. Fang Chen thought, I estimate that in another year, my divine sense should be able to envelop the entire interior of the divine light wood. By then, I might be able to comprehend the concept of a cosmos god. Saying that, Fang Chen closed his eyes and continued trying. Although Holy Light religion was furious that their 4 major strongholds were destroyed, they became even more cautious. In the vast land of the divine world, there was almost no trace of the remnants of Holy Light religion. The 10 strongest emperor gods were also waiting for the arrival of the emperor gods gathering. There were still 3 years before the god emperor gathering. The gathering of god emperors was a gathering led by the 10 strongest god emperors, gathering all the god emperors of the entire god realm together to discuss and exchange pointers. While improving their own strength, they could also help others. It was held once every 100 years, and almost all the god emperors would be present. In a year, the ones who changed the most were Tian Xian and Qing Ho. First was Tian Xian. As Fang Chen's disciple, he did not focus on his master's halo. Instead, he kept a low profile and cultivated in the celestial bone palace. In just a year, Tian Xian had forcibly crossed a huge threshold in the way of the sword, breaking through to the divine transformation realm in one fell swoop. Actually, with Tian Xian's potential, the reason why he was unable to break through in the lower realm was completely due to the lack of cultivation resources and cultivation environment. After coming to the firmament, he did not have to worry about anything and focused on cultivating the way of the sword. He had also cultivated the sky desolation sword body to the extreme. Although he had only reached the divine transformation realm, he had already been noticed by many god emperors. Next was Qing Ho. His reputation was much greater than Tian Xian's. Because he was the last disciple of the puppet god king, and because of his great potential, he quickly reached an unprecedented level in the way of the puppet. In a year, not only did Qing Ho break through to the divine transformation realm, his achievements in the way of the puppet had even surpassed some true gods and divine spirit realm experts. The thing that the puppet god king was happiest about now was teaching Qing Ho. Every time he met an old friend, he would praise Qing Ho with all his might. Of course, to the huge celestial bone palace, this was still unable to stir up any waves. In a region where space was distorted and time was in chaos. In a lush valley there was a stone platform. Looking from afar, the valley presented two scenes. One was fiery hot, the other was gloomy cold. Inside the valley, there was an extremely terrifying power of ice and fire. In the empty and quiet valley, there was a figure with a smile on his face. His deep eyes were looking at the stone platform that was enveloped by the power of ice and fire. On the stone platform there was a beautiful woman sitting. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize her as his wife, Star and Moon. The mysterious Yin Phoenix body has been fully awakened and has completely merged with her blood, the gray-robed man muttered to himself with a hint of joy in his voice. It won't be long before her blood becomes the noble Phoenix bloodline. Moreover, it will be the purest Phoenix bloodline. Thinking back to what had happened before, the gray-robed man felt a little incredulous. He had just gone out for a walk and found such a person. He really did not dare to imagine that there was someone in this world who had a complete mysterious Yin Phoenix body. This discovery caused him to be overjoyed. Soon after, he brought Xingyue with him and arrived at that place. Buzz. On the stone platform, the power of ice and fire were constantly fusing together, forming a strange scene. Star and Moon suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the gray-robed man. "Teacher." Star and Moon raised her small white hand and said softly. The gray-robed man nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Moon, how do you feel?" "Teacher, during this period I feel the blood in my body boiling. It seems to have undergone a huge transformation." Star and Moon said frankly, "Teacher, is the mysterious Yin Phoenix body changing the bloodline in my body?" The gray-robed man nodded. "The mysterious Yin Phoenix body is much stronger than you think. If you can cultivate it to the limit, it is not impossible for you to become a cosmos god. Currently, I am using the power of ice and fire to control your mysterious Yin Phoenix body and change your bloodline. You must know that if you want to cultivate the mysterious Yin Phoenix body to the strongest realm, you must have a matching bloodline." The gray-robed man continued, "And the Phoenix bloodline is one of them. Teacher, listening to your tone, it seems that there is a bloodline stronger than the Phoenix bloodline?" Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked with a slight smile. "Of course. Then what bloodline is it?" Star and Moon continued asking. The gray-robed man walked to the stone platform. With a light wave of his hand, the power of ice and fire disappeared. Star and Moon walked down from the stone platform. The gray-robed man looked at the former with doting affection, saying, "In this world, there is a bloodline that is most compatible with the mysterious Yin Phoenix body. But after countless cosmos epochs, I have searched the entire cosmos, yet I have never found that bloodline." Star and Moon already knew long ago that the gray-robed man, who was also her current teacher, did not belong to this epoch. That bloodline is called the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Dark Phoenix bloodline. Star and Moon felt puzzled. The Phoenix bloodline is a fire attribute bloodline. It is hot and domineering. In reality, the Dark Phoenix bloodline has appeared before in the history of the Phoenix clan. The Dark Phoenix bloodline is a mutated bloodline of the Phoenix clan, and it is also the strongest bloodline discovered so far. Those who possess the Dark Phoenix bloodline eventually became cosmos gods. The gray-robed man said. Hearing this, Star and Moon felt her heart trembling. Dark Phoenix bloodline? Even though she was not clear, she could tell how frightening this bloodline was. It's a pity that with my current strength, I can't transform your bloodline into the Dark Phoenix bloodline. The gray-robed man sighed. Star and Moon nodded. If her teacher could do it, he would have become a cosmos god long ago. Teacher, there is no need to force the matters of the world. The Dark Phoenix bloodline is rarely seen in 1,000,000,000 years. How easy would it be to get it? On the contrary, Star and Moon was relatively calm. You are quite open-minded. The gray-robed man laughed. Oh right, teacher, when can I leave this place? Star and Moon asked. This was what she was most concerned about. In this place, all communications were cut off. She could not contact Brother Chun. If I leave for so long, Brother Chun will definitely go crazy. The gray-robed man shook his head and said, You have reached the most crucial moment of your cultivation. You cannot leave this place. Oh, I understand. Star and Moon obediently lowered her head after hearing this. Soon after, she stepped back onto the stone platform. Looking at Star and Moon, who was diligently cultivating, the gray-robed man seemed to be immersed in his memories. He muttered to himself, Teacher has his own difficulties. I hope you can understand. Saying this, the gray-robed man disappeared. The valley regained its tranquility once again. The power of ice and fire enveloped the valley. On the stone platform, a dazzling light was emitted. Chapter 1998. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. In reality, Fang Chun spent a much longer time comprehending the divine light wood than he expected. During the first year, his spiritual sense had enveloped half of the divine light wood. He originally thought that he could completely envelop the divine light wood within a year. Nevertheless, the further he went, the more Fang Chun discovered that his primordial spirit technique seemed to have reached a bottleneck. This attempt lasted for a total of 2 years. And it was during the 3rd year that Fang Chun comprehended the divine light wood that his spiritual sense finally enveloped the entire divine light wood. Dong! In the air, a terrifying pressure descended. It's just that this pressure could not touch Fang Chun at all. Instead, it made the latter feel a world-shaking transformation happening in his body. The comprehension of the martial Tao by cosmos gods. Fang Chun felt that every corner of the region his spiritual sense touched had the remnant aura of a cosmos god. This aura directly sublimated Fang Chun's primordial spirit. This is the comprehension of a cosmos god? Fang Chun felt his heart trembling. The comprehension of a cosmos god was too strong. He casually comprehended the martial Tao and felt that his comprehension of the martial Tao had improved by a lot. So this is the case. In the distorted space, ripples were rapidly spreading out. The huge golden sword suppressed the divine light wood and wildly absorbed the aura belonging to a cosmos god. As his comprehension of the divine light wood deepened, Fang Chun felt his mind becoming clearer. The magic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword that was previously stuck at a bottleneck had instantly broken through the gap. Xiao! Fang Chun used his finger to guide the sword. Many terrifying finger lights turned into golden sword lights in the void, tearing apart the firmament and intimidating the heavens. Magic Dragon Heaven Destroyer Sword, 25th level. The accumulation of the sword Tao over the years allowed Fang Chun to easily reach the 25th level. Furthermore, he felt that he had not reached the bottleneck yet. Continue. 26th level, 27th level. When he reached the 28th level, the restless sword qi in his body finally stopped. Fang Chun's spiritual sense also withdrew from the divine light wood at that moment. An excited smile appeared on his face. Putting away the divine light wood, the giant golden sword turned back into a golden heart and drilled into his body. 1. Within the golden heart, strands of cosmos god aura that was so minute that it could not be detected gradually permeated into Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Seeing this, Fang Chen was ecstatic. What a great harvest! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This time, he had cultivated for a total of 3 years. It was not a long time, but he had gained a lot. Especially since he had cultivated the demon dragon heaven-destroying sword to the 28th level. If he were to go all out, he should be able to withstand the attack of a first-level Emperor God with ease. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the God Emperor's gathering, Fang Chen said to himself. When the God Emperor's gathering is over, I'll continue to study the Divine Light Wood. Fang Chen felt that comprehending the Divine Light would allow him to break through to the God Dharch realm. Fang Chen. Just as he came out of seclusion, the bone progenitor sent him a message. Teacher, I've just come out of seclusion, Fang Chen said. Tomorrow is the day of the God Emperor's gathering. Come over to my place, the bone progenitor said. Soon, Fang Chen arrived at the garden. The bone progenitor was fishing. Seeing his proud disciple, his face was filled with excitement. Brat, how's your harvest? The bone progenitor asked. He knew that Fang Chen had been comprehending the Divine Light Wood for the past 3 years, so he specially asked about it. However, the bone progenitor did not think that Fang Chen could achieve anything. Teacher, the aura contained within the Divine Light Wood is unfathomable. This disciple has some slight harvest, Fang Chen said modestly. The bone progenitor nodded and said, even the 10 strongest God Emperors can't comprehend the Divine Light Wood completely. You don't have to waste your time on it. Just take a look. Don't go too deep. Teacher is right, Fang Chen said. By the way, teacher, is tomorrow the day of the God Emperor's gathering? That's right. The gathering will be held at the South Tomb Sword Palace, the bone progenitor said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect the God Emperor's gathering to be held at the South Tomb Sword Palace. As if guessing Fang Chen's thoughts, the bone progenitor smiled and said, the God Emperor's gathering will always be held at one of the 7 top forces. This time, it's the South Tomb Sword Palace's turn. Pack up. I'll bring you there today, the bone progenitor said. Teacher, I've already packed, Fang Chen said. South Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Fighting Villa. This was an important place of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Without the permission of the God Emperors, no one could enter. And this time, the God Emperor's gathering would be held at Sword Fighting Villa. Unfortunately, God Emperor Swordless still had not come out of seclusion. However, no one cared. After all, experts like them could easily go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. With God Emperor Swordless absent, the God Emperor's gathering was organized by the Black Emperor. There were a total of 2 God Emperors from the South Tomb Sword Palace. As the time approached, God Emperors from all over the place gradually arrived. Within Sword Fighting Villa, the Black Emperor and the God Emperor of Death stood at the entrance, welcoming the various God Emperors with smiles. Junior, don't be anxious. Fang Chen will definitely come this time, the Black Emperor said to the God Emperor of Death. He was afraid that his junior would not be able to control himself. Senior, don't worry. I won't leave any evidence for the other God Emperors to use against me. The God Emperor of Death nodded. At this moment, the God Emperor of Destruction from the Beast God clan arrived. God Emperor of Destruction, please come in, the Black Emperor welcomed him with a smile. Then, the God Emperor of Samsara Palace, the God Emperor of Creation from the Immortal Divine Pavilion, the God Emperor of Time, God Emperor of Space, and God Emperor of Destiny arrived. The Bone Progenitor was the last of the 10 God Emperors to arrive. Coming to the South Tomb Sword Palace once again, Fang Chen was deeply moved. Just as he entered the South Tomb Sword Palace, he felt the terrifying sword chi. Let's go to the sword fighting manor, the Bone Progenitor said. Taking a step forward, the master and disciple arrived at the sword fighting manor. Bone Progenitor, please come in, the Black Emperor said. The God Emperor of Death stared at Fang Chen. He could not wait to tear him into pieces, but he knew that it was not time yet. All the God Emperors had settled down. Master, why do the other forces only have one God Emperor? Fang Chen asked curiously. Do you think it's that easy to become a God Emperor? The Bone Progenitor stared at Fang Chen and said, in the entire God world, other than the Heaven Bone Palace with 2 God Emperors and the South Tomb Sword Palace with 3 God Emperors, the other forces only have 1 God Emperor. The other 5 top forces had 5 God Emperors. In addition to the 2 God Emperors from the Heaven Bone Palace and the 3 God Emperors from the South Tomb Sword Palace, there were 10 God Emperors. There were also the 4 God Emperors from the South Pole Continent and the 3 Wandering God Emperors. There were a total of 17 God Emperors. In the sword fighting manner, there were a total of 17 people. God Emperor Swordless was not here, but Fang Chen had come. There was no change in the number of people. However, Fang Chen was the first God Emperor Realm cultivator to participate in the God Emperor Realm's God Emperor Realm. He had created history in the divine world. It would be difficult for the latecomers to break his record in a short period of time. However, 17 God Emperors is only in name. There are many God Emperors who live in seclusion. They are indifferent to fame and fortune, and they pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. If they want to hide, even we will not be able to find them, the Bone Progenitor explained. Fang Chen nodded. He had the same thoughts as the Bone Progenitor. The God world was not limited to just these few God Emperors. There must be more hidden God Emperors. For example, the mysterious God Emperor who took away the star and moon. There was no trace of him until now. However, from this point one could see how amazing God Emperor Swordless was. To be able to raise 2 God Emperor disciples and have 3 God Emperors, his name spread across the universe. Logically speaking, the South Tomb Sword Palace has 3 God Emperors. They should be in the top 3 among the 7 top forces, right? Fang Chen asked again. The Bone Progenitor shook his head, as if unwilling to say more. There are many things you don't know. You will know when you enter the God Emperor realm. What you need to pay attention to now is the challenge from the God Emperor of Death and the Black Emperor. The Bone Progenitor said, the purpose of the God Emperor gathering is to allow the God Emperors to exchange pointers and improve the strength of the entire God world. You have made history by making an exception to participate in the God Emperor gathering. The 2 great God Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace will definitely not miss such a good opportunity at the God Emperor gathering. They will definitely challenge you. Once they issue a challenge, you will not be able to refuse. This is the rule of the God Emperor gathering. When the time comes, I will not be able to say anything, the Bone Progenitor said. The Black Emperor and the God Emperor of Death? Fang Chen muttered to himself. The 2 of them should be 2nd-level God Emperors, right? Chapter 1999. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The various God Emperors stayed in the sword battle manner. After all, this gathering of God Emperors was purely for exchanging pointers. Previously, it was a strategy against the Sacred Light religion. Hence, they were not too nervous. Fang Chen and the Bone Progenitor were both from the Sky Bone Palace. Naturally, they stayed together. Previously, Fang Chen's name as Godly Emperor Destruction resounded throughout the divine world, gaining the recognition of countless experts. Even the Godly Emperor Destruction personally called him the number 1 under the God Emperors. But this did not mean that Godly Emperors could casually participate in the gathering of God Emperors. This time, Fang Chen participated as a Godly Emperor, creating a new record in the divine world. Ever since the gathering of God Emperors was established, he was the first Godly Emperor to participate. This meant that he had gained the recognition of the God Emperors. After a night of stories, the sword battle manner became lively early in the morning of the 2nd day. The gathering of God Emperors had officially begun. First, the 9 supreme god emperors sat at the most central position in the garden pavilion. Following them were the God Emperor of Death, Black Emperor, and God Emperor Azura. Out of Fang Chen's expectations, the previous time he met God Emperor Azura, he was only a first-level God Emperor. And now, he had become a second-level God Emperor. The ranking of the God Emperors represented their strength. In the eyes of the God Emperors, Fang Chen was the weakest among them. Naturally, he would sit at the back. Everyone, it has been a long time since we gathered together. After the God Emperors sat down, the godly Emperor Destruction said with a smile, "The gathering of God Emperors is for everyone to exchange pointers, so there is no need to be restrained." Following the words of the godly Emperor Destruction, the other supreme God Emperors started speaking. They had been friends for many years and were familiar with each other. Furthermore, they wanted to take that final step to become Cosmos God. Bone Progenitor, your luck is really good. You actually accepted a disciple like Fang Chen. Godly Emperor Samsara said with envy. That's right, to participate in the gathering of God Emperors as a God Emperor is really amazing. Godly Emperor Sky Array added. The 9 great absolute God Emperors were chatting freely. It was also at this moment that the Death God Emperor, who had been silent all this while, spoke. Fellow God Emperors, every time we gather, the God Emperors will spar and challenge each other to raise their strength. Love go little Sei Ku. I've heard that the godly Emperor of Destruction is as powerful as the godly Emperor Realm. I'm itching to challenge him. The meaning behind the Death God Emperor's words was very clear. Many God Emperors heard it clearly. Death, you're a second-tier Emperor God. It's not appropriate for you to challenge Fang Chen, Emperor God Tai Su muttered. Fang Chen's participation in the God Emperor gathering was permitted by the various God Emperors. This means that he is the same as us. He also has the strength of a God Emperor. If that's the case, why can't my junior brother challenge him? The Black Tharch continued. Furthermore, I have a rule for the gathering of God Emperors. It's easy to be suspicious of the participants, so feel free to test them. Heidi paused for a moment before continuing. I, Heidi, suspect that Fang Chen is trying to fish in troubled waters. Impudent. The person who spoke was the godly Emperor of Destruction. His face was gloomy. However, he was stopped by the godly Emperor of Creation the moment he spoke. Godly Emperor of Destruction, the Black Tharch and the Death God Emperor did not violate the rules. Aren't you being too biased towards Fang Chen? Humph, who doesn't know that the South Tomb Sword Palace has an irreconcilable feud with my disciple? The Black Tharch wants the Death God Emperor to use the God Emperor gathering to attack my disciple. The Bone Progenitor's face was gloomy as he said coldly, My disciple was allowed to participate in the gathering by the God Emperors. If anyone wants to take revenge, I'll be the first to disagree. The Bone Progenitor had expressed his support for his disciple. His attitude was very firm. Hearing this, the Black Tharch sneered. Everything was within his expectations. Everyone here is reasonable. My junior brother and I did not violate the rules. If you use your strength to suppress us, it'll be ungentlemanly. Furthermore, the South Tomb Sword Palace also has powerful God Emperors. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. The other God Emperors also expressed their support. Some supported Fang Chen, some supported the Black Tharch and the Death God Emperor. At this moment, Fang Chen stood up. He had to solve his own problems. In the end, it was because he was too weak. The Black Tharch and the Death God Emperor looked down on him. Master, they're right. I'm a God Emperor after all. It's fine to doubt my strength. Since they want to challenge me, I'll accompany them. When has the Sky Bone Palace ever been afraid of others? Fang Chen's words shocked the other God Emperors. The Black Tharch and the Death God Emperor could easily suppress him. They did not know where he got his courage from. Since the godly Emperor of Destruction has said so, we'll follow the rules, the godly Emperor of Destruction said. After the challenge, the gathering continued. Who's going to go first? Or do you want to team up against me? Fang Chen's face was full of sarcasm. I alone am enough to deal with you. The Death God Emperor had just finished his words when his figure flashed and he appeared at the square outside the pavilion. Fang Chen walked out and stood opposite the Death God Emperor. Boy, a piece of trash like you dares to join the gathering of God Emperors? You're a disgrace to the Sky Bone Palace, the Death God Emperor said eerily. Fang Chen smirked and mocked. If you find out that you can't even win against the trash that you're talking about, what will you think? Will you say that I'm trash then? Fang Chen's voice was full of confidence as though he was not afraid of the Death God Emperor. The Death God Emperor looked ferocious and his eyes were filled with wild murderous intent. What's the point of saying all this? Can it help you win against me? Fang Chen spread his hands and did not say anything else. After the Demon Dragon Sky-destroying sword was cultivated to the 28th level, his attacking power was comparable to that of a level 2 Emperor God. Although his foundation was weaker and he could not win against a level 2 Emperor God, he could still escape unscathed. Moreover, he had the supreme true God weapon, Herculean Pagoda. His defense was not a problem. In the pavilion, the 9 absolute Emperor Gods looked at the two of them with smiles. Some of the weaker Emperor Gods did not think that Fang Chen would win. D*MNU, let's see how you're going to deal with this, Ancestor Tianping sneered. The Devil Bird Old Ancestor smiled sinisterly as well. It was as though he was happy that Fang Chen was humiliated. Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Ancestor, who were friends with Fang Chen, looked anxious and worried. Emperor God Xiao Luo shook his head. Although Fang Chen is strong, he is not the Death God Emperor's match. The Death God Emperor obviously wants to take revenge. But Fang Chen is not an impulsive person. Does he have any hidden skills? Phoenix Ancestor thought to himself. Under everyone's gaze, the Death God Emperor could not help but take action. Kid, I won't kill you, but I will make you remember me for the rest of your life. Just as the Death God Emperor spoke, a terrifying death aura spread and covered the entire sword-fighting villa. Then, the Death God Emperor let out a loud roar and a terrifying silver-gray light burst out from his palms. In an instant, a terrifying aura of death gushed into the palms of the Death God Emperor. 2 huge palms suddenly swooped down on Fang Chen with earth-shattering momentum. The attack is strong. Even if I defend with all my might, I might not be able to block it. But don't I know how to dodge? The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. Disciples of Heaven Bone Palace, I am good at escaping. You want me to fight against someone who is stronger than me? Are you out of your mind? Fang Chen used the Spacetime Fantasy Demon Book and disappeared from the void at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Dong! Just then, the Death God Emperor's terrifying attack whizzed and hit the cold ground, causing dust to fly. Do you think you can dodge it? Seeing this, the Death God Emperor sneered coldly and continued to launch powerful attacks at the void nearby. In the pavilion, the Bone Progenitor had a smile on his face. He was pleased that Fang Chen had great potential in the Spacetime Dao. The other Emperor Gods also expressed their opinions. Although Fang Chen is good at hiding, the Death God Emperor's attack is all-pervasive. It is only a matter of time before he is defeated. The Creation God Emperor was not optimistic about Fang Chen. That might not be the case. A God Emperor has the strength of an Emperor God. He might have some trump cards, the Reincarnation God Emperor said with a smile. Poochie. Wherever the Death God Emperor's attack passed, the void would shatter and the wild aura would wreak havoc on the land. Fang Chen's figure walked out of the void in a sorry state. Why? Not dodging anymore? The Death God Emperor sneered. Fang Chen said indifferently, Death God Emperor, I have overestimated your strength. You want to take revenge with your strength? Fang Chen mocked. The Death God Emperor was furious. His eyes turned red. Junior brother, don't be rash. He is provoking you on purpose. The Black Emperor sent a message to the Death God Emperor. The latter's wild aura gradually stabilized. He stared coldly at Fang Chen and said, "Let's see how you are going to defend yourself." The Death God Emperor's wild attack whizzed out again. This time, Fang Chen did not dodge. Instead, he took out the hidden star sword and quickly executed the Demon Dragon Sky Destroyer sword. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless terrifying sword beams appeared in the sky. In an instant, they condensed into a terrifying black dragon. At the same time, Fang Chen's body flashed. His golden heart was beating rapidly, and a wild golden liquid appeared. "Kill!" Fang Chen shouted. The sword chi around him vibrated and the black dragon collided with the Death God Emperor's attack. Dong! The entire land was shaking. The Death God Emperor's attack was blocked by Fang Chen. At the same time, many God Emperors were shocked. Impressive. To be able to cultivate the sword principle to such a level. He is much stronger than the sword cultivators of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The Reincarnation God Emperor had been paying attention to Fang Chen. The God Emperor of Destruction and the others were shocked. Fang Chen's strength was beyond their expectations. Only the Black Emperor looked gloomy and he seemed to be thinking about something. Kacha! The black dragon that was hovering in the sky cracked and the entire space was filled with a terrifying aura. Dong! When the huge black dragon dissipated completely, the strongest attack of the Death God Emperor appeared instantly. Chapter 2000. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. In the battle with the Death God Emperor, Fang Chen had shown his super high level of strength. He even took out a top-grade true god weapon. Although the 9 ultimate god emperors knew that although the Herculean Pagoda was a top-grade true god weapon, it was at most on par with a top-grade true god weapon. They didn't think too much about it, because they all had their own top-grade true god weapons that were compatible with their own Tao. However, the other god emperors were different. They more or less had other thoughts in their hearts. Among them, the one with the biggest greed was Fang Chen's nemesis, the 2 god emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace, Death God Emperor and Black Emperor. The gathering of god emperors continued. The 9 ultimate god emperors laughed heartily from time to time. At their level, sometimes even a casual sentence could give them an epiphany. The 9 ultimate god emperors stood at the peak of the god realm. Their understanding of martial arts had reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, the ones who benefited the most from the gathering of god emperors were the 9 ultimate god emperors. They discussed martial arts and matters of cultivation with each other. Finally, they talked about Holy Light Religion. Recently, Holy Light Religion has completely disappeared. I suspect that they are planning something big. God Emperor Samsara said faintly. God Emperor Destruction nodded lightly and said, "From the information that we have, Holy Light Religion has 5 strongholds in the God realm. 4 of them have been destroyed by us. The remaining stronghold is definitely the most important one. Therefore, the most important thing now is to mobilize the power of the God realm to find the last stronghold." Hearing God Emperor Destruction's words, Time and Space God Emperors expressed their opinions. I will cooperate with God Emperor Time to conduct a large-scale search. However, this may involve some forbidden areas of the major forces. God Emperor Space said. Among the God Emperors, God Emperor Space was the best in terms of finding people. If God Emperor Time cooperated with them, they would be invincible. This is not a problem. As long as we can destroy Holy Light Religion, everything will be worth it. God Emperor Sky Array said. Don't forget that the master of Holy Light Religion hasn't shown himself for hundreds of millions of years. We don't know how strong he is now. Before we have a thorough understanding of Holy Light Religion, we cannot act blindly. The God of Creation Emperor said. The 9 strongest Emperor gods expressed their opinions one after another. As for the other Emperor gods, most of them were exchanging their experiences in martial arts. Fang Chen, you have really made the Sky Bone Palace proud this time, the Sky Bone Palace Vice Palace Master said with a chuckle as he walked over to Fang Chen's side. Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Grandmaster walked over and chatted with Fang Chen. Even the ancestors of the two great beast clans of the Antarctic continent, who had some grudges with Fang Chen, took the initiative to approach Fang Chen and express their goodwill. Godly Emperor Destruction, our two beast clans may have had some grudges with you before. I hope you won't take it to heart. The Devil Bird Ancestor said in a low voice. Fang Chen was taken aback for a moment before he revealed a smile. The reason why Ancestor Heavenly Rock and Ancestor Devil Bird spoke humbly and befriended him was because they saw his potential and strength. The God realm was like this. The strong were respected. There was no such thing as absolute hatred, only absolute benefits. Fang Chen's current power could match evenly with a Stage 2 Emperor God. The strength of the two patriarchs was at most at the first level. If they really angered Fang Chen and he went to the Antarctic continent to kill, they couldn't guarantee that they could withstand Fang Chen's attack. Plus, the two beast clans didn't have any grudges with Fang Chen, so they wouldn't go to war. Unlike the South Tomb Sword Palace, they had an irreconcilable grudge with Fang Chen. Let bygones be bygones. There isn't any grudge between us, is there? Fang Chen said with a smile. Since the Emperor Gods took the initiative to approach you, you shouldn't be too arrogant as you are only a godly emperor. It's great that godly Emperor Destruction thinks this way. If you have time, come to the Antarctic continent anytime. We'll definitely invite you. Ancestor Heavenly Rock grinned. Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Ancestor nodded. The little guy who needed their protection back then had grown to such a level. Time passed by and the gathering of Emperor Gods ended in the blink of an eye. The gathering of God Emperors this time was a little different from the past. Fang Chen became famous after the battle, and he was recognized by all the Emperor Gods present. However, before Emperor God Destruction left, he told the Emperor Gods present not to expose Fang Chen's power to avoid being targeted by the Holy Light religion. In the past, there were demonic geniuses in the God realm. However, some of them didn't end well and were assassinated by the Holy Light religion. Fang Chen's potential was enough for the Holy Light religion to get rid of him at all costs. Hence, it was better not to let the outside world know. Everyone, the gathering of Emperor Gods is over. The host Black Emperor said, I hope there will be more people joining us in the next gathering of Emperor Gods. I'll make a move first. Emperor God Destruction and the others left. However, before they left, they invited Fang Chen to their territory as a guest. This made Black Emperor and Emperor God of Death even angrier, but they couldn't do anything about it. Fang Chen, let's go. Bone Progenitor stayed at the back on purpose to wait for his disciple and the Vice Palace Master. Fang Chen bade farewell to Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Ancestor and left. After the three of them left Sword Fighting Villa, they quickly used Spacetime Illusion Magic Book and headed to Heavenly Bone Palace. Master, I won't be going back for the time being, Fang Chen suddenly said. Where are you going? Bone Progenitor asked. I want to go for Rule Ladder, Fang Chen said. Bone Progenitor nodded. It seemed that his disciple was still thinking about the heaven-refining dagger. That was good too. With his current power, there weren't any good places to train in the God realm. The Rule Stairway to Heaven was also a brand new experience for him. All right, I'll send you to Rule Ladder. Bone Progenitor nodded and parted ways with the Vice Palace Master. South Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Fighting Villa. How is it? Emperor God of Death asked. Black Emperor shook his head and looked gloomy. That old man Ancestor Bone has been accompanying Fang Chen all this time. They didn't go back to Heavenly Bone Palace, and I'm not sure where they are going. No matter what, we have to kill this D*MN guy, Emperor God of Death said coldly. Emperor God Destruction had said that it wasn't against the rules for an Emperor God to attack Fang Chen. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Don't worry, I've been watching. I'll inform you immediately if there's any news, Black Emperor said. Oh yeah, is there any news from Master? Emperor God of Death's face changed when he mentioned Emperor God of Sword. He pondered and said, Master has been in seclusion, but I can feel the fluctuation of Master's primordial spirit. Master might be breaking through at the last moment. At the peak of Divine World, above the sky, there was violent real god power all year round, and ordinary real gods couldn't come here. Plus, they would be affected by the violent real god power from afar. They would be severely injured if they were lucky and die if they were lucky. As a supreme god emperor, Ancestor Bone's valiant energy enveloped Fang Chen as he shuttled through the void and headed for the sky dome. Such strong power! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim along the way. The sky and the land of the god realm were two completely different worlds. It wasn't suitable for humans to live there. Even Emperor God experts wouldn't want to stay there for a long time. According to legends, the peak of the sky is the core of the universe. It's also the place where the rules of order exist. There's the strongest willpower origin of the universe. Even the 10 Emperor Gods haven't been there before, Bone Progenitor said. The core of the universe? Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. It seemed that the sky was the true peak of the universe. Above the law heavenly stairway is the Yuan desolate danger land. According to legends passed down since ancient times, only by conquering the Yuan desolate danger land can one step into the core of the universe. Bone Progenitor said with a trace of yearning in his voice. Master, what is conquering the Yuan desolate danger land? Fang Chen asked. Bone Progenitor shook his head. I don't know either. The Yuan desolate danger land is unique. It's hard to travel through it, much less conquering it. Us 10 Emperor Gods once worked together and paid a huge price to bypass the Yuan desolate danger land and head towards the origin of willpower. But we failed in the end. Failed? Fang Chen felt curious. The 10 Emperor Gods working together should have a combat power close to that of Cosmos Gods, right? Such a powerful combat power actually failed. He was really curious. What exactly was there in the Yuan desolate danger land? The crux of stepping into the Cosmos God realm is to fuse all laws and laws into one, fusing them completely with your body. Controlling the entire universe and speaking the law. Bone Progenitor said, but it's too difficult to take this step. We only wanted to head towards the origin of willpower and witness the operation of the universe. What a pity! There was not a single god emperor who did not desire to become a cosmos god. The temptation was too great. But since ancient times, how many could become a cosmos god? It seemed that as the universe epochs changed, the origin of will seemed to be suppressing the entire cosmos, making it difficult for god emperors to break through to the cosmos god realm. Until now, there was not a single cosmos god in the deity world. From this point, one could see something. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. What I want to tell you is that you must not be careless and arrogant. Bone Progenitor reminded, even though your current strength is comparable to a second-level god emperor, the deity world is far too vast. However, the vastness of the god realm is far from what you imagine. This disciple will remember teacher's teachings. I'll definitely be careful. Fang Chen cupped his fist. Voila! It felt like the entire space was shaking. For a moment, Fang Chen felt he could not breathe. The world was spinning, and his primordial spirit was shaking. I've reached the law heavenly stairway. Chapter 2001. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. As soon as the Bone Progenitor finished speaking, Fang Chen felt a wild true god power raging around him. So strong. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin started to move automatically. The perfect sword body was activated to the extreme, and his physical defense increased tremendously. Only then did he feel that he could move. It's your first time here, so it's inevitable that you won't be used to it. After some time, you'll get used to it, the bone progenitor said with a smile. He had a better understanding of the stairway to heaven. Although the true God power here was wild, his disciple could still withstand it. However, it would take some time. Master, is this the stairway to heaven? Fang Chen was shocked. The place that he was at was a piece of void. There was nothing except for the raging real God energy. In front of him, there was a stairway to heaven that reached the clouds. It was suspended in the air, as if it was connected to the highest point of the universe. Yes, this is the stairway to heaven, the bone progenitor nodded. Although the stairway to heaven only had 6 levels, it gave Fang Chen a feeling that he would never reach the end. Moreover, the stairway to heaven was shrouded in 6 different types of rule power. It was very shocking. That was the purest and most powerful rule force. It was spectacular. Fang Chen was the disciple of the bone progenitor. He was also the godly emperor of destruction, who had the strongest attack power among the 6 godly emperors. He had seen a lot. However, when he saw the stairway to heaven, he was still shocked. Not only him, but even the golden heart was beating rapidly. It was as if it could not wait to climb the stairway to heaven. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the bone progenitor expected it. To be honest, it was his first time here and he was shocked too. However, he was now standing at the top of the realm of the gods. Naturally, he would not be too shocked. The bone progenitor pointed to a piece of white cloud below the stairway to heaven and said, "There is wild true God power raging around the stairway to heaven. But only on this white cloud, the berserk true God energy is unable to invade. This is also a place to rest." Hearing this, Fang Chen instantly felt relieved. Ascending the nomological heavenly stairway consumed a lot of energy. If he failed, he would definitely be exhausted. At this time, he definitely needed a relatively safe place to recover his strength. The appearance of this white cloud was truly timely. Master, is the rule stairway to heaven man-made? Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Why was there a white cloud for people to rest at the bottom of the stairway to heaven? Could it have been formed naturally? Fang Chen immediately rejected this idea. The stairway to heaven has existed since ancient times. As for how it was created, even we, the 10 strongest god emperors, do not know. Perhaps only after becoming a cosmos god would one know? The bone progenitor sighed. For countless years, he had been chasing after the illusory peak of the martial Tao, and he had never stopped. However, there were no substantial breakthroughs. This was very tiring. However, cultivators had no other choice. This was the fate of a cultivator. Since he chose the martial Tao, he had to move forward courageously. Unless there was a day when he lost his life. Otherwise, no one could stop him from pursuing the martial Tao. The bone ancestor calmed the complicated emotions in his heart. He quickly said, "You should stay here and train for now. Reaching your realm, you can flick your fingers for 100 years. The stairway to heaven is a brand new challenge to you. Try to break through to the God Emperor realm here." The bone progenitor had high expectations of Fang Chen. He even fantasized that this little disciple of his could possibly break through the limits of the cosmos and become a powerful cosmos god. Of course, no matter what his potential was, the most important thing now was to break through to the God Emperor realm. If he could not even pass through this stage, then how could he talk about breaking through to the cosmos god realm? The bone progenitor reminded Fang Chen a few more words and told him some things he had to pay attention to when challenging the stairway to heaven. After that, he left. Above the sky dome, before the stairway to heaven, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on a white cloud. He was slowly adjusting the condition of his body. 5 great laws were moving around his body. The law of destruction was the strongest. The other 4 laws were on par with each other. Deity World, South Tomb Sword Palace. In the sword battle manner, the God Emperor of Death was cultivating. Suddenly, the Black Emperor came in a hurry. The latter hurriedly opened his eyes when he saw him. He anxiously asked, "Senior disciple brother, is there any news?" Black Emperor laughed sinisterly. He then said, "The Bone Progenitor sent Fang Chen to the Sky Dome before leaving." The Sky Dome? Unless Fang Chen wants to challenge the Stairway to Heaven? The God Emperor of Death frowned. Black Emperor nodded. With Fang Chen's current strength, he is unparalleled in the Deity Emperor realm. He is comparable to a second-stage God Emperor. There is almost no place in the deity world that is suitable for him to train. This Stairway to Heaven is the best choice. If he could pass through the Stairway to Heaven, he could even enter the Yuan desolate danger ground. He should be using this opportunity to break through to the God Emperor realm. Does he think it is so easy to break through to the God Emperor realm? The God Emperor of Death sneered. After a short while, a sinister smile appeared on the God Emperor of Death's face. Since that is the case, what are we waiting for? Let's quickly get rid of him. Black Emperor said, "Junior disciple brother, with your strength, you should have no problem dealing with Fang Chen. This time, you should do it alone." Actually, Black Emperor had his concerns. If he were to deal with Fang Chen together with the God Emperor of Death, he would be opposed by the strongest God Emperor. Secondly, God Emperor Swordless was in seclusion and had reached a critical moment. He needed to stay in the South Tomb Sword Palace to guard it. Compared to Fang Chen, the matter of God Emperor Swordless was more important. The God Emperor of Death nodded. He could understand his senior disciple brother's actions. "Senior disciple brother, don't worry. This time, Fang Chen will definitely die. I will also bring his Sword Dao inheritance back to the South Tomb Sword Palace. I will also bring the Supreme True God Artifact Titan Pagoda." After the God Emperor of Death bade farewell to his senior disciple brother Black Emperor, he hurriedly left the land of extreme south. A few days later, he arrived in the sky. Whoosh! In the sky, the God Emperor of Death's body was suspended in the void. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the Stairway to Heaven. At that moment, on the first step of the rule's Stairway to Heaven, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. He was surrounded by the power of creation rules of order. He was challenging the rule's Stairway to Heaven. Humph! The God Emperor of Death snorted coldly. Then, he leaped and stepped on the white clouds. Using the momentum, he jumped to the front of the rule's Stairway to Heaven. Looking at Fang Chen's back, the God Emperor of Death's eyes revealed a sinister smile. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have." After saying that, the God Emperor of Death clenched his fist and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Dong! In the violent fist radiance, there was a biting cold sword chi. It pierced through the void and shot towards Fang Chen's body on the first step of the rule's Stairway to Heaven. Fang Chen, who was comprehending the power of creation rules of order, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Then, his face changed drastically. Not good. He cursed in his heart. Then, he reacted quickly. In a flash, he disappeared into the void. Boom! The terrifying power violently hit the first step of the rule's Stairway to Heaven. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Seeing that his attack did not hit Fang Chen, the God Emperor of Death frowned. God Emperor of Death? Fang Chen's figure appeared from the void. He stood on the first step of the rule's Stairway to Heaven and stared at the God Emperor of Death in anger. "Kid, my disciple Xiao Yun, junior brother Chongqing, the 27 sword emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace, and the person who ruined my master's plan. Any one of them is enough for me to kill you," the God Emperor of Death said in a deep voice. "God Emperor of Death, you can't kill me," Fang Chen said coldly. "In the future, I, Fang Chen, will make a trip to the South Tomb Sword Palace personally." Fang Chen's words were filled with threats. However, the God Emperor of Death was not afraid. In his opinion, without help, Fang Chen would not be able to live past today. Do you think that you can fight against a second-level Emperor God just because you came to a draw with me in the Emperor God gathering? The God Emperor of Death sneered. Back then, there were 9 powerful Emperor Gods present. Even if I used my trump card, I could not kill you. That's why such a situation happened. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? The God Emperor of Death opened his palm. Violent true God power wreaked havoc in his body. His eyes turned into 2 terrifying whirlpools. A suffocating death aura was emitted from his eyes, and it swept across the entire sky. Today, I will let you know how the title of God Emperor of Death came about. Chapter 2002. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. He and the Death God Emperor were already in a situation where one of them had to die. Moreover, the latter had paid a huge price to kill him. After the gathering of the God Emperors had ended, the Death God Emperor had chased him to the sky. He was determined to kill him. Since that was the case, he could only fight. Although Fang Chen might not be able to kill the Death God Emperor, he would have no problem fighting against him. Fang Chen, enjoy the fear that death brings. The Death God Emperor laughed sinisterly. His huge hand suddenly floated in mid-air and grabbed at the void. The raging true God power was instantly grabbed into a ball, and it charged towards Fang Chen. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Kill! Fang Chen took out the Herculean pagoda and smashed it on the Death God Emperor's huge illusory hand. Gotcha! The Herculean pagoda smashed the huge illusory hand and started to counterattack. At that moment, the Death God Emperor displayed his strong physical strength. His fists smashed onto the Herculean pagoda. It's a waste for a supreme true God weapon to be in your hands. After saying that, dense sword Dao runes appeared around the Death God Emperor's body. In an instant, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Sky Splitter Sword Skill. The Death God Emperor bellowed, and a long sword appeared in his palm. The tip of the long sword contained terrifying sword chi. When the dense sword chi gathered together, it was as though water droplets could drip from it. It was so terrifying. Swoosh! Following the Death God Emperor's roar, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. Every sword shadow had a domineering and suffocating sword chi. At the same time, the Death God Emperor leaped onto the Stairway of Rules and started fighting with Fang Chen. Demon Dragon Sky Destroying Sword. Fang Chen unleashed his strongest attack. At the same time, the Herculean pagoda smashed onto the Death God Emperor crazily. At that moment, the battle between the two of them was in a stalemate. The Death God Emperor's swordsmanship was extremely strong, and her attack power was also unimaginable. However, Fang Chen's attacks weren't bad either. Especially with the help of the Titan Pagoda, it was almost impossible for the Death Emperor to get close to him. Damn it! After fighting for 15 minutes, the Death God Emperor's face turned gloomy. The Titan Pagoda was beyond his expectations, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Although he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet, he wasn't sure if the Herculean Pagoda could withstand it. If the Titan Pagoda blocked the attack, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Bang! Just as the Death God Emperor was deep in thought, the Herculean Divine Pagoda slammed down once again. The Death God Emperor casually swung his sword and split the Titan Pagoda apart. He then gritted his teeth and coldly said, "Let's go all out." In an instant, the body of the Death God Emperor turned into dense sword chi. Then, the sword chi quickly condensed into a giant sword. The appearance of this huge sword caused the void to tremble and the space to be torn apart. Fang Chen, you should be proud that you were able to force me to use this move. The Death God Emperor's voice came from the giant sword. A terrifying aura was emitted from the huge sword. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. What's going on? One with the sword. The Death God Emperor's understanding of swordsmanship had reached an unbelievable level. Without giving the Death God Emperor a chance to attack, Fang Chen left the Stairway of Rules and used the Spacetime Fantasy Demon Book. His body quickly shuttled through the void, wanting to leave this place and avoid the strongest attack of the Death God Emperor. Trying to leave? The Death God Emperor's furious voice came. Then, the giant sword that pierced through the sky suddenly turned into a ray of light and shuttled through the void, heading towards the place where Fang Chen was escaping. What a strong power! It seems to be able to change the flow of time. Moreover, Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked at the Death God Emperor in disbelief. The latter's attack could not only change the flow of time, but it could also affect his primordial spirit. This is the Death God Emperor's trump card? Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the panic in his heart. His golden heart was beating rapidly, and he quickly used the sky-destroying demonic dragon sword. The raging sword chi turned into giant swords in the void and clashed with the longsword that the Death God Emperor had turned into. Gotcha! The attack power of the longsword that the Death God Emperor had transformed into was simply too strong. Even Fang Chen's attack was unable to reduce its speed. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed in his heart. He pushed his attack to the maximum. The Herculean pagoda also felt a sense of danger. Dazzling light shone in the void and covered Fang Chen's body. It's useless. The Death God Emperor sneered. The terrifying giant sword pierced the defensive shield of the Herculean pagoda. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on the defensive shield. It was unable to block the attack of the Death God Emperor. While the two of them were fighting, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The figure wore a silver-gray mask and carried a giant sword on his back. He was emitting a gentle aura. Although he looked ordinary, he gave off a shocking feeling. Your life is mine. How can I let others take it away? The silver-masked man softly muttered to himself. Soon after, his body flashed and appeared beside Fang Chen in an instant. Gotcha! At this moment, the giant sword of the Death God Emperor pierced through the defensive shield of the Herculean pagoda and pierced the body of the pagoda. Dong! Fang Chen could feel the terrifying vibrations from the Herculean pagoda. His body retreated rapidly and he spat out blood. His face was pale. Shoo! At this moment, an unbelievable sword light suddenly descended from the sky and slashed the giant sword that the Death God Emperor had transformed into. Ding! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The giant sword of the Death God Emperor retreated rapidly. The giant sword disappeared and the body of the Death God Emperor reappeared. He stared coldly at the silver-gray masked man and said, Who are you? How dare you stop me? An emperor god attacking a divine emperor. Aren't you ashamed? The silver-gray masked man sneered. Don't talk nonsense. He is my enemy. He will die today. If you stop me, I will kill you too. The Death God Emperor sensed that the aura of the silver-gray masked man was not an emperor god. Hence, he was even more unscrupulous. Who are you? In the sky, Fang Chen stabilized himself and stared at the silver-gray masked man. The latter turned around and said softly, You know who I am. Hearing this, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body vibrated. 5 types of power of laws surged out. The primordial spirit in his mind vibrated and the immemorial soul refining art appeared. You are? Fang Chen was shocked. He had been looking for the successor of the destiny system for so long, but there was no news. He did not expect to meet him here. Was he here to kill him? How about you and I join forces and kill him? The silver-gray masked man's next sentence puzzled Fang Chen even more. You. Fang Chen was confused. Your life is mine. Even if you die, you will die in my hands. I will not allow you to die in the hands of others. The silver-gray masked man said, So, whoever wants to kill you will be my enemy. Are you sure you are not letting the tiger return to the mountain? Fang Chen asked. The silver-gray masked man sneered and said, "In my dictionary, there is no such thing as letting the tiger return to the mountain." The silver-gray masked man did not seem to be willing to explain too much to Fang Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. The wild power of the rules of destiny surged. Immemorial soul refining art. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. This man was indeed using the last move of the immemorial soul refining art, the sword of destiny. Two divine emperors want to kill me? The death god emperor was completely enraged. His robes fluttered without wind. His eyes were scarlet and filled with killing intent. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." The death god emperor unleashed his wildest attack. His body turned into a giant sword again and shot towards the two with terrifying power. The golden heart was beating rapidly. Fang Chen's primordial spirit was shaking. All of a sudden, he executed the archaic soul-refining art as if he was possessed. The 5 great sword moves were performed one after another. In a moment, 5 sword lights were suspended in the air. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that the silver-masked man had a thought. He controlled his sword of destiny and brought it closer to Fang Chen's 5 great sword moves. When the 6 great sword moves merged together, a miracle happened. Chapter 2003. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Sagnet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The immemorial soul refining art was left behind by the cosmos god Gu Yuan. Love go little saith there were a total of 6 moves, and Fang Chen had obtained 5 of them. The remaining one was in the hands of the inheritor of destiny, the silver-gray masked man in front of him. This is, Fang Chen felt that his golden heart had never been so active before, as if it was about to jump out of his body. When the 6 sword moves gathered together, the entire sky changed color. 6 different colors filled the void, illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, Fang Chen and the silver-gray masked man could not help but tremble. An extremely oppressive aura was emitted from their bodies. Only the 2 inheritors knew about this aura. This was the aura of the cosmos god Gu Yuan. The ultimate mode of the immemorial soul refining art? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide, staring at the 6 sword moves that were merging in the sky. At this moment, he felt that his comprehension of the sword Tao had been sublimated. The inheritor of destiny seemed to be using this opportunity to comprehend the sword Tao inheritance left behind by Gu Yuan. He closed his eyes, controlling the sword light of destiny while comprehending. The terrifying aura was suffocating. The raging real god power in the sky was instantly dispersed by the explosion. Dong! After a loud sound, the 6 sword moves disappeared, replaced by a huge golden sword. This huge golden sword was similar to the huge sword that allowed Fang Chen to cross over to the ancient sword continent, but the inside was completely different. Too strong. Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. He felt that the sword Tao aura in his body was rapidly increasing. Could it be, at this moment, Fang Chen saw the silver-gray masked man in the corner of his eyes. Love go little say, 'cause suddenly, a guess appeared in his mind. The reason why the silver-gray masked man was most likely that he wanted to use this opportunity to try to break through to the God-Emperor realm. Although he knew the intentions of the silver-masked man, Fang Chen had no other choice. If they did not join forces with him, it would be impossible for them to deal with the Death God Emperor. Therefore, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and pushed the 5 sword moves to the maximum. The huge golden sword in the sky grew bigger and bigger, and the pressure that it gave off caused the Death God Emperor to be unable to move. That is, the Death God Emperor, who was about to attack, suddenly felt his primordial spirit tremble. His body seemed to be imprisoned in the void. His eyes widened as he stared at the giant golden sword in the sky. The pressure emanating from the giant sword was definitely unprecedentedly strong, causing people to feel extreme fear. Even if he were to face the 10 strongest Emperor gods, he wouldn't be so fearful. The Death God Emperor's mind raced as he roared furiously. Unless it is the aura of a cosmos god? At the thought of this, the expression of the Death God Emperor changed drastically. A hint of panic flashed across his eyes. I've never seen such oppressive might in the entire firmament. Even though the Death God Emperor was not willing to believe that this was the aura of a cosmos god. But since things had reached this stage, he had no other choice. Go. The Death God Emperor was frightened by the aura of a cosmos god. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The energy contained within the huge golden sword was too strong. The Death God Emperor did not dare to fight against it head-on. Kill. The silver-masked male and Fang Chen roared out a single word at the same time. Voila! A huge hole was torn in the sky, causing the origin of willpower to surge out. The huge golden sword brought along a stifling aura as it came diving down. At this moment, the Death God Emperor would be an idiot if he still did not know that the aura emitted from the huge golden sword was that of a cosmos god. Even the strongest god emperors could not casually draw out the origin of willpower. How could this be? 2 god emperors working together could actually unleash the aura of a cosmos god. Damn! The Death God Emperor who originally wanted to escape was suddenly enveloped by the golden light, causing him to be unable to move. Closely following that, the huge golden sword descended from the sky and slashed down on his body. Poochie! He could not resist at all. The huge golden sword was like cutting through glass, splitting him into 2. The terrifying cosmos god aura swept across the broken body of the Death God Emperor, incinerating him. Even his primordial spirit did not escape from this calamity. Dong! After killing the Death God Emperor, the huge golden sword slashed down on the sky. The entire sky was trembling. The law stairway shook as if it could shatter at any moment. Is he dead? Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Waves of shock formed in his heart. A second-level God Emperor had fallen in front of him just like that? Even though he was prepared, he was still shocked. Hong long long. At this moment, a trembling sound came from the body of the silver-masked male. Soon after, dense sword chi revolved around his body. A smile appeared on his face. Fang Chen could vaguely feel that he had taken a small step forward. There is no God Emperor aura. He should not have broken through. Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. As long as the other party had not broken through to the God Emperor realm, he had nothing to fear. As the silver-masked male withdrew his aura, the huge golden sword disintegrated. The trembling sky regained its calm. Only the smell of blood left in the air proved that the Death God Emperor had fallen here. Voila! The silver-masked male opened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Fang Chen shook his head and spread out his hands. You won't do it. Why? Because you are not confident of killing me. Before you have absolute confidence, you will not act rashly. Fang Chen said. The silver-masked male stared at Fang Chen for a long time before saying, The immemorial soul-refining art belongs to me alone. The inheritor of ancient Yuan is also mine. After saying that, the silver-masked male leaped and left this place. Let's compete and see who will step into the God Emperor realm first. Looking at the disappearing figure of the silver-masked male, Fang Chen's expression turned gloomy. The inheritor of fate gave him great pressure. He was very strong. At least, he was not confident that he could kill him. Moreover, this time when the two of them worked together, the other party seemed to have made a breakthrough in the complete immemorial soul-refining art. Perhaps he would step into the God Emperor realm soon. At the same time, Fang Chen also knew. When this person stepped into the God Emperor realm, it would be the final battle between them. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists and said to himself, I must step into the God Emperor realm as soon as possible. The battle in the sky was so intense that it caused a huge commotion. The entire God realm was in an uproar. All the God Emperors were paying attention to the commotion in the sky. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the God realm. The clone of the Death God Emperor had fallen in the sky. Ordinary warriors were guessing which God Emperor had killed the clone of the God Emperor of Death. However, the experts who stood at the peak of the God realm were even more shocked. It was obvious that the one who had killed the Death God Emperor was the Destruction God Emperor. The projections of the 9 strongest God Emperors gathered together and discussed this matter. Even the Bone Progenitor was astonished. How long had it been? His disciple had actually killed the clone of the Death God Emperor? This was too unfathomable. It seems that Feng Chen has broken through on the law heavenly ladder. The Bone Progenitor thought. At the same time, within the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Junior brother, what exactly happened? Black Emperor asked in a hurry. When he heard the news, he felt disbelief. Originally, I could have easily killed the Destruction God Emperor. But suddenly, another God Emperor appeared. The true body of the Death God Emperor was furious. Of all the God Emperors in the God realm, he was the only one who had an avatar. He was obsessed with researching the structure of the primordial spirit so that his avatar could accumulate enough to help him step into the cosmos God realm. But now, his avatar had been killed. All his plans had been ruined. How could he not be furious? Even if there were 2 God Emperors, it is impossible for them to kill your avatar, right? Black Emperor still did not understand. That mysterious God Emperor had the same God technique as the Destruction God Emperor. When the 2 worked together, they could unleash the suppression of a cosmos god. The Death God Emperor said. Hearing this, Black Emperor exclaimed. His heart trembled. The suppression of a cosmos god? This was an incredible matter. When 2 God Emperors worked together, they could unleash the suppression of a cosmos god. Given their strength, it is impossible for them to achieve this. There is only one possibility, and that is that it is related to the God technique they cultivated. Black Emperor said solemnly. Chapter 2004. Genius 1 Second. Remember love divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Black Emperor's expression was gloomy to the extreme. The loss this time was too huge. He was clear that the Death God Emperor's research on the structure of the primordial spirit had reached an unfathomable stage. The Death God Emperor had always wanted to use his avatar to help his true body become a cosmos god. Furthermore, as time passed, the Death God Emperor's research on this aspect had already surpassed other experts in the divine world. But this time, dealing with a deity emperor had caused the loss of his junior disciple brother's avatar. Even though the aura of the divine technique used by the 2 of them are different, I can feel that they are essentially the same. The Death God Emperor coldly said, being able to erupt with the aura of a cosmos god, this divine technique is definitely a treasure. We must obtain it at all costs. Even though Black Emperor was furious, he remained calm. After pondering for a while and weighing the pros and cons, he stopped the Death God Emperor from taking action. Junior disciple brother, don't act rashly for now. Your avatar has just died, and your true body strength has decreased greatly. This trip will be dangerous. Furthermore, we are unsure of the relationship between that silver-gray-masked male and Feng Chen. Black Emperor said. The Death God Emperor's expression turned sinister. Are we just going to ignore him like this? Black Emperor shook his head. A thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. Not long later, the Holy Light religion will receive the news. Feng Chen's potential has already threatened the existence of their Holy Light religion. They will not allow a genius like Feng Chen to continue living. Thus, we only need to provide some information in secret. But if the Herculean pagoda and divine technique were to be obtained by the Holy Light religion, wouldn't it be troublesome? The Death God Emperor had some misgivings. Junior disciple brother, other than you, Who else knows that Feng Chen has such a divine technique? Black Emperor retorted. If you don't say it, would Feng Chen be so stupid as to spread it around? Hearing this, the Death God Emperor was enlightened. He smiled sinisterly and said, I will contact the Holy Light religion now. Even though the Death God Emperor often contacted the Holy Light religion, everything was because of Feng Chen. He just wanted to borrow the hand of the Holy Light religion to destroy Feng Chen, nothing more. As for colluding with Holy Light religion to plot against the divine world, that was impossible. Not to mention the Death God Emperor, even the Swordless God Emperor wouldn't dare to do that. When the news spread, the entire God realm was in an uproar. In this universe era, Feng Chen was currently the person with the greatest potential. The Supreme God Emperors could even see the passage leading to the Cosmos God realm. They were constantly paying attention to Feng Chen. At this moment, as the main character, Feng Chen naturally didn't know how much shock his actions had brought to the God realm. As usual, he sat cross-legged on the stairway of laws, comprehending the laws of creation. The stairway to heaven had a total of 6 levels. The first level was the creation of laws. After stepping onto this level, it was as if one was bathing in a sea of creation laws. It was incomparably comfortable. Feng Chen could feel the shock coming from the depths of his heart. His own law of creation came into contact with the purest law of the stairway of laws, creating wonderful sparks. Even though Feng Chen didn't major in the creation of laws, his potential in the creation of laws was still very strong. Especially with the help of the Golden Heart, Feng Chen was able to turn the creation laws into the Tao of Sword to comprehend. This way, his speed had greatly increased. As time passed, Feng Chen's comprehension of the laws of creation gradually reached the peak. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During this period, Feng Chen's understanding of the laws of creation had undergone a tremendous change. He also understood and grasped some of the deeper aspects. However, the stairway of laws wasn't as gentle as it seemed on the surface. It was dangerous everywhere. Love go little say, Chu. During these 3 years, Feng Chen had lost himself several times while comprehending the laws of creation. Fortunately, with the help of the Golden Heart, he was able to find himself again. Thinking about it now, he felt a wave of fear. Once lost on the stairway of laws, the primordial spirit would forever soar in the sea of laws. Even with the help of external forces, it would be impossible to get out. There was only one consequence, and that was to completely exhaust the power of the primordial spirit and eventually die. Dong. At a certain moment, the Golden Heart suddenly beat rapidly. Every time it beat, it could trigger the crazy rotation of the first level of the stairway of laws. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, Feng Chen opened his mouth, and the violent power of the laws of creation instantly drilled into his mouth. He was making the final push. Once he succeeded, he would be able to completely control the laws of creation like the 10 strongest Emperor God. Above the sky in the void, there were more than a dozen divine Emperor realm experts. They were all carefully selected by the Holy Light religion and were the absolute main force in the encirclement of Feng Chen. The leader was called Xing Long Divine Emperor. Xing Long Divine Emperor, when are we going to make a move? Yes, we have been waiting here for more than 2 years. If we don't make a move now, we won't have another chance. This kid's potential is too overbearing. If we let him grow, it won't take long for him to step into the Emperor God realm. At that time, our Holy Light religion will suffer a heavy blow. Seeing that Feng Chen was making the final push, some of the other divine emperors could no longer hold back. Only Xing Long Divine Emperor stood quietly. His dark eyes were fixed on Feng Chen on the first level of the stairway of laws. They had been here for more than 2 years. Using secret methods, they hid here and avoided the detection of the Emperor Gods. The reason they did not dare to make a move was because they were afraid that the Emperor Gods would stop them. Now, Feng Chen was making the final push. Once he stepped into the second level, their attacks would not be able to penetrate the first level. At that time, they would completely lose the initiative. The other people from the Holy Light religion were a little anxious. At this moment, Xinglong Divine Emperor spoke. "Get ready." Xinglong Divine Emperor looked around at everyone and then said in a deep voice, "This mission can only succeed. I can feel that there is definitely a strong Emperor God's consciousness observing in the dark. Once we make a move, we will definitely be obstructed by the powerful Emperor Gods. However," at this point, Xinglong Divine Emperor paused for a moment and then said, "Everyone should know the plan, right? According to the initial estimation of this mission, at least 5 of us will die here. Therefore, rather than being killed by the powerful Emperor Gods, we might as well self-destruct." Xinglong Divine Emperor briefly explained his plan. After hearing it, the other Divine Emperors nodded. They were members of Holy Light religion, and were incomparably loyal to Holy Light religion. Therefore, as long as they could help the Holy Light religion, they would do it without hesitation. This was the terror of the Holy Light religion and the power of faith. Xinglong Divine Emperor took a deep breath and then said, "Do it." Whoosh! A black hole suddenly appeared in the void. In an instant, the Divine Emperors of the Holy Light religion rushed to the stairway of laws. For the Holy Light religion. One of the Divine Emperors growled and then activated all the power in his body to self-destruct. Rumble! The power of a Divine Emperor's self-destruction was too terrifying. Even the Emperor Gods were unwilling to face it head-on. Fangchen, who was sitting cross-legged on the first level of the Stairway of Laws, was instantly submerged by the terrifying power. "How dare you!" In the distant void there was a roar. The Emperor Gods who were paying attention to this place were furious when they discovered that the Holy Light religion had attacked Fangchen. A moment later, the projection descended. However, during this period, the remaining members of the Holy Light religion had a clear division of labor. 5 Divine Emperors self-destructed, and the terrifying power shrouded Fangchen layer by layer. Damn it! The Bone Progenitor traveled through time and space, and arrived in front of the Stairway of Laws to start a massacre. The Divine Emperors of the Holy Light religion were unable to resist and died instantly. For the Holy Light religion. Before Xinglong Divine Emperor died, he turned to look at Fangchen, who was completely submerged in the power of self-destruction, and a smile appeared in his eyes. The power of self-detonation lingered in the air, wave after wave. Although several powerful Emperor Gods had arrived in time, they were still unable to save Fangchen. "My disciple." The Bone Progenitor's face was ashen, and he was extremely furious. The Holy Light religion is determined to kill Fangchen. The Emperor God of Destruction also appeared, and there was a hint of displeasure between his brows. They did not hesitate to kill Fangchen with the lives of more than 10 Divine Emperors. What a big move! How's Fangchen? The Emperor God of Time and the Emperor God of Space had also arrived. At the same time, the Emperor God of Void had also arrived. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 2005. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. On the stairway to heaven, the terrifying power was like a black hole swallowing the surrounding aura. Bone Progenitor's dark eyes stared at the first level of the stairway to heaven. He wanted to step onto the stairway to save Fangchen. But his instinct told him not to be so reckless. The self-destruction of a few Emperor Gods is extremely powerful. It's comparable to the full-force attack of a second-stage Emperor God. Caught off guard, Fangchen was swept away by the power. He couldn't resist at all. Plus, he's still on the stairway to heaven. Bone Progenitor said, "The power of the black hole is because the defense of the stairway to heaven has been completely activated. It caused the collision of the 2 powerful forces and caused the space to collapse. If we attack forcefully, the power of the black hole will dissipate instantly. By then, Fangchen will also disappear completely, Emperor God Destruction said. As the strongest Emperor Gods, they naturally understood this point. If they didn't attack, Fang Chen might still have a chance to live. Fang Chen's physical body is comparable to an Emperor God. Maybe he can come back to life, Emperor God Tai Su said. We can only hope for a miracle. Otherwise, Emperor God of Time didn't finish his sentence, but the other Emperor Gods already knew. They shook their heads helplessly, sighed, and waited quietly. Rumble. After a while, the power of the black hole finally expanded to its limit and exploded. It was so terrifying that even Emperor Gods felt threatened. It swept across the entire stairway to heaven. Crack. The space collapsed and the stairway to heaven shook. Not good. Right at this moment, Ancestor Bone cried out involuntarily. Looking in the direction he was looking, the stairway to heaven was healing itself quickly. The power of the black hole after the explosion was absorbed by the void in the space collapse at lightning speed. Be careful. Seeing Bone Progenitor attack, Emperor God Destruction stopped him. But it was too late. Bone Progenitor had already stepped onto the stairway to heaven. He grabbed the power of the explosion with his big hand. However, he caught nothing. The power of the great explosion was absorbed by the chaos of nothingness at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Voila! The stairway to heaven recovered in an instant and fell into a state of calmness once more. There was a deathly silence in the sky. The few absolute Emperor Gods looked at each other and stood there quietly as violent energy erupted from their bodies. Dead? Emperor God Tai Su shook his head in disbelief. The Bone Progenitor's body was bounced back by a powerful force. After stabilizing himself, he calmly looked at the stairway to heaven. The calmer it was, the more one could feel the calm before the storm. Bone Progenitor, my condolences, God Emperor Destruction said. The power of the explosion swept Fang Chen's body and sucked him into the chaotic nothingness of the space collapse. Unless they were cosmos gods, it was impossible for them to survive. The other god emperors didn't say anything. They didn't know what to say. The Bone Progenitor's most outstanding disciple, who was also the most promising disciple to step into the divine emperor realm, was ambushed and killed by the remnants of Holy Light religion. And as his teacher, he couldn't help at all. The Bone Progenitor's heart was filled with self-blame and anger at the same time. Under his calm appearance, there was an angry heart. After a long time, the Bone Progenitor calmed down and bid farewell to God Emperor Destruction and the others. Bone Progenitor, have a good rest, God Emperor Time said. The Bone Progenitor didn't even turn back and disappeared into the void. The Bone Progenitor is very sad this time. A love go little say, Chu, God Emperor Destruction said. That's right. His prized disciple was ambushed by the remnants of Holy Light religion and he couldn't do anything about it. How could he not be sad? Next, the Bone Progenitor will definitely go crazy and take revenge on Holy Light religion. The few supreme god emperors left swiftly. The sky regained its calmness as if nothing had happened. God Emperor Death and Black Emperor, who were in the South Tomb Sword Palace, were ecstatic when they heard the news. Ha ha ha, this kid is finally dead. Black Emperor laughed eerily. Although God Emperor Death had a smile on his face, he was still unhappy. He didn't expect the remnants of Holy Light religion to use such an extreme method to kill Fang Chen. It's a pity that the mysterious divine art and the Titan Pagoda are gone, God Emperor Death said to himself. However, Fang Chen's death was a huge matter that had been weighing on his mind. Junior brother, during this period of time, Master will most likely come out of seclusion. We have to wait at Sword Fighting Villa, Black Emperor said. God Emperor Death nodded. Sure enough, it was just as God Emperor Destruction and the others had guessed. In the following period of time, the Bone Progenitor went on a killing spree. He used the space-time cultivation system to travel to every corner of the realm of the gods. As long as he found someone suspicious, he would investigate. Once he found the remnants of Holy Light religion, he would kill them without hesitation. For a time, the realm of the gods was in turmoil. The remnants of holy light religion were frightened and many of them were killed. Some of the spies among the humans were also caught by the bone progenitor. Time passed in the midst of the killing spree. The oppressive aura of the realm of the gods was increasing day by day. Everyone knew that the war with holy light religion was coming soon. Smoke lingered in the air and it was lush. At first glance, it was like a paradise on earth. Fang Chun had never seen such a wonderful place in the realm of the gods. He could feel that his primordial spirit was being nourished. What a wonderful place! Fang Chun looked around and felt that the air contained a majestic power. He concluded that this was not the realm of the gods, but a hidden place. Just a while ago, Fang Chun had experienced a great rise and fall and almost died in the hands of the remnants of holy light religion. When he was submerged by the power of the Emperor God's self-explosion, the golden heart and perfect sword body cooperated to display an extremely strong defense. At the same time, the Titan Pagoda automatically protected its owner. It barely withstood the attack of the terrifying power. In the end, Fang Chun followed the power of the self-explosion and came to such a strange place. During this process, Fang Chun felt as if he had traversed through the endless void and was extremely fatigued. And during this period, the power of the self-explosion that suppressed him was gradually consumed. When he came here, the wounds on his body had already healed. At the same time, Fang Chun's heart trembled. Those who survived a great disaster were destined for good fortune. This sentence was not false at all. The reason for that was because an imprint had appeared in his mind. If it was an ordinary imprint, Fang Chun would not say anything. But this imprint came from the Golden Heart. This also meant that this imprint was most likely related to the cosmos god Gu Yuan. No matter what it was, as long as it was related to the cosmos god chariot, it was extremely important. Fang Chun was trying his best to undo this imprint, but he could not do anything about it. The imprint was attached to his primordial spirit, emitting a gentle light that nourished his primordial spirit. Holy light religion. Fang Chun's eyes flashed with a biting cold killing intent. The holy light religion wanted to kill him time and time again, and this time, they chased him all the way to the Sky Dome. They did not hesitate to let the Emperor God self-explode just to kill him. They really don't care about the price. Fang Chun's heart was burning with anger. But just as he was thinking, he suddenly discovered someone in front of him. Let's go and take a look. Fang Chun moved rapidly and arrived in front of this person after a moment. This person was slightly strange. He wore beast skin like a primitive man. His body was circulating with a gentle light, as if he was one with the world. Fellow Taoist. Fang Chun stopped this person and cupped his fist. When the male wearing beast skin saw Fang Chun, his expression changed. He said in a deep voice, "Are you an outsider?" "Fellow Taoist, I came here unintentionally. I don't have any evil intentions. I just want to ask where exactly is this place, and how can I leave?" Fang Chun asked in a low voice. When the male wearing beast skin heard this, his expression became solemn. "You are saying that you came from the deity world?" Fang Chun nodded. He was slightly puzzled as to what the male wearing beast skin was talking about. "This is the Yuan Desolate Land," the male wearing beast skin suddenly said. Suddenly, Fang Chun turned pale with fright. Wasn't the Yuan Desolate Land on the law ladder? Why did he enter the Yuan Desolate Land without knowing anything? Yuan Desolate Land? The first of the 5 great desolate lands of the deity world, the desolate land that even the god emperors are afraid of? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. The male wearing beast skin gradually calmed down. He carefully stared at Fang Chun and said, "In this era of the universe, you are the second outsider to enter the Yuan Desolate Land." Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil. The male wearing beast skin's words were unbelievable. Didn't the 10 strongest god emperors come here before? Fang Chun asked. Chapter 2006. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Yuan Desolation Impasse, the first of the 5 great impasse in the divine world. Love go little say, W. Chu. It was a impasse that even the 10 most powerful emperor gods were terrified of. One could imagine how dangerous it was. However, Fang Chun would never have imagined that he would enter Yuan Desolation Impasse. What was more terrifying was that he realized that there were humans living in Yuan Desolation Impasse. They seemed to be the natives here. How did I come to Yuan Desolation Impasse? Fang Chen was puzzled. He looked at the man in beast skin with burning eyes. I don't know how you came here. However, since you are here, you have to follow our rules. Otherwise, we have the right to kill you. The man in beast skin said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. You just said that I am the second outsider to enter Yuan Desolation Impasse in this universe era? Can you explain to me? Before Fang Chen could finish, the man in beast skin spoke. His face was filled with disdain. The 10 most powerful emperor gods that you mentioned, they reached the peak of the stairway to heaven and entered Yuan Desolation Impasse. However, that is not the real Yuan Desolation Impasse. The man in beast skin curled his lips. Not the real Yuan Desolation Impasse? Fang Chen was even more shocked. Yuan Desolation Impasse is divided into 2 parts. They only entered the outer region. The place you are in now is the core region. Without a certain opportunity, you will not be able to enter the core region. The man in beast skin said. Although it was shocking, Fang Chen gradually accepted this fact. Even the 10 most powerful emperor gods had not been to this place, but he was here. Taoist friend, may I ask who came here before me? Fang Chen was also very curious. He was the second person to come here in this universe era. Then, there should be another person before him. Who was that person? He is called Gu Yuan. The man in animal skin said. Speaking of which, that little guy is quite lucky. He entered the Tao with the sword, and his comprehension of the Tao of the sword has reached the peak of this universe. Relying on his supreme talent, he finally entered this place. When he came here, he was only a god emperor. When I left, I was already a cosmos god. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Before coming, he was a god emperor. When he left, he was already a cosmos god. This meant that there was an opportunity to become a cosmos god within the primal desolate land. What shocked Fang Chen even more was that the first person to enter the primordial desolate land was actually the owner of the Golden Heart, Gu Yuan. Furthermore, he actually used this method to become a cosmos god. Today, Fang Chen had really opened his eyes. These secrets were truly unheard of and unheard of. It was too shocking. I seem to sense Gu Yuan's aura on you. The man in beast skin said, Come with me first. With that, the man in animal skin brought Fang Chen and quickly disappeared from the Yuan Desolate Impasse. Primordial desolate land, in an incomparably huge mountain range. This place was filled with birdsong and fragrance of flowers. Nobody would associate this place with the infamous primordial desolate land. The man in animal skin brought Fang Chen here. They descended and walked in the mountain range. Tao friend, have you always been living in the primordial desolate land? Fang Chen asked curiously. The man in animal skin did not answer Fang Chen's question. Instead, he said, You will know in a while. Not long after, the man in animal skin brought Fang Chen to the deepest part of the mountain range. There were many palaces here, but the architectural style was completely different from the deity world. Following the roar of the man in animal skin, many figures came out from the palaces. There were old people and children. Roughly estimating, there were about 100 people. There are outsiders? Ha, it has been a long time since we last saw outsiders. Hurry up and bring the outsider over. The natives pointed at Fang Chen and seemed to be very curious. At this moment, A white-bearded old man with a walking stick slowly walked out from the crowd and stopped in front of Fangchen. Animal skin, he is the outsider you found? The white-bearded old man asked. Elder, I have checked. He is the only one who entered the Yuan desolate land. As for how he entered, I am not sure. The man in animal skin seemed to be very respectful to the white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man nodded and said, "Let me take a look." Then, the white-bearded old man placed his palm on Fangchen's shoulder. Suddenly, Fangchen felt that his body was confined in the void, and he could not use his true god power. He felt a tinge of fear. The white-bearded old man in front of him was definitely not weaker than the so-called 10 strongest emperor gods. Who are they? Why are they living in the Yuan desolate land? What is their purpose? Fangchen was very confused. In the blink of an eye, the white-bearded old man removed his palm and said with a smile, "Your talent is not bad. You provoked the Holy Light religion to assassinate you at all costs. The explosion of 5 to 6 divine emperors swept you away and blasted open the universe's membrane, bringing you into the chaotic void. Your body has the aura of Gu Yuan. Therefore, the origin desolation forbidden ground sensed your presence and brought you here." The white-bearded old man said calmly, but Fangchen was very shocked when he heard it. Elder, how did you know? Isn't this person too strong? Even a strongest emperor god would have to search his soul if he wanted to see the past. As for the white-bearded old man, he merely placed his palm on Chu Li's body and knew exactly how Chu Li arrived at this place. The Yuan desolate land was getting more and more mysterious. These natives were getting more and more terrifying. Just a little trick. The white-bearded old man chuckled. You were chosen by Gu Yuan, which means that you have great potential in the Sword Dao. I've just inspected your body. In the deity world, your potential should be the strongest in this cosmos epoch. Even Gu Yuan's potential is not as good as yours at your realm. The white-bearded old man continued. Elder, Gu Yuan is my teacher. What exactly did he experience when he came here? Fangchen hurriedly asked. He was naturally interested in how to become a cosmos god. The white-bearded old man chuckled, as if he could see through the inner thoughts of Fangchen, saying, You haven't even reached the god-emperor realm, yet you want to become a cosmos god? Fangchen felt awkward after being seen through. But the white-bearded old man continued, With your potential, it is inevitable for you to become a cosmos god. Since you could come here and are Gu Yuan's disciple, then you can be considered half of our people. Half of our people? Fangchen felt even more puzzled. That's right. That teacher of yours, Gu Yuan, is from the same sect as us. The white-bearded old man said. What? Fangchen cried out involuntarily. He looked at the white-bearded old man with disbelief. Who exactly were these natives in the Yuan desolate danger ground? Deity world. Following the massacre of the bone progenitor, the atmosphere in the deity world became more stifling. Even though the remaining survivors from the sacred light religion had hidden themselves and no longer appeared, everyone knew that a great war was unavoidable. On this day, a fiery red flower suddenly appeared in the sky of the deity world. When the flower bloomed, it enveloped the entire deity world. Everyone saw this shocking scene. The projections of the 9 supreme god emperors descended below the fiery red flower. Only the god emperors understood that the fiery red flower that engulfed the entire deity world represented that someone had stepped into the god emperor realm. And this was also a worldly anomaly when one stepped into the god emperor realm. Hoo. On an island, there were countless god-emperor projections descending in an instant. The silver-masked male stood on a mountain peak on the island. He opened his arms and felt the powerful energy brought by the god-emperor realm. This is the god-emperor realm? The silver-masked male greedily absorbed the true god energy in the air. His gaze then landed on those god-emperor projections in the sky. Congratulations, Dao friend, for becoming a god emperor. Yeah, there's one more person among us. What's your title? Some of the god emperors cupped their fists. It had been a long time since there was a god emperor in the deity world. Everyone wanted to know who was so lucky to become a god emperor. Title? The silver-masked male muttered to himself. Then, he said, I was born for the sword. I specialize in killing. Then, I'll be called Slaughtering Sword Emperor. Hearing this, the many god emperor projections were all stunned. Ordinary people wouldn't have the courage to name themselves after killing. Wasn't this new god emperor a little too crazy? Chapter 2007. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. His teacher Gu Yuan was a powerful cosmos god. Furthermore, he had left the cosmos long ago in search of a vaster world within the primal chaos void. Currently, no one knew if he was still alive. But now, these people in front of him actually said that they came from the same sect as his teacher. This, Fang Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. These people were all very strong. Among them, the leading elder's strength was even more tyrannical to the extreme. Fang Chen could feel that this person was at least at the level of the 10 paramount god emperors. Little brat, you don't have to be surprised. Listen to me slowly. The white-bearded old man said with a chuckle. After all, the latter was a disciple of Gu Yuan and was considered to be from the same sect as them. It was natural for him to feel close to meeting people from the same sect at such a place. Firstly, I want to tell you that our sect is called the Unbounded Sword Sect. It is located within the primal chaos void. It is one of the strongest superpowers. The white-bearded old man's first sentence caused a huge wave to rise in Fang Chen's heart. One of the strongest superpowers in the primal chaos void. In other words, they did not belong to this cosmos. Unless his teacher Gu Yuan's guess was correct? Was there a vaster world outside the cosmos? At this moment, Fang Chen looked at the white-bearded old man with a fiery gaze. He had always thought that the cosmos god realm was the peak of the martial Tao and also the end of martial cultivation. But now, he heard such a secret. It completely overturned his previous thoughts. How could he not be shocked? Senior, what is it like outside the cosmos? Fang Chen asked with a deep voice. The white-bearded old man said as he gently stroked his beard. The cosmos we are currently in is merely a cosmos casually constructed by an unrivaled expert within the primal chaos void. What? The cosmos is man-made? At this moment, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. How strong was the person who could construct the cosmos? Most likely, even cosmos gods could not do it? There is no need to be surprised. There are countless of such cosmos in the primal chaos void. The white-bearded old man continued, the primal chaos void is vast and boundless. Many powerful sects are stationed within the primal chaos void. There were countless peerless experts. Cosmos gods are merely the lowest level of martial cultivators. Only those who have surpassed the cosmos god realm are qualified to survive in the primal chaos void. The white-bearded old man spoke calmly, but Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Wasn't this too exaggerated? What kind of existence was the primal chaos void? There were actually hundreds of millions of universes inside. This was truly inconceivable. The universe we are in now is called a miniature universe by the almighties of the chaos void. Under normal circumstances, only experts who had surpassed the cosmos god realm could create a miniature cosmos. Every miniature universe had a passageway that connected to the primal chaos void. The reason why I can't break through to the cosmos god realm in the miniature cosmos is because the laws here aren't perfect enough. It can't support the strength of a cosmos god. The white-bearded old man slowly explained. Senior, how did you come to our universe? Fang Chen asked in a low voice, trying his best to calm down. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the eyes of the white-bearded old man flashed with a strand of sadness. Soon after, he shook his head and sighed before continuing. In the past, I was considered an outstanding disciple in the Unbounded Sword sect. I took just 1,000,000 years to become a cosmos god. That time, it shook the entire Unbounded Sword sect. Before me, the disciple who took the shortest time to become a cosmos god in the Unbounded Sword sect took 7,000,000 years. That time, I broke the record of becoming a cosmos god in the Unbounded Sword sect, gaining the attention of the higher-ups of the sect. I thought that my life would change, and my strength would improve by leaps and bounds. But until one day, I fell into a desperate situation. I nearly died. I dragged my miserable body and tore through the membrane of the miniature universe to come to your cosmos. The white-bearded old man said. Fang Chen frowned. He carefully looked at the white-bearded old man. His current realm was the God-Emperor realm. Could it be that his realm fell because he struggled at the brink of death? Indeed, the following words of the white-bearded old man dispelled the doubts in Fang Chen's heart. My enemies tried everything they could think of to kill me. They spared no expense in trying to kill me. Even though I succeeded in escaping, I was heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber for a long time. During my slumber, I was constantly absorbing the origin source energy of the cosmos, using the origin source energy of the miniature universe to heal my injuries. But that battle in the past was too tragic, causing my cultivation to fall directly to the God-Emperor realm. The white-bearded old man paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, because I suffered from an injury that could not be healed, it made it impossible for me to become a cosmos god again. Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. He did not think that the white-bearded old man had such an experience. But I did not give up. Even though I was trapped in the miniature universe, I have always been gathering the outstanding disciples of the younger generation. What you see now is basically what I've found over countless universe epochs. I only have one goal, and that is to return to the Unbounded Sword sect. The moment I return to the Unbounded Sword sect, my injuries will definitely be healed. The white-bearded old man said. Fang Chen had always been listening quietly. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. For countless epochs, even though I have been selecting outstanding disciples, none of them could break through to the cosmos god realm. Wanting to break through in the miniature universe is as hard as ascending the heavens. But I did not give up until I met your teacher, Gu Yuan. When the white-bearded old man mentioned Gu Yuan, his eyes brightened. With my help, Gu Yuan used his monstrous potential to break through to the cosmos god realm successfully. After that, he left the miniature universe and headed to the Unbounded Sword sect to ask for reinforcements. But so many years have passed, and there has been no news of him. The primal chaos void was too dangerous. Even cosmos gods would fall if they were careless. Cosmos gods can't bring others out of the cosmos? Fang Chen asked. The white-bearded old man shook his head. Even though one broke through to the cosmos god realm in the miniature universe, he is not a true cosmos god. According to the words of the primal chaos void, that is a pseudo-cosmos god. It is impossible for a pseudo-cosmos god to bring others out of the cosmos. That is why I asked Gu Yuan to head to the Unbounded Sword sect to ask for reinforcements. The white-bearded old man had a firm attitude, saying, "As long as I am not dead, I will continue working hard. If one person fails, I will groom the next one. I believe there will be a day when the Unbounded Sword sect will bring me back." After hearing the story of the white-bearded old man, Fang Chen sighed slightly. He was relatively curious about the primal chaos void. The path of martial arts was originally to pursue the peak of the martial Tao as the #1 goal. There was an even higher realm above the cosmos god realm. Beyond the miniature universe, there was an even vaster space. How could Fang Chen reject such temptation? Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He thought, there will be a day when I leave the miniature universe and head to the primal chaos void. After pondering for a moment, he slowly digested the secrets told by the white-bearded old man. Following that, Fang Chen turned to the white-bearded old man, asking, "Senior, how big is the primal chaos void? Can you explain it to this junior in detail?" The white-bearded old man knew the intention of Fang Chen. He lightly shook his head. "Currently, you aren't even a god emperor, so it is useless for you to know these. Since you are a disciple of Gu Yuan and have entered the primal desolate land by relying on your own strength, then I will do my best to help you become a god emperor before becoming a cosmos god. The moment you become a cosmos god, you will know all these." Hearing that, Fang Chen softly nodded. "You should join the sect first," the white-bearded old man said. "Given the current situation, I can only bring the sect to accept a disciple. After returning to the Unbounded Sword sect, you can do the ceremony." The Unbounded Sword sect placed great importance on the ceremony. Fang Chen followed the instructions of the white-bearded old man. He soon completed the ceremony. "From today onwards, you are a disciple of my Unbounded Sword sect." The white-bearded old man excitedly patted the shoulder of Fang Chen. He said with a laugh, "Come, I will bring you to meet someone. She has high hopes of breaking through to the cosmos god realm. Perhaps, not long after, the two of you will leave the miniature universe side by side and head to the Unbounded Sword sect. Read all the novels that cost more than $1 million for free. Smart bookshelf management. Novels you like will never be lost. It is dedicated to creating a better reading experience. Come and follow the official WeChat account. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2008. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing the words of the white-bearded old man, Fang Chen was slightly astonished. There was actually someone in the Yuan desolate land who had the chance to become a cosmos god? Who was it? He was rather curious in his heart. The white-bearded old man brought Fang Chen along. As they walked, he said with a smile, "Speaking of this genius, she is truly formidable. Her potential might not be as good as yours, but her inheritance is very tyrannical." After a moment, the two arrived in front of a valley. Looking over, the valley was deathly silent. There were towering trees everywhere. They were verdant and lush. Seeing the valley, Fang Chen was slightly astonished. The sky above the valley was completely enveloped by 2 completely opposite auras. One of them was a fiery red aura, and the other was a Yin aura. Why is it so similar to Yu-Er's mysterious Yin phoenix body? The closer they got to the valley, the more curious Fang Chen became. "It's here." The white-bearded old man pointed to the valley ahead and said with a smile. Soon after, he roared towards the valley. Immediately, a cotton-robed figure walked out from within. The appearance of this cotton-robed male gave Fang Chen an extreme pressure. So powerful! Fang Chen felt his entire body tense. His perfect sword body automatically operated. "Old Kuei, this brat is Gu Yuan's disciple," the white-bearded old man introduced with a smile. Hearing that, the cotton-robed male revealed a look of astonishment on his face. He did not expect that after so many years, he could still meet Gu Yuan's disciple. The cotton-robed male closed his eyes. After sensing for a moment, he opened his eyes and lightly nodded. "That's right. I have indeed sensed the aura belonging to Gu Yuan." The cotton-robed male grinned at Fang Chen. "Old Kuei, let me tell you, Fang Chen's potential is very strong. In this cosmos epoch, there is no one with greater potential than him. Even when Gu Yuan was at this realm, he might not be as good as this disciple." The white-bearded old man chuckled. "Previously, didn't you boast about your disciple to me? Look at him. Is he not as good as your disciple?" When he saw the white-bearded old man's gloating expression, the man called Old Kuei shook his head and said, "I admit that fellow's potential is greater than that disciple of mine. But breaking through to the cosmos god realm did not depend on one's potential. One had to depend on one's strength and luck. Only by integrating all aspects can one become a cosmos god." Obviously, old Kuei believed that his disciple was not much worse than Fang Chen in all aspects. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let Fang Chen meet your disciple. The white-bearded old man waved his hand and said, "Who knows, the two of them might become cosmos gods. By then, they could leave the miniature cosmos together. That way, the chances of success in heading to the sword sect would greatly increase. Let's go." The linen-clothed man waved his hand and immediately removed the terrifying restriction around the valley. Soon after, the three of them entered the valley. Do you see that? The person on the stone platform is old Kuei's disciple. He possesses the Xian Yin Phoenix body and has unlimited potential, the white-bearded old man said. After entering the valley, Fang Chen's breathing became hurried, because he saw the person he yearned for day and night. Wasn't this his wife, Star and Moon? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. His face was filled with ecstasy. Ever since Star and Moon disappeared, he had always been worried in his heart. But after searching the entire deity world, he could not find the whereabouts of Star and Moon. And now, he found her in this Yuan desolate land. At this moment, Fang Chen saw the linen-clothed man from the corner of his eyes. He was certain that the God Emperor who brought Star and Moon away in the past should be this linen-clothed man. This is great. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was incomparably excited. If not for the fact that Star and Moon were cultivating, he would have rushed up to the stone platform to hug Star and Moon. Amen? What happened to you? The white-bearded old man hurriedly asked when he saw that something was wrong with Fang Chen. Elder Bai, to tell you the truth, this woman is my first wife in the deity world. Fang Chen said bluntly, not long ago I went out to do something. When I returned, I was told that my wife, Star and Moon, had been taken away by a mysterious person. I was very anxious and searched the entire deity world for her. I didn't expect you to be here. At this point, Fang Chen turned to look at the linen-clothed man and said, "It seems that the person who took my wife away was Senior Kuei, right? Ha ha ha, how interesting." The linen-clothed man heard this and was somewhat astonished. After a long while, he laughed heartily. He could not help but believe in fate. I didn't expect that the two of you were husband and wife. This is even better. The two of you can dual cultivate in the Yuan desolate land. Your strength will increase by leaps and bounds, the white-bearded old man said. Hearing the words, dual cultivate, Fang Chen's cheeks flushed a little. Brat, don't tell me that you are still that? The white-bearded old man asked with shifty eyes. Fang Chen chose to ignore him. This old man was actually asking him such a question. Alright, old Bai. Don't tease him. The linen-clothed man's words avoided Fang Chen's awkwardness. Senior, why did you take my wife away? Fang Chen hurriedly changed the topic. If he continued, there was no guarantee that the white-bearded old man would say something that would shock the world. Your wife has the profound Yin Phoenix body. More importantly, she has the profound Yin Phoenix body. More importantly, her primordial spirit has fused with a strand of God Emperor Mystic Phoenix's remnant consciousness. The linen-clothed man said faintly, in some ways, your Star and Moon is equivalent to the rebirth of God Emperor Mystic Phoenix. Fang Chen could understand the linen-clothed man's words. However, his heart was shaken. No wonder his wife had the mystic Yin Phoenix body. It was because her primordial spirit had fused with a strand of God Emperor Mystic Phoenix's remnant consciousness. God Emperor Mystic Phoenix was the powerful God Emperor of the 7th era who had the mystic Yin Phoenix body. I have some connections with God Emperor Mystic Phoenix. Not long ago I was traveling the God world to see if there were any outstanding geniuses. Coincidentally, I found her. I saved her and brought her to the Yuan desolate impasse. The linen-clothed man continued to explain. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned. Didn't the white-bearded old man say that he was the second outsider to enter the Yuan desolate impasse in this universe era? The first one was his master Gu Yuan. Then what was his wife, the star and moon? As if seeing Fang Chen's confusion, the white-bearded old man explained, "Do you know who old Kuei is?" Fang Chen shook his head. Wasn't old Kuei from the Limitless Sword sect? Did he have another identity? According to Fang Chen's guess, the linen-clothed man, old Kuei, was at least an expert who had survived the Seventh Era. After experiencing more than a dozen universe epics, it was unimaginable how strong he was. To tell you the truth, old Kuei isn't from the Limitless Sword sect. But he isn't an outsider either. He is the master of the Cloud Desolate Impasse. What? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen did not dare believe it. How could the master of the Yuan Desolate Impasse be a god emperor? One had to know that even the current 10 strongest god emperors could not enter the true core region of the Yuan Desolate Impasse. Even if the linen-clothed man was stronger, he was still within the god emperor realm. How could he control the Yuan Desolate Impasse? The Yuan Desolate Impasse was created by my master. After he left, I took over the management and became the master of this place, old Kuei said with a smile. Hearing old Kuei's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. He widened his eyes and stared at old Kuei. His heart was in turmoil. According to his master, the bone progenitor, the Yuan Desolate Impasse had existed since ancient times. Even he did not know how many cosmos epochs it had existed for. And the person who could create the Yuan Desolate Impasse was at least a cosmos god. But after entering the Yuan Desolate Impasse, Fang Chen understood. An expert who could create such a dangerous place like the Yuan Desolate Impasse was definitely not a cosmos god. Instead, he was in existence beyond the cosmos god realm. He was also an unparalleled expert who could create a miniature cosmos. Old Kuei's master was actually such an expert. Thinking of his master, old Kuei softly shook his head. My master is extremely powerful. But it is a pity that my talent is too low and I am unable to follow in his footsteps. In the end, I was left behind by my master in the Yuan Desolate Impasse, guarding the Yuan Desolate Impasse for generations. Unless I rely on my own strength to step into the cosmos god realm. Old Kuei sighed. For countless years, he had been searching for a way to become a cosmos god, yet he failed. Looking at the star and moon cultivating on the distant stone platform, Fang Chen was speechless. His wife had unknowingly become the next master of the Yuan Desolate Impasse. If I don't work hard, I will be surpassed by my wife. Fang Chen thought. The white-bearded old man discussed briefly with old Kuei before coming up with a cultivation plan that targeted Fang Chen. The phone app was officially online. 1,000,000 deity weapons. There were offline caching, quality recommendations, update notifications and other functions, allowing the user to read novels anytime and anywhere without wasting data. Client download Wanbanheiji. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 2009. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Yuan Wilderness Impasse, Yin Yang Valley. Love Go Little Sage. W. Chuan Star and Moon woke up from her cultivation. She was surprised to find her husband, whom she had been missing day and night. Her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears. She hugged Fang Chen tightly, as if they were the only two left in the world. Brother Chen, I don't want to be separated from you anymore, Star and Moon said softly. Star and Moon had always given people the impression that she was cold and not good with words. Her expression and thoughts were hidden deep in her heart. Therefore, people who didn't know her well would feel that she had an unapproachable aura. However, the fact that she could say such words with such a personality was enough to prove how much Star and Moon missed Fang Chen. Fang Chen hugged Star and Moon and gently stroked Star and Moon's hair. He said softly, "Don't worry, we will never be separated." Outside Yin Yang Valley, the white-bearded old man and old Kuei looked at each other. The white-bearded old man said proudly, "Old Kuei, what do you think? You didn't expect this, right? So what if you took in a disciple? In the end, didn't you get abducted into our Wuji sword sect? Ha!" Seeing the white-bearded old man gloating, old Kuei rolled his eyes at him. "Old White, do you not want to continue living in this Yuan wilderness impasse?" He had bickered with old Kuei for so many years, but he had rarely seen old Kuei suffer. Seeing old Kuei's current expression, the white-bearded old man laughed. In the end, old Kuei ignored the white-bearded old man. The latter also stopped laughing and changed the topic to Star and Moon and Fangchen. "Old Kuei, what do you think?" the white-bearded old man asked. "Aren't you asking the obvious? How can I compare to your Wuji sword sect when it comes to nurturing disciples?" Old Kuei said angrily. That was indeed the case. Although the white-bearded old man's cultivation level had dropped to the God-Emperor realm due to the severe injuries he had suffered countless years ago, the white-bearded old man's cultivation level had dropped to the God-Emperor realm. Nevertheless, he was once a genuine cosmos god. In terms of understanding of martial arts, old Kuei couldn't compare to him. During these years, the white-bearded old man had always been exchanging cultivation experiences with old Kuei. He wanted to return to the cosmos god realm. This was also the reason why old Kuei allowed the white-bearded old man and the others to live in the primordial wilderness. He needed the white-bearded old man's valuable experience. The old man's mind contained all sorts of ancient records of the Wuji sword sect. The insights of an expert were very important to old Kuei. "You're still the same. You haven't changed at all." The white-bearded old man sighed. Time had passed, but his good friend, old Kuei, had not changed at all. This made the white-bearded elder feel gratified. At least in this lonely miniature universe, he still had a close friend. "You haven't changed either." Although the two of them often bickered, they were very clear about their friendship. "Alright, let's get down to business. What do you think are the chances of them breaking through dual cultivation?" the white-bearded old man asked. Actually, dual cultivation was very beneficial to the mysterious Yin Phoenix body. But to Fangchen, he did not know. That was why he asked old Kuei. After all, the latter had a deep understanding of the mysterious Yin Phoenix body. Other than the former God Emperor Mysterious Phoenix, no one could compare with her. Old Kuei pondered for a moment after hearing that. The two of them are husband and wife. Their hearts are connected. If they were to dual cultivate, Fang Chun could rely on the mysterious Yin Phoenix body to raise his cultivation. And Star and Moon could also absorb the Cosmos God aura from Fang Chun. This is a win-win situation. I agree. Since old Kuei said so, the white-bearded old man naturally did not have any objections. Alright, then you should go and tell them. The white-bearded old man chuckled. "You? I know you will be like this." Old Kuei helplessly shook his head. If Fang Chun, who was in the Yinyang Valley, knew that these two undying old men were actually researching if he could raise his cultivation by dual cultivating with his wife, he would definitely be infuriated. On the stone platform in the valley, Fang Chun and Star and Moon snuggled together. As long as the two of them were together, it was as if they owned the entire world. Fang Chun hoped that such beautiful times could last forever. But it's a pity that good times did not last long. Just as the two of them were being lovey-dovey, old Kuei's appearance interrupted their actions. Star and Moon lowered her head awkwardly. Her face was slightly red. And Fang Chun looked at the two of them with slight annoyance. I just discussed with Old White. Dual cultivating with Fang Chun will allow you to raise your cultivation at the fastest speed. Who knows, you might even break through to the God Emperor realm. Old Kuei said frankly. Teacher, hearing that, Star and Moon felt even more awkward. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Fang Chun was somewhat unhappy. Didn't they say they wanted to come up with a cultivation plan for him? They wanted him to dual cultivate with one of them? Damn, if that's the case, why would they still need you? This daddy doesn't know how to do it? Fang Chen, don't be anxious. Listen to old Kuei slowly. The white-bearded old man said. Fang Chen nodded. His gaze landed on old Kuei. Firstly, the dual cultivation I'm talking about isn't just a simple dual cultivation. It's a profound dual cultivation. The first sentence of old Kuei directly made Fang Chen have the impulse to vomit blood. Old Undying, do you dare to be more straightforward? Deep-level dual cultivation? How could you even say such shameless words like that? And your expression doesn't change? Are you pretending to be calm? There are countless resources in the Yuan desolate land. To truly break through to the God-Emperor realm, you have to depend on yourselves. Old Kuei continued. I can arrange an extremely unique environment for the two of you, allowing the two of you to cultivate together. This time, old Kuei finally spoke in a more tactful and reserved manner. Can't we just follow the path of my teacher Gu Yuan? Fang Chen asked. Your thinking is too simple. Gu Yuan could become a cosmos god in the past partly due to luck. Furthermore, when the white-bearded old man said this, a fervent look appeared on his face. Fang Chen could feel a strand of admiration in the eyes of the white-bearded old man. What did this mean? Admiration for his teacher Gu Yuan? No matter what, the white-bearded old man was once a cosmos god. Furthermore, he was a member of the Unbounded Sword sect in the Primal Chaos Void. Why would he admire his teacher? There must be some inside story. Speaking of your teacher Gu Yuan, he is indeed a talent. Furthermore, his courage is something ordinary people can't compare with. Even the cosmos gods in the Unbounded Sword sect can't compare with him. The white-bearded old man said solemnly. Amen. Actually, Gu Yuan had already become a cosmos god before this cosmos epoch. It's just that he fell during the process of exploring the primal chaos void. The white-bearded old man said, but every time before your teacher fell, he would condense his life's effort into a sword Dao seed. Only after his true body fell would the sword Dao seed transform, eventually possessing the consciousness of your teacher Gu Yuan. What is going on? Fang Chen felt puzzled. Becoming a cosmos god in the miniature cosmos is an amazing matter. Your teacher Gu Yuan did it. He left the miniature cosmos to explore the primal chaos void. He understood the dangers of the primal chaos void and did not wish to fall. Hence, every cosmos epoch, he would condense a sword Dao seed before leaving. This sword Dao seed would start transforming in the next cosmos epoch after he fell. The reason why I admire your teacher is because of this. The white-bearded old man said. Old Kuei could not help but say from the side, most cosmos gods could condense a martial Dao seed to complete the transformation. After many years, they would rely on the martial Dao seed to revive. But they don't have the courage like Gu Yuan. Because the moment they chose to condense a martial Dao seed, they might not be able to reach the peak of their cultivation realm. In the future, it's very likely that you won't be able to reach your peak state when you were alive. If that's the case, everything will be meaningless. The white-bearded old man said. But there are some martial fanatics in the primal chaos void who would use this method to resolve their worries before venturing into dangerous places. The white-bearded old man continued, your teacher's talent is outstanding enough. Over several cosmos epochs, the sword Dao seed he left behind had transformed successfully, eventually becoming a cosmos god. But it's a pity that he would fall every time he ventured into the primal chaos void. Until this cosmos epoch, when your teacher met with a bottleneck and came to the Yuan desolate land, I helped him break through. But after so many years, there has been no news of him. It is most likely that he has fallen. The degree of danger in the primal chaos void was too high. This, Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Who would have thought that his teacher Gu Yuan was so heaven-defying? According to the theory of reincarnation, he had cultivated to the cosmos god realm in several lifetimes. The novel app that everyone has been waiting for is online. The app supports offline reading. There are no advertisements. More than 1 million novels can be read for free. Font and brightness adjustment, night mode, memory of reading progress, and many other powerful functions. Download method. Gedjejengsen, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 2010. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Sagnet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. In the end, under the earnest persuasion of the white-bearded old man and old Kuei, Fang Chen agreed to the cultivation plan they had planned for him. Love go little say, Chu Fang Chen was a little repulsed by outsiders interfering in the bedroom matters between him and his wife. But Star and Moon's words made Fang Chen throw this matter to the back of his mind. Brother Chen, I want a child that belongs to us. Hearing Star and Moon's words, Fang Chen nodded without hesitation. It was only now that he realized that he had been apart from his wife more than he had spent time with her all these years. He owed her too much. Star and Moon lowered her head. Her face was slightly red as she leaned on Fang Chen's shoulder. At this moment, old Kuei came to Fang Chen's side and said, I've rearranged the Yin-Yang Valley. You can go in now. Oh right, after you enter, the Yin-Yang Valley will be completely integrated into the void. Without your permission, Old White and I will not be able to see it. Before old Kuei left, he specially explained, afraid that Fang Chen would have other thoughts. Hearing that, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Then his gaze landed on the Yin-Yang Valley in the distance. He held his wife Star and Moon's small white hand tightly and entered the valley step by step. Voila! Yin-Yang Valley was the core of the Yuan desolate land. There was an extremely dense energy here that was very suitable for cultivation. And this time, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man went all out in order to nurture the two of them into cosmos gods. They transferred all the law energy in the entire Yuan desolate land to Yin-Yang Valley. It could be said that the current Yin-Yang Valley was like a world of its own. There were laws operating inside. It was just that the law operation here was too different from the law operation in the deity world. At most, it was a very special space. Yin-Yang Valley had a strong flow of time. This was specially prepared for Fang Chen by the two. After Fang Chen and Star and Moon entered Yin-Yang Valley, a huge change occurred in the valley. The entire valley was enveloped by a strange aura and disappeared into the void. Dong. The commotion in the Yin-Yang Valley caused the Yuan desolate impasse to tremble. Standing on the wasteland, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were full of smiles as they watched the Yin-Yang Valley gradually disappear. Cultivating both the mysterious Yin Phoenix body and the perfect sword body is definitely the best way to cultivate, old Kuei said to himself. He was quite excited. That's right. After this round of cultivation, both of them might be able to reach the Emperor God realm, the white-bearded old man said. Yin-Yang Valley, on the stone platform. Fang Chen and Star and Moon sat cross-legged on the stone platform, looking at each other. You are very beautiful, Fang Chen said with a smile. When Star and Moon heard this, she became even more shy. She turned around and stopped staring at Fang Chen. The latter's hands were already on Star and Moon's body, groping it up and down. It's time to have a child of our own. After saying this, Fang Chen directly pressed his body on Star and Moon, pressing the latter onto the stone platform. Whoosh! The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. In the entire Yin-Yang Valley, the rich power of rules poured into the stone platform crazily, wrapping the two of them in the middle. At this moment, the two of them wished they could melt each other and fuse their primordial spirits together. Time passed quickly. Fang Chen and Star and Moon spent a total of 3 years cultivating this time. In these 3 years, the two of them benefited a lot through the dual cultivation. Especially Star and Moon, her cultivation had increased to the half-step Emperor God realm. Her attack power was comparable to a second-stage Emperor God expert. If she fully activated the mysterious Yin Phoenix body, her attack power would be even stronger. On Xing Yu's body, there was already a faint shadow of Emperor God Xian Feng. Compared to Star and Moon's improvement, Fang Chen's improvement was more obvious. Firstly, it was the improvement of his primordial spirit. When the two of them opened their hearts and fused their primordial spirits together, the improvement of his soul Tao energy exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. His primordial spirit, which was originally at the half-step fourth origin realm, had reached the peak in just 3 years. He was just one step away from entering the fourth origin realm. And once his primordial spirit reached the fourth origin realm, it meant that Fang Chen's combat power was comparable to that of a cosmos god. The improvement of his primordial spirit was naturally accompanied by the improvement of his soul Tao cultivation. His soul cultivation level jumped from the peak middle stage true god realm to the peak late stage true god realm. According to the conversion of the deity world, the peak late stage true god realm was equivalent to the third stage, which was the standard of an emperor god. Of course, it did not mean that Fang Chen's combat power was comparable to that of an emperor god. That was impossible. Firstly, even though his soul cultivation level had increased, there was still a certain gap between him and an emperor god. Secondly, he did not have a matching soul Tao divine technique, so his attack power was still weak. Dong. The golden heart beat rapidly. Suddenly, dense sword-shaped runes appeared all over Fang Chen's body. It was also at this time that Star and Moon opened her eyes. Mysterious Yin energy surged out from her snow-white body and condensed into a mysterious Yin armor. Seeing this, Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately understood that this should be the result of the fusion of the mysterious Yin Phoenix body and the perfect sword body. The perfect sword body is becoming stronger. Fang Chen could feel that the perfect sword body had broken through the bottleneck in a short period of time and continued to improve. What a powerful fleshy body! The energy in Fang Chen's body was dissipating. At the same time, Star and Moon's mysterious Yin Phoenix body was also transforming. Suddenly, a resplendent light shot out from Star and Moon's body. This light then turned into the shadow of a phoenix. The fiery red phoenix let out a resonant cry. Beside it was a gigantic sword that shocked the heavens. The fiery red phoenix opened its mouth and spat out raging flames. It directly surrounded the giant sword and finally held it in its claws. Dong. At this moment the whole world shook. Dual cultivation had also reached the peak. The shaking was very loud. Fang Chen and Star and Moon were also enjoying the pleasure of dual cultivation. For 3 years they often dual cultivated. But this time, the dual cultivation was particularly comfortable and gave people a special feeling. After a long time, the shaking of the world disappeared. The fiery red phoenix and the giant sword also drilled into their bodies. Fang Chen and Star and Moon opened their eyes and looked at each other tenderly. Then, Fang Chen hugged Star and Moon. Brother Chen. On this day, Star and Moon said that they would stop dual cultivation. At first, Fang Chen didn't understand why. But when he found out, he was extremely excited. Am I going to be a father too? Fang Chen was so excited that he directly jumped up on the stone platform. If people outside saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Even the powerful godly emperor of destruction who could fight against the godly emperor would lose his composure like this. After a while, Fang Chen calmed down and directly hugged Fang Chen. Thank you. Brother Chen, we finally have a child. Star and Moon was pregnant, so the dual cultivation naturally ended. According to Old Kuei, Fang Chen controlled Yin-Yang Valley to appear from the void. Dong. Yin-Yang Valley returned to its original position, and the terrifying restriction around it disappeared in an instant. How was it? Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man had been waiting. When they saw Yin-Yang Valley appear, they hurriedly turned into afterimages and entered the valley. At this time, Fang Chen and Star and Moon had already packed up and walked down the stone platform together. Have you broken through? The white-bearded old man hurriedly asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Old Kuei also frowned slightly. If you haven't broken through, why did you stop the plan? What's going on? Yu is pregnant, Fang Chen said. The white-bearded old man and old Kuei, who were about to teach Fang Chen a lesson, were also stunned. Immediately the two were ecstatic. Ha ha ha, great news! Yes, the combination of the mysterious Phoenix body and the perfect sword body. How talented will the child be? I'm really looking forward to it. At the level of Fang Chen and Star and Moon, the child would most likely inherit their genes. Therefore, if the parent's potential was strong, the child's potential would not be too weak. You should rest well and recuperate, old Kuei said. Fang Chen, since we can't continue the dual cultivation, let's continue with the next stage of cultivation. The white-bearded old man said, but before that, I want to see how you've been doing in the past 3 years. The effect is not bad. My primordial spirit almost reached the 4th origin realm. My soul cultivation has also reached the peak of the late-stage true God realm. Fang Chen said, now, even if I face the 10 strongest divine emperors, I can escape unscathed. The latest app for the official mobile phone reader is on the shelves. It's updated daily with a huge amount of novel content. It's small in size, saves traffic, and has no advertisement. It's more convenient to find novels. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the mobile app. Chapter 2011. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. The dual cultivation in the Yuan desolate land had a huge harvest, comparable to 100 years of bitter cultivation by himself. Of course, other than Star and Moon's mysterious Phoenix body, old Kuei had given him all the resources in the entire Yuan desolate land. This was also a very important reason. After hearing Fang Chen's words, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were very happy. Even though it did not reach their expectations, at least his strength was comparable to that of a god emperor. Furthermore, he was only a god emperor now. If he broke through to the God Emperor realm, he might be able to fight against a cosmos god. Thinking of this, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were secretly delighted. Let's go. The second phase of training has just begun. The white-bearded old man said softly. The group of 3 then left. Star and Moon was arranged by their teacher, old Kuei, to rest on the stone platform in the Yinyang Valley. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man brought Fang Chen to a public square. What is the second phase of training? Fang Chen asked curiously. After the first phase of training, he was even more curious about what kind of surprise old Kuei and the white-bearded old man would bring him. He had been stuck in the God Emperor realm for a very long time. If he could break through to the God Emperor realm, he would be able to protect himself the next time he returned to the deity world. During your dual cultivation with Yu, your perfect sword body has mutated. I've discussed it with old Bai. What we need to do now is to completely forge your mutated perfect sword body into the strongest physique. Old Kuei said. Don't underestimate our forging this time. Your perfect sword body has mutated, and your fleshy body's defense has strengthened a lot, but it hasn't reached the level of a god emperor yet. This tempering is very important to you. The white-bearded old man said earnestly, wait till you cultivate your perfect sword body to the level of a supreme emperor god. At that time, you will be qualified to challenge a supreme emperor god. How do I temper it? Fang Chen's eyes brightened and he hurriedly asked. He also felt the transformation of his perfect sword body, giving him an indescribable feeling. But old Kuei and the white-bearded old man guessed wrong. His perfect sword body was much stronger than what they had imagined. Voila! The white-bearded old man waved his hand and a puppet appeared on the square. The puppet had a long sword in its hand. You have to fight the puppets continuously until you destroy them. The white-bearded old man said, these puppets are all God Emperor puppets. We will gradually increase the number of puppets according to your actual combat situation. You will pass the second stage of the test, when you can destroy 128 puppets in one go. God Emperor Realm Puppet? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the puppets in the square. As expected of an elder of the Limitless Sword sect, he could casually take out a God Emperor puppet. If this happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause a storm in the God realm. Rivers of blood would flow, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Alright, let's begin. Fang Chen nodded and walked to the square. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man laughed as they discussed. Old Kuei, how long do you think Fang Chen will take to deal with this first puppet? Old Kuei pondered for a moment and then said, God Emperor Realm puppets don't need to defend. They can attack with all their might. Moreover, the sword principle divine skill is very strong. If Fang Chen wants to deal with it, he will need at least 15 minutes. This was Old Kuei's conservative estimate. After all, Fang Chen was only a God Emperor. I don't think it will take 15 minutes. The white-bearded old man expressed his opinion. Let's begin. Old Kuei suddenly said. The puppet on the square suddenly waved the long sword in its hand. Unimaginable sword light cut through the sky and slashed towards Fang Chen's body. Let's test my physical strength. Fang Chen thought to himself when he saw the ferocious attack. He stood motionless on the square and waited quietly for the powerful sword light to slash towards him. A love go shao say w chupuchi. The sword light slashed on Fang Chen's body. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin circulated, and the terrifying power crushed the sword light. Too weak. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man nodded with satisfaction. The attack of an ordinary Emperor God Realm puppet could not cause any harm to Fang Chen. After knowing his physical defense, Fang Chen began to counterattack the puppet. However, what surprised the white-bearded old man and Old Kuei was that Fang Chen's attack seemed to have deliberately avoided the puppet's vital point and used the puppet as a training target. However, what they did not know was, when Fang Chen saw the Emperor God Realm puppet, he had another idea in his mind. That was to capture all of these Emperor God Realm puppets and give them to Qing Ho. After about an hour, Fang Chen finally figured out the puppet's weakness. It's time, Fang Chen said to himself. Immediately, he leaped and used the illusory demon book of time and merged into the void. When he appeared again, his finger was already pointing at the puppet's armpit. Suddenly, the puppet stood on the ground and stopped attacking. Keep! Fang Chen shouted and kept the puppet into his summer ring. This, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were puzzled and asked, What do you want these puppets for? He was already stronger than the puppet. Why would he want them? They were useless. I have a brother who specializes in puppetry. I want to capture these puppets and give them to him. Fang Chen grinned and said, You guys don't have any objections, right? I see. The white-bearded old man nodded and said, These puppets are useless to me. In the Limitless Sword sect, they are even worse than trash. Take them if you want. Hearing this, Fang Chen curled his lip. The Emperor God Realm puppets that could cause a huge commotion in the divine world were even worse than trash in the Limitless Sword sect. Voila! The second wave of puppets increased to 2. However, Fang Chen had already mastered the method to subdue the puppet. He easily kept the 2 puppets into his summer ring. Just like that, he fought the puppets continuously. In just 6 hours, Fang Chen had collected a large number of puppets. And at this moment, the number of puppets had increased to 64. Fang Chen finally felt a strand of pressure, because when 64 puppets attacked together, their combat power had already reached the level of a supreme God Emperor. They were many times stronger than the God Emperor of Death. Fang Chen could still resist against such attack, but it was slightly troublesome to subdue them. Outside the plaza, the white-bearded old man and Old Kuei had been paying close attention. Fang Chen's fleshy body is stronger than what we imagined. Old Kuei indifferently said. That's right. This brat is really outstanding. A miniature cosmos could actually produce such a heavenly genius. With his potential, if he was in the limitless sword sect, he would have long become a cosmos god. The white-bearded old man sighed. After countless epochs, he finally met a true heavenly genius. Even though the 64 puppets are slightly troublesome for him, he can still handle them. Old Kuei continued, the crucial point is the final wave, the 128 puppets. Only then can he truly temper his fleshy body. The more I interact with him, the more I feel that this brat has a higher chance of becoming a cosmos god. The white-bearded old man said. He was once a cosmos god. Even though his realm had fallen, his foresight was still unique. Magic Dragon Sky Destroying Sword. Fang Qin executed the Magic Dragon Sky Destroying Sword. With a xiao sound, a terrifying sword light formed an enormous black dragon in the sky. With a crafty angle, it struck the weak point of a puppet. At that moment, Fang Qin kept it into his sumer ring. Continue. In the following period, Fang Qin began his crazy battle. Naturally, the deity world did not know what was happening in the Yuan desolate land. During these 3 years, the deity world had become much more peaceful. But on this day, a terrifying aura engulfed the entire deity world, causing a huge tremor. South Tomb Sword Palace Master, God Emperor Swordless had exited his closed-door cultivation. The projections of the 9 supreme God Emperors descended at the same time. They wanted to confirm if God Emperor Swordless had broken through. He hasn't, but the aura on his body has become much stronger. It gives me a profound feeling. God Emperor Swordless isn't simple. The projections of the 9 supreme God Emperors were conversing with each other in secret. At the same time, they let out a sigh of relief. God Emperor Swordless had not broken through, and the balance of the deity world would not be broken. God Emperor Swordless looked up at the sky. He glanced at the 9 projections before his gaze landed on the battle sword manor. Death, what is happening? That thick voice of God Emperor Swordless could be heard. It shook the hearts of people. Important notice of this website. This website's free novel app has no advertisements, no errors, and members can synchronize with their bookshelves. The text size can be adjusted, and the reading brightness can be adjusted for a better reading experience. Appsid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2012. Genius Remembers Love in 1 second/small? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Emperor God Swordless was the master of South Tomb Sword Palace and one of the 10 strongest emperor gods. He was also the only emperor god in the divine world who practiced the way of the sword. His attainments in the way of the sword had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, the reason why Emperor God Swordless was worshipped was because of his ability to teach his disciples. 3 emperor gods in one sect, this was not an exaggeration. Black Emperor and Death Emperor were the 2 disciples that Emperor God Swordless was most proud of. They were also the ones that he valued the most. They had hopes of entering the 3rd level and becoming the strongest emperor gods. At that time, South Tomb Sword Palace would be above the other 6 forces and become the true overlord of the divine world. However, Emperor God Swordless had just come out of seclusion and noticed that something was wrong with Death Emperor. Master, please uphold justice for junior brother. Black Emperor cupped his fist and said loudly to Emperor God Swordless, Emperor God of Destruction has the fighting power of an emperor god. Therefore, Emperor God of Destruction took back what he said about not attacking Fang Qin. Junior was eager to take revenge, who would have thought? The Black Emperor's voice was filled with rage. Death's doppelganger was destroyed by Fang Qin? Emperor God Swordless' voice was filled with a shocking aura. Fang Qin was the mastermind and he had other helpers, Black Emperor said. Death Emperor knelt on the ground and did not say a word. He was asking his master to take revenge for him. Damn it! Emperor God Swordless' voice was calm but it was filled with shock. He looked up and looked at the bone progenitor's projection in the void. Bone progenitor, give me an explanation. The bone progenitor's projection spread out his hands and said, Swordless, your disciple is a second-level emperor god, but he wanted to deal with my disciple, a divine emperor. His doppelganger was destroyed and he deserved it. My disciple's whereabouts are still unknown. Who am I going to take revenge on? Bone progenitor looked at Emperor God Swordless angrily. Good, very good. Emperor God Swordless said twice. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the void. Rumble! A shocking power surged from Emperor God Swordless' palm. He grabbed the air with his hand and tore the void apart. Crack! Ancestor Bone's face was filled with disdain. However, when he felt Emperor God Swordless attack, his expression changed greatly and he retreated rapidly. What? Bone Progenitor used space-time cultivation system power to travel through the void and dodged Emperor God of Swordless' attack. At this moment, the projections of the other 8 ultimate Emperor Gods looked solemn as they stared at Emperor God Swordless. His strength? The God Emperor of Time involuntarily cried out. He forced Ancestor Bone to retreat with a single move. Although the fight had happened in the blink of an eye, the strongest Emperor Gods at the scene had seen it clearly. God Emperor Swordless' strength completely surpassed Ancestor Bone. If not for the fact that Zhang Xian was adept at traversing through spacetime, he might have already been struck. God of course. God of Destruction God Emperor looked at Emperor God of Swordless. The other God Emperors were shocked to see 3 flowers formed by sword chi above Emperor God of Swordless' head. 3 flowers at one's crown. This was the sign of primordial spirit level 4. The 9 God Emperors were shocked. They looked at Emperor God of Swordless in disbelief. Swordless, has your primordial spirit reached level 4? God of Creation God Emperor asked after a long while. That's right. Emperor God of Swordless looked at Bone Progenitor again. Give me an explanation. It was the same words, but the meaning was different from before. Bone Progenitor's heart was heavy. If it was before, he wouldn't be afraid of Emperor God of Swordless. But now, Emperor God of Destruction's strength was on par with, or even stronger than God of Destruction. My disciple has also fallen. Bone Progenitor shook his head. If that's the case, Emperor God of Swordless was halfway through his sentence. Then, a huge black sword appeared in his hand. Kill! Emperor God of Swordless roared. The huge sword in his hand was a supreme true god weapon. He slashed at Bone Progenitor. The latter's face changed and he retreated quickly. Enough! At this moment, God of Destruction made his move. A terrifying aura of destruction circled around the giant sword and blocked the attack of the giant sword. Destruction, what do you mean by this? The current Emperor God of Swordless was God of Destruction. Back then, his plan was foiled by Feng Chen. He chased after Feng Chen but was stopped by God of Destruction. Emperor God of Swordless was resentful of God of Destruction. Swordless, although you're strong, it's not the time for internal strife. However, now is not the time for internal strife. When holy light religion is destroyed, I will not intervene no matter what you do. That's right, Swordless. Your disciple only lost a clone. Bone Progenitor's disciple has fallen. Let's leave it at that for the time being. Holy light religion is ready to make a move. Religion Master might appear soon. We should work together to fight against holy light religion. Under the persuasion of the few Emperor Gods, Emperor God of Swordless finally kept his huge black sword. For their sake, I won't argue with you. However, after holy light religion is destroyed, I will go to Sky Bone Palace to seek justice, Emperor God of Swordless said coldly. Humph! Bone Progenitor snorted and didn't say anything else. Emperor God of Swordless' gaze shifted to God of Destruction. Destruction, you have always been one of the 10 strongest Emperor Gods. However, I, Swordless, am not convinced. Emperor God of Swordless voice reverberated through the entire South Tomb Sword Palace. When the disciples heard it, they were excited beyond words. Then let's fight, God of Destruction said simply. Boom! In the clouds above South Tomb Sword Palace, God of Destruction and Emperor God of Swordless were fighting. The surrounding was covered by violent energy. Even Bone Progenitor and the rest couldn't see the situation clearly. They only knew that Emperor God of Swordless had become stronger. After a long time, a deafening sound was heard. The figures of Emperor God of Swordless and God of Destruction landed in South Tomb Sword Palace. From today onwards, Emperor God of Swordless will be one of the 10 strongest Emperor Gods. Saying that, the projection of God of Destruction dissipated. Everyone cried out in alarm. They looked at Emperor God of Swordless with fear. Swordless, late-stage regret. The projection of the Emperor God disappeared after a moment. Congratulations, teacher, your strength has improved greatly. Black Emperor and God of Death Emperor hurriedly cupped their fists and congratulated. The expression of Emperor God of Swordless eased slightly. He glanced at his 2 disciples and said, "Rest assured, I won't forget the enmity between the 2 of you. The most important thing now is to eliminate Holy Light religion. After that, my South Tomb Sword Palace will unify the divine world. By then, we will absorb the resources of the entire divine world and help the 3 of us step into the cosmos God realm." Emperor God of Swordless' exit from closed-door cultivation directly affected the structure of the divine world. His domineering performance made the Sky Bone Palace slightly worried. But since things had already reached this stage, there was no other way. What should come would eventually come. In the Yuan Desolate Land, the second-last wave of puppets had already been collected by Feng Chen. Currently, Feng Chen was dealing with the final wave of puppets. There were a total of 128 puppets. Even though they are all ordinary God Emperor puppets, when 128 of them work together, their offensive power is quite formidable. Feng Chen was speechless inwardly. He was constantly traversing through time-space to avoid being surrounded by the puppet. As long as I am not surrounded by a large number of puppets, I am quite confident, Feng Chen said. In the following period, he was dealing with the puppets with his bare hand. Pung pung pung. Every time he smashed out a fist, he would feel comfortable. Outside the plaza, the white-bearded old man and old Kuei were watching with a smile. This brat's potential has yet to be fully excavated. Old Kuei said. That's right. This is the final wave of puppets, yet he can still handle it with ease. If we are at the same realm, I am ashamed of my inferiority, the white-bearded old man said. During this period of time, they had personally witnessed the battle between Feng Chen and the puppet. There were a total of 7 waves of puppet. The first 6 waves were almost effortless as they passed through in one breath. Only in the 7th wave did he finally encounter some pressure. However, with pressure came motivation. Feng Chen's perfect sword body was gradually completing its final transformation. Hiss hiss hiss. The sword-shaped runes flowed on his body. Feng Chen could feel that he seemed to be able to communicate with the power within each sword-shaped rune. What a wonderful feeling! In the past, when he used the perfect sword body, he would only use brute force. But in the battle with the puppets, Feng Chen finally discovered the mystery of the sword-shaped runes. The seemingly small sword-shaped runes actually contain such a huge amount of power. If I can communicate with all the sword-shaped runes in place, the explosive power will definitely be shocking. Important notice: our free novel app has no ads, no errors, synchronized bookshelves with members, text size adjustment, reading brightness adjustment, better reading experience. Appsid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2013. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Was there anything better than having an Emperor God puppet as a sparring partner? Feng Chen naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. He was desperately trying to communicate with the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin. He had a feeling that if he could completely communicate with them, his physical strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, he might have a chance to peek into the Emperor God realm. Rumble. Even if it was a God Emperor realm puppet, it couldn't withstand Fang Chen's physical strength alone. As time passed, Fang Chen was gradually able to deal with the 128 Emperor God puppet. It was just that he hadn't subdued them yet. I still feel like I'm missing something. Now, he only needed an opportunity to communicate with the sword-shaped runes. If he could enter a state of epiphany, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, this state could only be encountered by chance. Fang Chen persisted in fighting the Emperor God puppet. He had already entered a state of madness. However, at this moment there was good news. Star and Moon, who had been pregnant for 10 months, was finally going to give birth. What? You is going to give birth? Fang Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately rushed into Yinyang Valley. On the stone platform, Star and Moon's belly was very big. It was bulging. She had a pained expression on her face. Although she was a true god, she could still feel the pain of childbirth. Are you okay? Fang Chen rushed to the stone platform and held Star and Moon's belly. Brother Chen, I feel like our child is coming out, Star and Moon said, panting. Don't worry, in fact, this was the first time Fang Chen had encountered such a situation. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Fortunately, Star and Moon was relatively calm. After all, she was a true god. Ordinary people couldn't compare to her. With Fang Chen's help, the child in her belly gradually came out of the mother's womb. Outside Yinyang Valley, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man stood anxiously. At a glance, the surroundings of Yinyang Valley were pitch black. They couldn't see anything. I wonder what's going on inside. Old Kuei paced back and forth anxiously. Old Kuei, why are you in such a hurry? No matter what, your disciple is still a true god. It's just giving birth to a child. Nothing will happen, the white-bearded old man consoled. Old Kuei glared at the white-bearded old man and said, Old Bai, I'm not worried about you. I'm just curious what kind of monster the child born from the combination of the perfect sword body and the profound Yin Phoenix body is. The white-bearded old man laughed when he heard this. Actually, he was also quite curious in his heart. Wow. The silence of the Yuan Huang impasse was instantly broken by a cry. Yes. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man rushed into the Yinyang Valley almost immediately. At this time, Star and Moon was in good condition. She sat on the stone platform with some sweat on her forehead, but it didn't affect her body at all. At the side, Fang Chen looked at the baby in his hand lovingly. She had a chubby face and thick eyebrows. She looked like the Star and Moon. How is it? Old Kuei rushed to the stone platform and asked about Star and Moon's situation. Then, he snatched the baby from Fang Chen's hand. Ha ha ha, this child is not simple, Old Kuei laughed. The white-bearded old man also moved his face closer and looked at the baby carefully. After a long time, he and Old Kuei looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Brother Chen, is it a boy or a girl? Star and Moon asked softly. It's a girl, Fang Chen said. At this time, Fang Chen also saw the shock on Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man's faces. He hurriedly asked, Seniors, what's wrong? Fang Chen, your daughter is not simple, Old Kuei said. Not only is she not simple, but she's also a godlike existence. The white-bearded old man was amazed. Even as an elder of the Wuji sword sect, he had never seen such a monstrous baby. Your daughter has the cultivation of a godly king when she was just born. Most importantly, her body has combined the perfect sword body and the mysterious Yin Phoenix body, and it has undergone the greatest mutation, Old Kuei said. Fang Chen heard this and was shocked. He shrouded his daughter with his consciousness, and only then did he realize this. She's a godly king when she was just born? For a moment, Fang Chen was shocked. Actually, godly kings when they're just born are common in the chaos void. However, it's not common in the miniature universe. Of course, the reason I said your daughter is not simple is not because of this, but because of her heaven-defying special body constitution, the white-bearded old man said. He sorted out his thoughts slightly and said, when I was in the Wuji sword sect, I heard a legend. It is said that in the vast chaos void, there are countless monstrous geniuses. They are born with talents that ordinary people can't reach. Among them, there is a special body constitution that can take other people's talents for their own use. As time passes, their talents become all-encompassing and gradually improve. This special body constitution is called the myriad fusion body. It is truly rare in the chaos void. Even if the Wuji sword sect discovers this special body constitution, they will pay great attention to it. Because those who possess this body constitution will automatically step into the cosmos God realm when they reach adulthood. Furthermore, it's only a matter of time before they become existences beyond the cosmos God realm. This, Fang Chen felt shocked in his heart. His daughter's talent was so formidable. The myriad fusion body can take other people's talents for their own. It is too tyrannical. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The perfect sword body and the mysterious Yin Phoenix body are considered apex body constitutions in the miniature universe. Thus, the fusion of the two and the mutation resulted in the rare myriad fusion body. The starting point of these people is different from us. Their lowest achievement is to surpass the cosmos God realm, and they can easily create a miniature universe. The white-bearded old man continued. Fang Chen was not the only one who was shocked. As his mother, Xingyu was also completely shocked. It was so difficult for them to become cosmos gods even after risking their lives. And this myriad fusion body would automatically become a cosmos god after reaching adulthood. My daughter, Star and Moon's motherly love overflowed. Her eyes flickered as she looked at her precious daughter dotingly. Fang Chen woke up from his shock. He once again hugged his daughter with a brilliant smile on his face. Fang Chen, give the future empress a name. Old Kuei reminded him. Only then did Fang Chen remember that he had not prepared a name yet. You can name her. Fang Chen carried the child to Star and Moon and said with a smile. Star and Moon pondered for a moment before saying, Fang Shi, how about it? All right, let's name her Fang Shi. After deciding on the name, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man prepared to leave. Old Kuei reminded Star and Moon to take care of her body, and the white-bearded old man told Fang Chen how to take care of the future empress. Fang Chen, you should infuse more of your true god energy into little Shi-Er's body during normal times. She's still young, so she can't absorb true god energy on a large scale. This will help her grow. The white-bearded old man said. I know. After a busy morning, the white-bearded old man and Old Kuei finally left the Yin-Yang Valley. Haha, it's really painful. I didn't expect to see a fusion body in my life. The white-bearded old man was in a good mood. Fang Chen was a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. His daughter could be considered as half a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. Yes, I also saw it in the ancient books left by Master. I didn't expect to encounter it. Old Kuei sighed. However, I have to admire Fang Chen. His perfect sword body played a big role in it. Seeing little Shi-Er, I'm even more relieved. The hope of returning to the Limitless Sword sect is getting bigger and bigger. The white-bearded old man said. Old Kuei gently nodded. The two walked side by side in the Yuan Desolation Land. They were in a particularly good mood. Old Bai, Holy Light Religion seems to be preparing for the final battle. Suddenly, Old Kuei said. The Divine Realm should be able to deal with a mere Holy Light Religion. The white-bearded old man nodded. Don't forget about the methods of the Holy Light Religion leader. He has been hiding for so long. This time, he must have prepared everything when he comes out. Even though this matter has nothing to do with us, we have lived in this miniature cosmos for so long. We can't bear to see the miniature cosmos being destroyed. Old Kuei said. The white-bearded old man shook his head. He turned back to the Yin-Yang Valley. After a long time, he said solemnly, even though the Holy Light religion leader has strange methods, this is the best opportunity for Fang Chen to temper himself. If he could get through this stage, he would be half a step into the Cosmos God realm. Important notice: are you still using the web version to read novels? Are you still troubled by the advertisements? Out of you, please use the free novel app of this site. There are no advertisements, no errors, and members can synchronize with the bookshelf. The text size can be adjusted, and the reading brightness can be adjusted for a better reading experience. Appsid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2014. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Under the care of Fang Chen and Star and Moon, Little Shi-Er was growing rapidly. As time went by, Little Shi-Er's potential was gradually revealed. During this process, Fang Chen tempered his physical body while taking care of Little Shi-Er. In the process of transferring true God power to Little Shi-Er, Fang Chen realized that she was absorbing his potential on her own. Is this the terror of the all-fusion body? Fang Chen was speechless. The all-fusion body claimed to be able to absorb endless potential for one's own use. It was indeed terrifying. In the realm of gods, half a year after Emperor God Swordless came out of seclusion, an extremely shocking thing happened. Holy Light religion made a comeback and instantly started a war with the realm of God. On this day, the 10 strongest Emperor gods gathered together. Everyone, I believe you all know about the current situation in the realm of gods, right? Emperor God of Destruction said. Holy Light religion made a comeback. Although the final battle hadn't broken out yet, the 10 strongest Emperor gods knew about it. Since Holy Light religion dared to appear so unscrupulously, they must have a strong backing. According to their guess, the backing behind Holy Light religion must be the legendary master of Holy Light religion who had never shown himself. Holy Light religion has been hiding for so long. They are very patient. This time, a large-scale war suddenly broke out. I think they are going to have a final battle with the realm of gods, Bone Progenitor nodded. Now, the most dangerous one is the master of Holy Light religion. Once we find his trace, we must kill him as soon as possible, Emperor God of Time said. As long as the master of Holy Light religion was killed, the crisis that engulfed the entire realm of gods would naturally be resolved. All right, the 10 of us will act separately. Before the master of Holy Light religion appears, we will kill the remaining members of Holy Light religion who are scattered all over the place. Emperor God of Destruction nodded and said, if there is news of the master of Holy Light religion, inform us immediately. After a short discussion, the 10 strongest Emperor gods acted separately. Every strongest Emperor god was in charge of an area, in a certain city in the far north. Kill all of these humans for me. A group of Immortal Emperor realm powerhouses led the densely packed members of Holy Light religion to crazily kill the human powerhouses in the city. Ha ha ha, you ants, the divine world will eventually belong to our Holy Light temple. One figure after another fell into a pool of blood. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. Stop! Just as the remnants of the Holy Light religion were going around killing the powerful humans, the Bone Progenitor appeared. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying power enveloped the entire city. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The next moment, the city turned into ruins. All the remaining members of the Holy Light religion had fallen. The Bone Progenitor glanced at it and disappeared, heading to the next battlefield. Situations like this could be found everywhere in the God realm. Besides the 10 great Emperor gods, the Divine Emperor realm experts who had fought with Fang Chen before also took action. Although there were some grudges between them, however, in the face of such a powerful enemy, they still chose to work together. The Orc God clan's territory. The three Holy Sun were fighting against the remaining members of the Holy Light religion. You three must be elites of the God realm. Killing you can get a lot of military merit. On the opposite side, there were countless remaining members of the Holy Light religion. The strength of the leader was unfathomable. Even if the three Holy Sun joined forces, they could not fight against the Holy Light religion emperor. Big brother, what should we do? The two Holy Sun and the third Holy Sun looked anxious. The God Emperor of Destruction was not with the Beast God clan. They could only rely on their own strength to resist the Holy Light religion. Your Holy Light religion won't live for long. The first Holy Sun's face was gloomy. His body trembled and instantly turned into his original form. The huge python was suspended in the air, and a terrifying power instantly poured down. At the same time, the second and third Holy Sun also tried their best. Upon seeing this, the Holy Light religion's godly emperor sneered. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from his forehead, followed by the appearance of an eye. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from the third eye, causing people to tremble. Wherever the beam passed, the void collapsed. Not good, the aura of the God Emperor realm. When the third saint saw this, he shouted, "Oh no!" and immediately rushed to the front. "Big brother, second brother, you go first." The third Holy Sun looked up to the sky and roared. Immediately, he chose to self-destruct. The wild power hit the beam of light. Boom! The earth trembled. The self-destruction of the third Holy Sun consumed a lot of the power of the beam of light. Only a little power was left, and it shot toward the other two Holy Sun. Third brother. The two Holy Sun's eyes were scarlet, and they fell into a state of madness. "You will die too," the Holy Light religion emperor sneered. His third eye opened again, and a beam of light stronger than before appeared and shrouded the two of them. In an instant, the territory of the Beast God clan was filled with a sad atmosphere. The two Holy Suns struggled desperately, but to no avail. "It's useless." The Holy Light religion emperor laughed eerily and controlled the beam of light to kill the two Holy Sun. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distant horizon. "Kill." As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared. His body was full of vibrating power, and he resisted the attack of the terrifying beam of light. Bang! His body flew backward and he spat out blood. His face was pale. Wu-Ting? The first Holy Sun turned his head and found that the one who came to save them was the strongest warrior of the Immortal Divine Pavilion, Wu-Ting. The latter was hit by the beam of light and was severely injured. Everyone is responsible for killing the remaining members of the Holy Light religion. Wu-Ting struggled to stand up and said weakly, "Can you still fight?" The first Holy Sun wanted to say something polite, but in the end, he kept it in his heart. "Not yet," Wu-Ting said. "Well, then let's fight to the death." The first Holy Sun laughed. "Count me in." Suddenly, a black-robed figure walked out of the void. Her appearance caused Wu-Ting's pupils to shrink. Ling-Er. The person who came was the first reincarnation of the Reincarnation Palace, Miss Wang Ling. "You came out of the 10,000 reincarnation?" Wu-Ting asked hurriedly. Ling-Er walked over with light steps, smiled, and then gently nodded. "I just came out. It seems that I'm not late." "Humph, you came at the right time. I'll kill all of you." The Holy Light religion's godly emperor once again launched an attack. The two great holy children, the undead warrior Wu-Ting, and the first reincarnation Wang Ling-Er, these four young generation powerhouses joined forces to fight, erupting with terrifying offensive power. "I'll restrain her." Ling-Er's eyes flickered, and the power of the reincarnation law instantly shrouded the Holy Light religion emperor. How is this possible? The latter's body suddenly stiffened, and he cried out involuntarily, "Kill!" The other three frantically attacked the remaining members of the Holy Light religion. After a quarter of an hour, the remaining members of the Holy Light religion were killed. In this battle, Ling-Er contributed the most. The other three looked at each other, and then their eyes fell on Ling. The 10,000 reincarnation is indeed worthy of its reputation. Now you are the number one person under the God Emperor, Wu Ting said in a deep voice. Yes, Ling Er's strength is close to the God Emperor realm. It won't be long before she can step into the God Emperor realm. The first Holy Son also smiled. After this battle, they were no longer the same as before. Ling Er shook her head. There's one more person who is stronger than me. The three of them were silent. They knew that Ling Er was talking about Fong Qin. However, the God Emperor of Destruction had fallen in the sky. This was an indisputable fact. He won't fall. He will come back as a powerhouse. Ling Er pursed her lips, and her dark eyes looked at the distant sky as she murmured. The war broke out. Every corner was infiltrated by the remaining members of the Holy Light religion. The war was very tragic. Although the 10 most powerful God Emperors were extremely fast, and they constantly traveled back and forth from the battlefield, their energy was limited. However, their energy was limited after all, and many innocent humans still fell in a pool of blood. However, a month later, the nightmare had just begun. The God Emperor of Destruction had just killed a group of Holy Light religion's remaining members, and he was about to leave the city. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying power surged out from the ruined city. This is? The God Emperor of Destruction's eyes widened, and he shouted in horror. Whoosh! The ruins rose into the sky, and a terrifying aura emerged from the bottom of the ruins. In a moment, a blurry figure appeared. Ha ha ha, I'm finally back. Seeing this, the God Emperor of Destruction hurriedly sent a message. The Master of Holy Light Religion has appeared. Important notice. Our free novel app has no ads, no errors, synchronized bookshelves with members, text size adjustment, reading brightness adjustment, better reading experience. Appsid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2015. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The appearance of Holy Light Religion Master was like a gust of wind that spread to the ears of the other 9 Supreme God Emperors. What? Holy Light Religion Master has appeared? Hurry up. Destruction God, stop him first. We will head over soon. We must kill him. After transmitting the message to the 9 Supreme God Emperors, God Emperor Destruction went against Holy Light Religion Master alone. The latter was shrouded in a dark aura and his appearance could not be seen clearly. But God Emperor Destruction could feel an incomparably dangerous aura from him. This is, God Emperor Destruction's expression changed greatly. At this moment, Holy Light Religion Master saw him. Hee, you will be my first prey after I appear in the divine world. Holy Light Religion Master waved his hand. At that moment, a terrifying energy tore the sky apart, forming a terrifying black hole in the sky. Inside the black hole, an ancient aura surged out, giving people a kind of incomparable shock. Cosmos God Aura? God Emperor Destruction cried out. The law of destruction around him condensed into a battle axe. He used all his strength to hack at the black hole. Destruction Axe. Before God Emperor Swordless broke through, God Emperor Destruction was recognized as the strongest expert in the divine world. And now, even though he was suppressed by God Emperor Swordless, his attack was still strong. The power of this axe alone was enough to kill any expert at the 2nd level. Even the Supreme God Emperors did not dare to take on this axe head-on. Gotcha! When the axe formed by the power of the Destruction Rule power struck the black hole, a torrent of energy burst out. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was turned into ashes. And this was under the control of God Emperor Destruction. The destructive power of a battle between God Emperors was too strong. God Emperor Destruction could not guarantee the safety of those innocent humans. He could only try his best to minimize the losses. Dong! The destruction battle axe was swallowed by the black hole. God Emperor Destruction's body retreated rapidly. After stabilizing his body, his expression was unusually solemn. The strength of Holy Light Religion Master had exceeded his imagination. God Emperor Destruction is only SOSO. The gloomy voice of Holy Light Religion Master entered God Emperor Destruction's ears. Hoo. After a moment, the other Supreme God Emperors arrived. Destruction, are you all right? How is it? Where's the Pope of Holy Light? Other than God Emperor Swordless, all the other strongest God Emperors had come. The 9 of them stood side by side and stared at the Sacred Light Religion Master. What a terrifying aura! The Bone Progenitor stared at the Pope of Holy Light and said in a low voice. He could feel that the latter's aura was even scarier than Emperor God Swordless. He has yet to step into the Cosmos God realm, yet he possesses the aura of a Cosmos God. Sky Array God Emperor curled his lips. He felt helpless. Needless to say, the power of the Master of Holy Light had surpassed all of the strongest Emperor Gods. Next, there would be a tough battle to fight. Is everyone here? We can get rid of them in one go. The Sacred Light Religion Master said in a deep voice as dark aura swirled around him. Holy Light Religion Master, with us around, you can forget about conquering the divine world, God Emperor Destruction said. That's right. Although you are powerful, if we 9 great Emperor Gods join forces, we will definitely be able to subdue you. Boom. The body of the Sacred Light Religion Master emitted a terrifying aura. At this point, they could only fight. For my hometown, God Emperor Destruction roared. His body turned into a black stream of light as he charged towards the Sacred Light Religion Master. The other 8 great God Emperors moved at the same time. 9 great God Emperors working together was something rarely seen in the history of the divine world. Nevertheless, the Sacred Light Religion Master could easily defend against the attacks of everyone. Far away in the horizon, God Emperor Swordless stood amidst the clouds, calmly watching the intense battle. Behind him, God Emperor Death and Black Emperor stood side by side. Teacher, are you not going to act? Black Emperor asked after pondering for a moment. God Emperor Death also said, Teacher, that Sacred Light Religion Master is too powerful. Even if the 9 of them work together, they might not be able to suppress him. The eyes of God Emperor Swordless were calm. He had a deep smile on his face. The Sacred Light Religion Master has 1 foot in the Cosmos God realm. He is indeed stronger than me. But, saying until here, God Emperor Swordless paused for a moment before continuing, now is not the time for us to act. Amen? What does teacher mean? Black Emperor did not understand. I'll act when both parties are injured. Isn't that better? God Emperor Swordless chuckled. Hearing that, Black Emperor and God Emperor Death were stunned. They did not speak further. The location of the shocking battle was in the sky above the extreme eastern land. The destructive power of 9 great God Emperors attacking the Sacred Light Religion Master was too great. 1/3 of the vast extreme eastern land had already been sunk by their combined strength. The vast seawater in the eastern sea poured over and flooded the extreme eastern land. Voila! The eyes of God Emperor Time flashed. The flow of time around the Sacred Light Religion Master was reduced to the lowest. The movement of the latter had clearly become much slower. At the same time, God Emperor Space made use of his spatial techniques to turn the void around and prevent the Sacred Light Religion Master from escaping. And Bone Progenitor made use of his escaping techniques to penetrate through the void and sneak attack the Sacred Light Religion Master. God Emperor Destruction was the main attacker. He was fighting against the Sacred Light Religion Master head-on. God Emperor Creation was healing everyone as he fought. God Emperor Samsara unleashed a powerful Samsara divine skill. He wanted to pull the primordial spirit of the Sacred Light Religion Master into Samsara to get rid of him. The aura of arrays around God Emperor Sky Array flickered. He set up many top-notch arrays to seal off the surrounding space. At the same time, he exerted pressure on the sacred light religion master. God Emperor Taishu unleashed Taishu divine skill. He combined the power of nothingness and formed a powerful duo with Bone Progenitor to attack the vital parts of the sacred light religion master. As for the most mysterious Fate Emperor God, he had also displayed his powerful technique. The rules of destiny were illusory. Their attacking power was not high, but they were very strange. God Emperor Destiny opened his palm, and a wisp of power of rules of destiny appeared. He bit his finger gently and dripped a drop of blood on the power of rules of destiny. Suddenly, the power of rules of destiny changed. Then, it turned into a ray of flowing light and shot into the dark aura surrounding the sacred light religion master. Dong! There was an explosion. God Emperor Destiny stumbled a few steps back. Some blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The dark aura is too strong. My rules of destiny cannot penetrate it, God Emperor Destiny said with fear in his eyes. Ha ha ha, you can't do anything to me. Despite being attacked by 9 absolute God Emperors, the sacred light religion master was at ease. He laughed wildly and the dark aura around him became even more demonic. All of you have to die. I will rule the divine world. Don't even think about it. The 9 absolute God Emperors led by God Emperor Destruction looked at each other. Then, they unleashed their final trump card. There was an earth-shattering battle in the outside world. The easternmost land was penetrated. The land area of the entire divine world was reduced by a quarter. The cultivators of the divine world suffered great losses. Blood flowed like rivers and people were in a terrible situation. The battle of the absolute God Emperors in the sky above the easternmost land was still ongoing. In Yuan Wilderness, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were paying attention to the battle. As for Fang Chen and Star and Moon, they were unaware of it. In Yang Valley, on the stone platform, Fang Chen removed his hands from Xiao Shi-er's body. The latter's face was full of smiles. Brother Chen, how is it? Star and Moon walked over and carried Xiao Shi-er in her arms. There is a strong power hidden in Xiao Shi-er's body. I am trying to draw it out, Fang Chen said. Xiao Shi-er's growth speed was shocking. His myriad fusion body was too terrifying. It could even absorb the power of the golden heart. Buzz. Just as Brother Fang was talking, a complicated voice came from afar. Fang Chen stood up and said, take care of Xiao Shi-er. It's time for me to cultivate. Brother Chen, don't worry, Star and Moon said. Don't worry. I have a feeling that I will gain something this time. After saying that, Fang Chen came to the square in a flash. 128 absolute God realm puppets stood side by side. When they saw Fang Chen, they surrounded him. My physical strength is only one step away from the limit. I can already vaguely feel a trace of enlightenment. Fang Chen looked at the puppets and said to himself. Although Fang Chen could easily deal with the last wave of puppets, he was not in a hurry to subdue them. He wanted to use these puppets to take the last step with his physical body. Important notice. Our free novel app has no ads, no errors, synchronized bookshelves with members, text size adjustment, reading brightness adjustment, better reading experience. Appsid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Download the free reader. Chapter 2016. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. While Fang Chen was fighting with the puppets, Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were paying close attention. The more they interacted with Fang Chen, the more they felt that he had unlimited potential. Especially the white-bearded old man, who took care of Fang Chen like a disciple and hoped that he could break through. I guess he can break through this time, Old Kuei said as he looked at Fang Chen, who was fighting with the puppets. The white-bearded old man nodded. He could see at a glance that the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chen's body had slowed down because Fang Chen was trying to communicate with them. Boom! Just as the two of them were talking, there was a deafening noise in the square. Around Fang Chen's body, an extremely terrifying power erupted instantly. Every sword-shaped rune had 5 colored flowing light, which was terrifying. When these densely packed streams of colorful light gathered together, it directly formed an explosive visual effect. Suppress. Fang Chen murmured a word softly. In an instant, the Emperor God Realm puppets that besieged him were all imprisoned in the square, unable to move. I see. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He could feel that the dense sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin were bursting with incredible power. Even a level 3 ultimate Emperor God wouldn't be able to burst out with such powerful physical strength, right? Whoosh! Fang Chen waved his hand and retracted the power in the sword-shaped runes. Then, the sword-shaped runes instantly disappeared into his body. At that moment, Fang Chen's body had undergone earth-shattering changes. Phew! I finally succeeded. The mutated perfect sword body had finally reached the pinnacle of its limit. Amazing! Fang Chen clenched his fists and punched the void. Gotcha! The void shattered, and the entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A black hole appeared in the sky, devouring the power of laws between heaven and earth. A simple punch was able to unleash such a powerful force. Keep. Now that his physical body had broken through, there was no need for him to continue fighting with the puppets. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and took all of the puppets into his spatial ring. These God Emperor Realm puppets are enough for Qing Ho to study. Thinking of Qing Ho, Fang Chen chuckled. At this moment, old Kuei and the white-bearded old man appeared in the clouds. How is it? The white-bearded old man asked. I feel that his physical strength is very strong, Fang Chen said bluntly. Your perfect sword body has mutated, and it has broken through to the limit. In the entire God realm, your physical defense is number 1. Old Kuei directly asserted. There's always someone better than you, Fang Chen said modestly. You don't have to be humble. Old Kuei is right, said the white-bearded old man. Fang Chen nodded, then asked, Is there a third phase of training? Now, your fleshy body and primordial spirit have reached the 3rd stage God Emperor realm. You just need to increase your realm. For the 3rd phase of training, we have made some changes, the white-bearded old man said. Old Kuei waved his finger, and suddenly, a golden pagoda appeared in the distant horizon. Do you see that golden pagoda? Old Kuei asked. Fang Chen nodded, feeling slightly shocked. The aura emitted from the surroundings of the golden pagoda shocked even him. That golden pagoda was once the place where a Buddha Tao cosmos god cultivated. Master kept it in the Yuan Desolate Extremis, and no one has entered it in this cosmos epoch. According to Master's request, a god emperor like you isn't qualified to cultivate there. But there are always exceptions. Saying this, old Kuei continued, I'm prepared to let you cultivate in the Golden Pagoda for 3 years. No matter what the outcome is, you have to come out after 3 years. The Golden Pagoda contains a terrifying cosmos god aura. According to our deduction, your fleshy body defense should be able to last for 3 years. After 3 years, the cosmos god aura will corrode your body. If you don't leave early, your life will be in danger. The white-bearded old man added. I know. Fang Chen nodded. All right, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and cultivate. The sacred light religion has started a war, and the divine world is in chaos. After you come out, you can leave. Old Kuei waved his hand. What? Fang Chen did not have the time to be surprised before he was sent into the Golden Pagoda by old Kuei. Is this fine? The white-bearded old man glanced at the Golden Pagoda before asking. I don't know, but it might be fine. I feel that this brat's potential is too monstrous, and he won't easily break through to the God Emperor realm. But the moment he breaks through, it will definitely give us a huge shock. Old Kuei said. Then let's wait and see. The white-bearded old man said. Divine world, above the easternmost land. The final outcome of the battle between the 9 supreme God Emperors and the sacred light religion master had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Sacred Light Religion Master actually suppressed the frenzied attacks of the 9 Supreme God Emperors. This placed the cultivators of the entire divine world in imminent danger. Everyone was puzzled. Why did God Emperor Swordless not act? If he did, would the situation change? Jie, all of you must die. The Sacred Light Religion Master coldly said with a gloomy expression. Swordless, are you still not going to act? The suppressed God Emperor Destruction roared in the direction of the South Tomb Sword Palace. This roar of his contained a powerful true God energy. It penetrated through the void and spread across the entire divine world. Including the infant, all the cultivators of the divine world heard this sentence. Why is God Emperor Swordless not acting? Unless God Emperor Swordless is colluding with the Sacred Light Religion? Damn the South Tomb Sword Palace. If the 9 God Emperors fall, can they remain unscathed? For a moment, countless curses could be heard. God Emperor Swordless, who was in the clouds, frowned and appeared with displeasure. Sacred Light Religion Master. Although he was displeased with God Emperor Destruction, he still had to deal with the Sacred Light Religion Master first. Swoosh. God Emperor Swordless waved his hand and a terrifying sword light slashed through the sky and struck the body of the Sacred Light Religion Master. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark aura entangled the sword light and a deafening sound was heard. After a while, the sword light was dissolved by the dark aura. The Sacred Light Religion Master's face was gloomy as he lifted his head and looked at God Emperor Swordless. He did not expect God Emperor Swordless' strength to reach such a level. Although God Emperor Swordless' attack did not pose any threat to the Sacred Light Religion Master, it had released the 9 Supreme God Emperors. Swordless, you will be the main attacker. The 9 of us will support you. God Emperor Destruction said, no matter what you think, the most important thing now is for us to unite and destroy the Sacred Light Religion. God Emperor Swordless nodded his head and 2 cold sword lights shot out from his black eyes. Is the Holy Light Religion a place where you can behave atrociously? The war has begun. My Sacred Light Religion will eventually rule the entire Holy Light Religion Master, the Sacred Light Religion Master said coldly. Retreat quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, God Emperor Swordless threatened. In actual fact, he was not very confident. He thought that the 9 Supreme God Emperors and the Sacred Light Religion Master would suffer great losses in the battle. However, he was disappointed in the end. Ha ha, what a joke. I have planned for a long time just for this day, the Sacred Light Religion Master expressed his attitude. Then we can only fight, God Emperor Swordless said. Boom. In the clouds above the easternmost land, the 10 Supreme God Emperors and the Sacred Light Religion Master had an earth-shattering battle again. The easternmost land had turned into ruins and was drowned by the sea water of the East Sea. From then on, the land of the Holy Light Religion Master would reduce by a quarter. At the border of the easternmost land, Han Long Spirit King, Heaven Prison Saint and the others were escaping in a hurry. Too terrifying. Fortunately, we escaped in advance. Otherwise, we would have died. Heaven Prison Saint looked up at the distant sky and said with fear in his heart. Beside him were Realm Master Fu Mo, Han Long Spirit King, Sacred Sun Sect Master and the others. A battle between God Emperors is too terrifying. At this moment, in the mountains not far away, a group of people appeared. Be careful, Han Long Spirit King warned cautiously. However, when they saw who it was, their faces changed slightly. Empress Xianxu? In this group of people, the most conspicuous one was Empress Xianxu. Beside her was God Lian Yi with 4 crippled limbs. Chapter 2017. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Back in the day, Heavenly God Lian Yi was so dazzling in the easternmost land that even the Zhou family didn't want to provoke this crazy old woman. Love Go Little Say, W. Chu. Her Lotus Mountain was also very famous in the easternmost region. Each of her disciples was stronger than the last. Originally, heavenly god Lien Yi could have left her name in history and become a true god. However, she made a wrong decision that led to her being taken care of by others for the rest of her life. All these years, heavenly god Lien Yi had been struggling at death's door. The Empress Xian Su had taken care of her with all her heart. Now, seeing the people of the Shinsun sect who had once supported Fang Chen, she felt helpless. Spirit King Han Long and the others looked at the Empress Xian Su. She nodded slightly and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here. Empress Xian Su, how have you been?" The Shinsun sect leader cupped his fists. "The easternmost land has been reduced to ruins after the battle of the God Emperors. We're preparing to leave. Where are you going?" The Empress Xian Su asked in a low voice. Although she was old, she was still charming. "We're going to the Celestial Bone Palace in the easternmost land to seek protection. What about you?" "Us." The Empress Xian Su laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "The world is my home." Spirit King Han Long pondered for a moment and said, "If you don't mind, come with us to the Celestial Bone Palace." After all, the Empress Xian Su helped Fang Chen in secret before. He won't forget old times. Forced by the situation, the Empress Xian Su finally decided to leave with Spirit King Han Long and the others. However, heavenly god Lien Yi's expression became more and more unsightly. Dong! In the sky above the easternmost land, the deafening battle sounded again. The void was torn apart and countless torrents poured out from the shattered void. With the addition of God Emperor Swordless, the Sacred Light sect leader's strength was gradually suppressed. At this time, the 9 Supreme God Emperors also got a chance to catch their breath and started to fight back wildly. "Sacred Light sect leader, it's time for you to die." God Emperor of Destruction roared, his destructive aura roaring. "Want to kill me? You guys are too weak." The Sacred Light Religion Master was furious. He took out his trump card and engaged in a chaotic battle with the 10 strongest Emperor gods. Time passed, and the battle continued. In a battle between God Emperors, if one did not have a powerful trump card, it was basically impossible to kill the other party completely. Moreover, the Sacred Light Religion Master was too monstrous and had made ample preparations over the years. Fortunately, God Emperor Swordless was strong enough. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to suppress the Sacred Light Religion Master. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The war that spread throughout the entire God realm lasted for 3 whole years. In these 3 years, the easternmost land had long since disappeared from the history of the God realm. Even the sea water in the East Sea was about to evaporate. At the end of the battle, the 10 strongest Emperor gods were a little fatigued. However, the Sacred Light Religion's leader wasn't any better. No matter how much he thought about it, he did not expect God Emperor Swordless to be a surprise weapon. Boom! The Sacred Light Religion's master punched the sky, instantly piercing through it. Then, he quickly retreated and stared at the 10 strongest Emperor gods from afar. "Sacred Light Religion leader, you've seen the current situation. Although we can't kill you, you can't defeat us either. If this drags on, the members of Sacred Light Religion will be killed in the end." With God Emperor Swordless as the leader, the 10 strongest Emperor gods stood there aggressively. After fighting for 3 years, they were tired and didn't want to continue fighting. Hearing this, the Sacred Light Religion leader's pitch-black eyes revealed a complicated expression. Eminent, just a little bit more. The Sacred Light Religion leader clenched his fists and his heart was burning with anger. If it wasn't for God Emperor Swordless, he would have occupied the entire God realm in the past 3 years. Hateful. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. The plan that had taken countless years had come to nothing in the end. Where there's life, there's hope. The Sacred Light Religion leader thought to himself. He couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, the members of Sacred Light Religion would fall. So what if they fall? You still can't defeat me. The Sacred Light Religion leader said coldly. Why? You still want to fight? God Emperor Destruction raised his eyebrows and said, If you want me to stop, you have to cede the easternmost land to my Sacred Light religion. The Sacred Light religion leader proposed a condition. Impossible. Bone Progenitor rejected directly. The other Emperor gods shook their heads. If so, let's continue fighting. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. The Sacred Light religion leader said gloomily. However, God Emperor Swordless spoke. Everyone, there's no point in continuing the battle. It would be a great loss to the God realm. Why don't we stop the battle with Sacred Light religion? Since the easternmost land has become a wasteland, what's wrong with ceding it to them? As long as they don't appear in the God realm. God Emperor Swordless secretly transmitted to the other Emperor gods. What he meant was to stabilize the Sacred Light religion leader for the time being. When they were confident, they would take him down in one fell swoop. The 9 strongest Emperor gods pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Sacred Light religion leader, we agree to cede the easternmost land to you. However, we have a condition. God Emperor Swordless said. The Sacred Light religion leader frowned and said, What condition? The members of Sacred Light religion can only move within the easternmost land. Once we discover that they have left the easternmost land without permission, we will kill them without mercy. God Emperor Swordless said. They were negotiating as equals and not as inferiors. Hence, there was no need for them to lower their voices. They had to be firm. All right, no problem. The Sacred Light religion leader said. Let's make a martial oath. The stronger a martial artist was, the more restraints a martial oath would have on them. Once they reached the Emperor God realm, they wouldn't easily make a martial oath. Once they made one, they would be punished by the heavens if they violated it. This was a taboo. I, the Sacred Light religion leader, swear that I will not leave the easternmost land for 10,000 years. I, God Emperor Swordless, swear on behalf of everyone in the God realm that I will not attack the easternmost land for 10,000 years. Soon, both sides made a martial oath. At this moment, Bone Progenitor and the others were obviously relieved. The strength of the Sacred Light religion leader was beyond their expectations. If they were to continue fighting, they would most likely lose. Now they had 10,000 years to prepare. It was enough to deal with everything before them. Everyone, can we leave now? The Sacred Light religion leader said with a gloomy face. Let's go. With God Emperor Swordless leading the way, the 10 strongest God Emperors quickly left the easternmost land. After this day, the large-scale war that lasted for 3 years finally ended. The easternmost land became the forbidden zone of the God realm. The God realm temporarily regained its peace. Yuan Wilderness, Golden Light Pagoda. Buzz. Suddenly, the surroundings of the Golden Light Pagoda shone brightly. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man opened their eyes and looked at the Golden Light Pagoda anxiously. Is he out? As soon as the two of them finished speaking, Fang Chen walked out. Voila! Fang Chen's figure landed in front of the two of them. The aura around him was very strong. You didn't break through? Old Kuei asked. Fang Chen shook his head. After 3 years of enlightenment in the Golden Light Pagoda, I understood the path that I want to take. I am confident that I can step into the Emperor God realm in a short time. It seems that you have gained a lot in the Golden Light Pagoda. The white-bearded old man smiled. Not only was it not small, it was simply too big. The Golden Light Pagoda contained the aura of a cosmos god. Fang Chen comprehended the Tao of Sword within. During these 3 years, he comprehended many things that he did not understand before. His current attainments in the Tao of Sword had reached the highest level in the God realm. His magic dragon sky-destroying sword had reached the 36th level Grand Perfection realm, and his offensive power could suppress even the strongest God Emperors. Of course, the most important thing was that he understood how he could step into the Celestial Emperor realm. This was the most important thing. Let me test your strength, Old Kuei said eagerly. Fang Chen nodded. Senior, be careful. Attack me with all your strength. Old Kuei said. Fang Chen, don't hold back. Old Kuei is the master of the Yuan wilderness. You can't injure him. Magic Dragon Sky Destroying Sword. Fang Chen took out the star concealing sword, and then performed the most powerful sword Dao divine technique so far. It seemed like a simple sword light, yet it rapidly struck the body of old Kuei without any movement. How is it? The white-bearded old man looked at old Kuei curiously. Old Kuei, who originally had a smile on his face, instantly changed his expression. He stared at Fang Chen with shock. This, old Kuei was so shocked that he could not speak. Gotcha. The clothes on his body were torn apart. Chapter 2018. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Old Kuei and the white-bearded old man were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. After a long while, the white-bearded old man woke up from his shock. He stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open and said, "You brat, although you didn't step into Emperor God Realm, you gave us a huge surprise." Old Kuei put on his clothes again, looking a little embarrassed. If he wasn't the owner of the Yuan wilderness, he wouldn't have been able to block Fang Chen's attack so easily. Not bad, not bad. Old Kuei smiled and said, "Seeing you like this, I'm relieved. Now you can be considered to have the ability to protect yourself in the God Realm. At least in a direct confrontation, no one can kill you. I'm really looking forward to when you break through to the God Emperor realm." The white-bearded old man had a premonition that after Fang Chen broke through to the God Emperor realm, his offensive power could possibly reach that of a cosmos god. "Gentlemen, I'll go and see my wife first." Fang Chen had always been thinking about his wife and children. "Go quickly." Yin Valley, on the stone platform. Star and Moon had just finished cultivating. Little Shi-Er's chubby body was walking back and forth on the stone platform. "Mother, where's my father?" Little Shi-Er raised her head and asked. "Your father is cultivating," Xingyu said softly as she gently pinched little Shi-Er's chubby cheeks with her fair hand. Who would have thought that a 3-year-old child would actually be a celestial emperor? Even the Star and Moon was in disbelief. She looked at her daughter dotingly, and Fang Chen's figure appeared in her mind. "You Suddenly, a voice sounded. Star and Moon looked up and saw that outside Yin Valley, the figure that she had been longing for was rushing over. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen appeared on the stone platform. "Little Shi-Er, have you been good recently?" Fang Chen hugged little Shi-Er and asked gently. "Father, little Shi-Er misses you so much." "Love go little little Shi-Er said adorably. "I miss you and your mother too." The family of 3 was happy and harmonious. Too much had changed in 3 years. His daughter had become a God Emperor while his wife had 1 foot in the God Emperor realm. As for himself, he had found his own path. Fang Chen had never thought that he would have such a happy life. 3 God Emperors in 1 family? Isn't that even more shocking than a sect with 3 God Emperors? Fang Chen said with a grin. "Father, what are you thinking about?" Little Shi-Er's chubby little hand caressed Fang Chen's cheek as she asked. "I'm thinking of a divine lord title for little Shi-Er." Fang Chen laughed. "Brother Chen, let's call it Emperor Shi. What do you think?" Star and Moon said. "All right, Emperor Shi. All good things must come to an end." After the family of 3 reunited, they were finally going to leave the Yuan desolate impasse. Originally, Fang Chen had planned to let little Shi-Er and Star and Moon stay here. The outside world was chaotic and unsafe. However, little Shi-Er's attitude was firm. She wanted to leave and see the outside world. "In the 3 years that you were in seclusion, the chaos in the God realm has subsided. Let little Shi-Er go out for a walk," the white-bearded old man said with a smile. The 2 old men doted on little Shi-Er as if she was their own granddaughter. "Grandpa Kuei and Grandpa Bai are still the best to little Shi-Er," little Shi-Er said with a smile. "No matter what, little Shi-Er is still a God Emperor realm expert. She's stronger than you, her father. Take her out. We're still looking forward to seeing a family with 3 god emperors. Old Kuei said. Fang Chen nodded and cupped his fists at the 2 of them. Then we'll leave first. I'll come back when I reach the god emperor realm. Old Kuei handed a golden leaf to Fang Chen. Whenever you want to come back, just crush it. Then, Old Kuei waved his hand and sent Fang Chen and the other 2 away. The chaos in the god realm had subsided. The easternmost land had become the forbidden zone of the god realm. It had become the stronghold of the Holy Light religion. The Holy Light religion's master used his godly methods to reforge the easternmost land, turning it into an iron bucket. The 10 strongest god emperors had all gone into seclusion. The war 10,000 years later would definitely be more intense. They didn't have much time left. Whoosh! In the sky, Fang Chen and the other 2 figures suddenly appeared. Father, is this the god realm? Little Sheer was very curious. She was born in the Yuan desolate land. It was her first time coming to the god realm. She looked around. Yes, this is the god realm. I'll take you to Father's sect, Fang Chen said. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could use the space-time cultivation system very quickly. In a few days, they returned to the easternmost land. Heavenly Bone Palace. Master is in seclusion? Fang Chen's divine sense covered the Heavenly Bone Palace. He found that Master was in seclusion, and the Vice Palace Master was presiding over the situation. When he checked with his divine sense, Fang Chen found some familiar faces. In the wasteland outside Illusion City, Spirit King Han Long and the others went through untold hardships to reach the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace. They wanted to seek refuge with the Bone Progenitor. However, they met a group of bandits here. There were many ambitious and ruthless people in troubled times. The flames of war in the divine realm lasted for 3 years, and some families were destroyed. The God King in front of them was forced to become a bandit. He only dared to rob some God Realm experts outside Illusion City. If they were stronger, he wouldn't dare to provoke them. If you don't want to die, hand over all your cultivation resources, the black-faced God King threatened. We, Spirit King Han Long said helplessly, we are friends of the God Emperor Destruction. We are going to seek refuge with the Heavenly Bone Palace. Please let us pass. Are you joking? Are you trying to scare me with the God Emperor Destruction? The black-faced God King said disdainfully. We really are. Before the Divine Sun Sect Master could finish, the black-faced God King cut him off. As far as I know, the God Emperor Destruction has died long ago. Don't even think about leaving here. The black-faced God King said impatiently, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, he won't be able to take you away. The black-faced God King's words made Spirit King Han Long and the others feel helpless. They looked at each other, thinking of a solution. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 figures walked out of the void. One of them smiled at the black-faced God King and said, even the Heavenly Emperor can't take them away? Fang Chen deliberately released his God Emperor aura, which scared the black-faced God King out of his wit. God Emperor! The black-faced God King fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Lord God Emperor, please forgive me. Let me go. You're too weak. My father won't bother to deal with you. Hurry up and leave, Little Sheer said in a childish voice. Hearing this, the black-faced God King scrambled away. Then Fang Chen turned to Spirit King Han Long and the others. What? Don't you recognize me? Fang Chen joked. Ha ha ha, I was wondering how my good brother would die. Spirit King Han Long was the first to react and laughed loudly. You're still alive. That's great. The old members of the Xing Sun sect were very excited. When they first heard the news of Fang Chen's death, they were also very sad. Now that they saw him appear again, they couldn't be more excited. Behind them, Empress Xianxu's beautiful eyes twinkled as she looked at Fang Chen, speechless for a long time. I ran into some trouble and haven't appeared in the past 3 years. But it's good that you're all fine, Fang Chen said. Everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. Fang Chun had a high status now, but he didn't forget them. Let's go. I'll take you back to the Heavenly Bone Palace. Just as they were about to leave, Fang Chun saw Empress Xianxiu and God Lian Yi behind them. Empress Xianxiu, how have you been? Fang Chun nodded at her. I can't believe that the young boy from back then has grown to this level, Empress Xianxiu said with a smile. Empress Xianxiu, I will never forget your help. If there's anything you need, just tell me. I'll do my best to help you, Fang Chun said. I'm satisfied that godly Emperor Destruction has such thoughts, Empress Xianxiu said. Fang Chun glanced at God Lian Yi, shook his head, and didn't say anything. Star and Moon's eyes also changed. They wanted to go up and say something, but in the end they remained silent. Father, let's go back quickly, Little Shear said. Brother, is this your daughter? Spirit King Han Long asked with a smile. My daughter is Fang Shi, Fang Chun said. Little Shear, these are my brothers. Hello, uncles, Little Shear said very sensibly. Ha ha ha, brother, I'm so happy for you. You married such a beautiful wife and gave birth to such a cute daughter. When we get to the Heavenly Bone Palace, I'll definitely have a good drink with you. Spirit King Han Long laughed. If he knew that his 3-year-old daughter was a god emperor, what would he think? Chapter 2019. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After the group returned to the Palace of Bones, it caused a great commotion. Love go little say, Chu what? Godly Emperor Destruction is not dead? When the Vice Palace Master learned of this matter, he could hardly believe his ears. With his fastest speed, he quickly arrived at the square to welcome Fang Chun. When he saw Fang Chun's figure, the Vice Palace Master rubbed his eyes hard and finally believed the facts in front of him. Ha ha ha, it's good that you're alive. The potential of godly Emperor Destruction was well known. Everyone thought that he had fallen. For this reason, the Palace of Bones was very regretful and even sad. Soon, the news of godly Emperor Destruction's return spread throughout the Palace of Bones. In the puppet hall, Ching Ho, who was crazily studying puppets, suddenly opened his eyes. I knew my brother wouldn't die so easily. After that, Ching Ho quickly drove to the square. At the same time, Fang Chen's disciple, Tian Xian, was also very excited. Good brother, I'm so happy that you're alive. In the square, everyone surrounded Fang Chen in the middle. They were very excited. At this moment, a hearty voice sounded. Ching Ho's figure quickly drove over. Brother Ching Ho. Fang Chen and Ching Ho gave each other a big hug. Both of them were very happy. I knew that you were lucky and wouldn't die. Ching Ho observed Fang Chen carefully. Master. Tian Xian also came. When he learned that his master had fallen, he was very sad. He secretly decided that in the future, he would personally uproot the Holy Light religion and avenge his master. I'm fine. Fang Chen patted Tian Xian's body and said with a smile. For a time, the square was very lively. It's good that you're fine. The Vice Palace Master's face was full of smiles. From today onwards, the Palace of Bones will hold a banquet and invite all the true gods in the extreme north. Congratulations on the safe return of godly Emperor Destruction. After saying that, the Vice Palace Master bid farewell to Fang Chen and went to take care of this matter. Brother Ching Ho, I have something for you, Fang Chen said. What is it? Ching Ho was curious. Fang Chen handed a spatial ring to Ching Ho and said, There are some puppets here. They should be of some use to you. Ching Ho took the spatial ring. After he dripped a drop of blood onto it, he opened it. Instantly, his face stiffened and his body stiffened as he stood stiffly on the square. His mind was filled with a loud bang. He couldn't believe his eyes. There were so many puppets and they were all at the God-Emperor realm. This, Ching Ho's heart trembled as he looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Brother, your gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Brother Ching Ho, Is there a need to be so polite with me? Besides, these puppets are useless to me. On the contrary, they will be of great use to you. Under Fang Chen's persuasion, Qing Ho kept the puppet. Everyone in the square was curious about the puppets that Fang Chen gave Qing Ho. What were they? Why did Qing Ho turn pale with fright? Master's wife. Tian Xian squeezed to the front of the crowd and bowed to Fang Chen and Star and Moon. At this moment, Xiao Shi'er jumped onto Tian Xian and played with his hair. Xiao Shi'er, this is your senior brother Tian Xian. Don't be rude, Fang Chen scolded. Xiao Shi'er stuck out her tongue and obediently returned to Star and Moon. This is my daughter, Fang Shi. She is also your junior sister, Fang Chen introduced. Tian Xian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He smiled and said, So it's junior sister. I was wondering why she was so cute. The atmosphere in the square was very harmonious. It was a miracle that the godly Emperor of Destruction could come back alive. Soon, the entire God realm knew that the godly Emperor of Destruction was still alive. Love Go Little Sag W. Chu. When the 3 god emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace heard the news, they were furious. How is this possible? The god of death roared in the sword-fighting villa. Back then, the godly emperor of the Holy Light religion died together with Fang Chen. Even the 9 god emperors said that Fang Chen had fallen. But why was he able to return unscathed? Junior brother, calm down, Black Emperor reminded. How can I calm down? He is still alive. He is not dead. I want revenge, God of Death said angrily. The space fluctuated and God Emperor Swordless appeared. Master. Black Emperor hurriedly bowed. According to what you said back then, the godly Emperor of Destruction was swallowed by the black hole caused by the godly Emperor's self-destruction. It was impossible for him to come back alive. But now, he is back. I suspect that he had a fortuitous encounter, God Emperor Swordless said. After pondering for a moment, God Emperor Swordless continued, During this period, I will prepare to go into seclusion. I hope that you too can handle the matter of the godly Emperor of Destruction well. Don't worry, Master. I will not let you down, Black Emperor said. In the Sky Bone Palace, Little Shi'er quickly got along with Tian Xian. Tian Xian also doted on his junior sister. For almost the entire day, Tian Xian took Little Shi'er around the Sky Bone Palace. Along the way they met the heavenly gods and true gods. When they saw Little Shi'er, they were all respectful. This little girl was not simple. She had the godly Emperor of Destruction behind her, so they could not offend her. However, what they did not know was that she did not need to rely on her father to defeat 99% of the cultivators in the God realm. The banquet prepared by the Vice Palace Master lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Fang Chen and some of his old friends drank to their heart's content. The old members of the Xingsun sect, Realm Master Fu Mo, Qing Ho, and the others continued to drink. Brother Fang, cheers. Ice Dragon Spirit King raised his cup and said somewhat drunkenly, I have never admired anyone in my life, but your appearance changed my view of the God realm. Back then, I thought that my good brother's name would shake the God realm in the future. I feel like I am dreaming now. Come. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups and drank. During these 3 days, Fang Chen also drank freely with his friends. Xingyu, on the other hand, was taking care of Little Shi'er. Little Shi'er was becoming more and more mischievous, especially when she was with her senior brother, Tian Xian. However, Star and Moon ordered Little Shi'er not to bully the people of the Sky Bone Palace with her strength as a god emperor. Little Shi'er agreed readily. These days, she behaved like an ordinary person, not at all like Emperor Shi. What Fang Chen didn't expect was that some of the geniuses who had competed with him before came to the Sky Bone Palace to drink with him. The 2 holy son of the beast god race, the first reincarnation of the Reincarnation Palace, Wang Ling and Wu Ting and Wu Jindi of the Immortal Divine Pavilion. Of course, there were also some old friends like the Divine Emperor of Sword Formation from the Celestial Array clan. In short, Fang Chen was the absolute center of the banquet. Everyone's eyes were on him. Big brother Fang Chen, congratulations. Ling in black walked to Fang Chen's side and smiled. Ling you've walked out of the 10,000 reincarnations? Asked Fang Chen. Fortunately, big brother Fang Chen helped me. Otherwise, I don't know when I would have walked out, said Ling. At this time, the first and second holy son of the beast god race arrived. Godly Emperor of Destruction, let bygones be bygones. Come, let's drink. Wu Ting, Wu Jindi, and the others also came to drink with Fang Chen. The Sky Bone Palace was brightly lit and lively. However, all good things must come to an end. 3 days later, the banquet ended and the Sky Bone Palace became empty. However, before Ling left, Fang Chen said, Ling when I'm done with the matters at hand, I'll go to the Reincarnation Palace to look for you. Okay, Ling will wait for big brother Fang Chen. Ling smiled. The current Fang Chen could be considered to be standing at the pinnacle of the God realm. His every word and action was being watched. Early in the morning, little Shi and Star and Moon woke up from their sleep. They saw Fang Chen standing in the courtyard, looking at the sky as if he was deep in thought. Parents, what are you thinking about? Little Shi jumped to Fang Chen's side. Brother Chen. Star and Moon also came to him. It's time to settle some things, Fang Chen said meaningfully. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb? Star and Moon asked softly. Fang Chen nodded and said, Little Shi, do you want to watch the show? Of course, Little Shi said. Let's go. I'll take you there. After that, Fang Chen and his family went to the Temple of Gods through the teleportation formation in the Sky Bone Palace. The Temple of Gods. The Temple of Gods higher-ups welcomed the arrival of the godly Emperor of Destruction. As the rumors say, the godly Emperor of Destruction is still alive. The Temple of Gods higher-ups smiled. What brings you to the Temple of Gods today? They felt that Fang Chen's cultivation had not reached the Emperor God realm, so he should not be here to be recognized as an Emperor God. I'm here to ask the Temple of Gods for a favor. Fang Chen nodded slightly. It's the Temple of God's honor to be able to help the godly Emperor of Destruction. Fang Chen grinned and said, I want to challenge the godly Emperor of Death. After that, he added another sentence. A battle of life and death. Come quickly. Download the mobile app. Chapter 2020. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Under normal circumstances, if there was an irreconcilable conflict between true gods, they could apply for a challenge at the Temple of All Gods. However, to the surprise of the higher-ups of the Temple of All Gods, godly Emperor Destruction proposed a life-and-death battle. A godly emperor proposed a life-and-death battle against an emperor god? In the entire universe, there had never been such a bold person in the god realm. Godly Emperor Destruction, are you sure you want to have a life-and-death battle with the Death Emperor? The higher-ups of the Temple of All Gods repeated. Fang Chen nodded and said, If they want to join forces, I'm not afraid. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the Temple of All Gods did not say anything else and quickly went to take care of this matter. The efficiency of the Temple of All Gods was very high. Soon, the news of the life-and-death battle reached the ears of the Death Emperor. After hearing this, the latter was furious and smashed the stone table in the garden with a punch. Are you tired of living? Before he could find trouble with Fang Chen, the latter had already challenged him through the Temple of All Gods. Did he want everyone in the God realm to see the result of the battle? Moreover, what angered the Death Emperor the most was what Fang Chen said. If they want to join forces, I'm not afraid. This was a blatant slap in the face. Not only was the Death Emperor furious, but even the Black Emperor was furious. Since he wants to die, I'll grant him his wish. The Death Emperor said in a low voice and immediately prepared to head to the Temple of All Gods. However, the Black Emperor stopped him. Junior brother, don't be rash, the Black Emperor said. Senior brother, they are already bullying us. If we were to swallow this humiliation, how would we have the face to continue living in the divine world? The Death God Emperor asked as she spread out her hands. Didn't he challenge me to a life and death battle through the temple of all gods because he wants to kill me in front of everyone? I'll give him this opportunity and see if he can grasp it. In fact, Fang Chen was not the only one who wanted to kill the Death Emperor. The latter wanted to kill Fang Chen even more. He had already made some progress in studying the structure of the human primordial spirit. However, one of his doppelgangers was destroyed by Fang Chen. The hatred between the Death God Emperor and Fang Chen was absolutely irreconcilable. In the near future, even if Fang Chen didn't challenge him, the Death God Emperor would find an opportunity to kill Fang Chen. That godly emperor destruction must have had a fortuitous encounter to be able to come back alive. Furthermore, the fact that he dares to challenge you in public means that he has some confidence. The Black Sovereign muttered, "It's better to be safe than sorry." After saying that, the Black Emperor took out a string of black pearls and handed it to the Death God Emperor. "Take it. If the situation changes, you will be able to protect yourself," the Black Emperor said. Looking at the black pearl in her hand, the Death God Emperor's expression changed. She then cupped her fists and said, "Thank you, senior brother. But don't worry, senior brother. A mere Fang Chen can't force me to use this bead. Let's go. I'll go with you." The Black Emperor patted the Death God Emperor's shoulder and said. The two of them entered the teleportation array side by side. When the Death God Emperor and the Black Emperor were heading to the Hall of Gods, most of the experts in the God world had heard the news and were paying close attention to the Hall of Gods. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the Death God Emperor and the Black Emperor walked out of the teleportation array. Instantly, countless gazes fell on the two of them. Death God Emperor, I believe you should be aware of the rules of the Hall of Gods. This time, Godly Emperor Destruction has proposed a life and death battle. Once you agree, the battle will not end until one of you dies. The battle will only end when one of you dies, the Hall of Gods said. The Hall Master of Gods said, furthermore, no matter what happens during the battle, no one is allowed to interfere. Once someone interferes and violates the rules of the Hall of Gods, they will be punished. Although the Hall of Gods wasn't strong and wasn't an emperor god, his words were still very authoritative. However, his words were still very authoritative. He was the publicly acknowledged palace master of the Myriad Gods Palace among the 10 strongest god emperors. The Hall of Gods was a special place. If one violated the rules of the Hall of Gods, they would be punished unimaginably. You talk too much. The Death God Emperor knew that the Hall of Gods' words were directed at her senior brother. However, it was useless. Her senior brother didn't even need to do anything. She could deal with Fang Chen on her own. So, you're saying that you agree? The palace masters confirmed. The Death God Emperor nodded. The Hall of Gods brought her to the training field. Fang Chen. The Death God Emperor saw Fang Chen immediately. Her eyes were burning with anger. Death God Emperor, back then when you ambushed me in the sky, did you think that this day would come? Fang Chen said with a smile. The Death God Emperor shrugged and said, Indeed, I didn't think that you would die in my hands in such a way. Until now, the Death God Emperor still thought that Fang Chen wasn't her match. She was very confident in herself. Oh, Fang Chen said, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. You were so confident that you could kill me. However, when I defeated you and you fell from the mountain peak, did you regret it? Regret? The word regret doesn't exist in my dictionary. After saying that, the Death God Emperor jumped onto the martial arts practice stage. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen as he said, What nonsense are you spouting? Come up and fight. Charcoal Head, you're too weak. You're not my father's match. Little Shi'er, who was in Star and Moon's arms, said in a childish voice. Your father? At this moment, The Death God Emperor noticed Star and Moon and little Shi-Er. Your wife and daughter? A cold, killing intent flashed in the Death God Emperor's eyes. Although it was well hidden, Fang Chen still managed to catch it. Wait to collect your father's corpse. No matter what, she was still the dignified Emperor Shi. Little Shi-Er was fuming when she heard the Death God Emperor's words. Charcoal Head, I won't allow you to bully my father, little Shi-Er shouted. At the same time, she turned to Fang Chen and begged, Father, can I go up and play? Your father is having a life and death battle with someone. You want to go up and play? Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His daughter was too naughty. Father, this charcoal head dares to talk bad about you. I'll teach him a lesson. When I'm done playing, I'll let you have a life and death battle with him. What do you think? Little Shi-Er said with a sneaky look. Star and Moon didn't say anything from the beginning because she believed in her daughter's strength. With the myriad fusion body, little Shi-Er was destined to be extraordinary from the day she stepped into the God Emperor realm. Father. Little Shi-Er's chubby little hand tugged at Fang Chen's sleeve and called out pitifully. At this moment, Star and Moon spoke up. Brother Chen, why don't we let little Shi-Er go up and play? The Death God Emperor on the training field was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Play? What do you take me for? Let a 2 to 3-year-old girl come up and play with me? All right, I'll ask. Fang Chen couldn't persuade his daughter and could only agree. Death God Emperor, before our life and death battle, can you let my daughter spar with you? Fang Chen asked. Do you want your daughter to die? The Death God Emperor snorted coldly. You don't have to care about this. I'm just asking you, do you dare? Fang Chen purposely provoked the Death God Emperor. Indeed, this move was effective. Why wouldn't you dare? Let her come up. I guarantee that she won't leave the training field alive. The Death God Emperor said coldly. Yay. Little Shi-Er made a victory sign and was very happy. Be careful. Fang Chen warned little Shi-Er. Although she was a God Emperor, she was still too young. Whoosh. Little Shi-Er jumped onto the training field. Compared to her, the Death God Emperor was like a mountain peak. The Death God Emperor looked down at little Shi-Er and sneered. Just nice, I'll kill your daughter. The Death God Emperor thought to himself. This sudden turn of events caused the crowd, who were secretly observing this life and death battle, to be puzzled. What kind of drama was this? The God Emperor Destruction wasn't a reckless person. Why would he let his daughter go up to play? Could it be that his daughter has some life-saving treasure on her? In an instant, little Shi-Er on the training field aroused everyone's suspicions. The Hall Masters opened their eyes wide and looked at the chubby little Shi-Er. God Emperor Destruction, the training field isn't a game. The Hall Masters tried to dissuade him. Hall Masters of the Gods, this might take some time. Let my daughter play for a while. When she's done, I'll have a life and death battle with the Death God Emperor. Fang Chen said casually. He wasn't worried about his daughter at all. Opposite him, the Black Emperor's face darkened and his eyes shone with a complicated look. He wondered what the godly Emperor of Destruction was up to. Chapter 2021. Genius Remembers Love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Little Shi-Er stood on the martial arts stage. Although she was small, she did not have stage fright at all. This caused the eyes of the people who were secretly watching to light up. Could it be that this little girl really had a trump card that could block the Death God Emperor? Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that this little girl in front of them was a true God Emperor. If everyone knew about this, it would definitely topple their worldview. Charcoal Head. Little Shi-Er didn't fear the Death God Emperor in the slightest as she shouted loudly. You are courting death. After being repeatedly humiliated by a 2 to 3-year-old girl, the Death God Emperor's heart was burning with rage. He let out a low roar and reached out his hand. Carrying a terrifying power of death, he grabbed at little Shi-Er. Whoosh! Little Shi-Er's body gracefully dodged the Death God Emperor's attack and appeared on the other side of the martial arts stage. Little Shi-Er placed her chubby little hands on her waist and mocked. "Charcoal Head, is that all you've got? You're not even qualified to carry my father's shoes." The Death God Emperor was completely enraged. With a thought, a huge black sword appeared in his palm. "Kill!" The Death God Emperor displayed the South Tomb Sword Palace's sword Dao divine skill. Streaks of terrifying sword light floated in the sky. Under the latter's control, it quickly turned into a net of swords and enveloped little Shi-Er. "It's over." This was what everyone who was secretly watching the battle was thinking. The attack that the Death God Emperor had just unleashed was something that even a first-stage God Emperor wouldn't dare to take head-on. How could a young lady withstand it? However, what happened next completely shocked them. Little Shi-Er's aura surged. Her chubby little hand clenched into a fist, and she lazily threw out a punch. Dong! It looked like a simple punch, but when it landed on the sword net, it exploded with a deafening sound. "Love go little say co crack." The sword net that was bearing down menacingly actually showed cracks under little Shi-Er's fist attack. In an instant it shattered, and the terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc on the martial arts stage. Little Shi-Er stood there quietly with a smile on her face. "Charcoal Head, you're too weak," Little Shi-Er said in a childish voice. "How is this possible?" The Death God Emperor cried out involuntarily. He could not believe that the little girl in front of him could withstand his sword Dao divine skill. Is this a God Emperor? The Hall Masters of the Gods, the Black Emperor, and the others in the martial arts practice field were shocked. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. A 2 to 3-year-old God Emperor realm expert. This had completely overturned their previous belief. Boom! The entire pantheon was in an uproar. All the experts who were watching the battle in secret were completely shocked. Heavens, is this little girl a divine lord? A 2 to 3-year-old God Emperor? Am I dreaming? That's too scary. A 2 to 3-year-old Emperor God. Even the 10 strongest Emperor Gods can't compare to him? Everyone was screaming madly in their hearts. Fang Qin and Star and Moon looked at each other with faint smiles on their faces. Although their daughter's strength was not enough to defeat the Death God Emperor, it was not a problem for her to go against him. As expected of the all-fusion body, Fang Qin could not help but sigh. The world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. He had always thought that the perfect sword body was strong enough. He did not expect that there would be a special body constitution like the all-fusion body. On the martial arts practice field, the Death God Emperor woke up from his shock, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. "So what if you're a God Emperor? You'll still die." The truth was right in front of him, and the Death God Emperor had to accept it. He quickly calmed down and began to accumulate power. He wanted to kill little Shi-Er with a thunderous attack. After a long while, the Hall Masters of the Gods laughed bitterly and shook their heads. The God world has changed. In the entire universe era, there was only one 2 to 3-year-old Emperor God. Thinking of this, the Hall Masters of the Gods looked at Fang Qin meaningfully. Ever since the rise of the God Emperor of Destruction, he had been creating legends and legends. After becoming a God Emperor, he was able to fight against a second-tier Emperor God. 3 years ago, he even killed an avatar of the Death God Emperor. Although he was sucked into the chaotic void by the black hole, he came back alive and brought back his daughter who was in the God Emperor realm. It was unimaginable. The God world will belong to the God Emperor of Destruction in the future. The Hall Masters of the Gods thought to themselves. The Black Emperor's gaze was fixed on little Shi-Er. He frowned and pondered. He was shocked. Damn it! How did he give birth to such a monstrous genius? The Black Emperor could not understand. At the same time, the battle on the martial arts practice field had reached its climax. After the initial panic, the Death God Emperor gradually gained control of the situation. However, little Shi-Er's strength was not to be underestimated. At such a young age, she had already displayed the strength of an emperor god. After this battle, her name would spread throughout the god world. A terrifying aura of death appeared around the death god emperor and enveloped little Shir. "Be careful," Star and Moon exclaimed and was worried. Fang Chen patted Star and Moon's shoulder gently and comforted her. "Don't worry, Have you forgotten about little Shi-Er's body constitution?" After being reminded by Fang Chen, Star and Moon came to their senses. That's right. Little Shi-Er had the all-fusion body and could take other people's talents for herself. Looking at the current situation, little Shi-Er was not in danger at all. She was pretending to be weak so that she could absorb her opponent's talent. "I'm going to kill you," the Death God Emperor shouted crazily as he waved the sword in his hand. At the same time, his Soul Dao aura appeared and enveloped little Shi-Er completely. "Ha!" The Death God Emperor laughed heartily. It was as though he could already see the scene of Fang Chen crying after he killed little Shi-Er. At this moment, little Shi-Er, who was enveloped by the aura of death, closed her eyes. Around her body, specks of light flickered. Traces of the aura of death were absorbed into her body. After a while, little Shi-Er's body changed. Her primordial spirit shook. Then, she opened her eyes. "Charcoal head, you're not fun at all." Little Shi-Er also knew that she could not defeat the Death God Emperor. Anyway, she had already absorbed her opponent's talents. She had enough fun. "Let's end the battle here." Little Shi-Er shot out a strange light from her body and broke through the aura of death. Then, her chubby body jumped into Star and Moon's arms. The Death God Emperor clenched his fists and was furious. "Congratulations, God Emperor Destruction, for having such a powerful daughter." The palace masters cupped their fists and congratulated. A 3-year-old God Emperor. In the entire God realm, this was unprecedented. "I wonder if your daughter has the title of God Emperor?" The palace masters continued to ask. "God Emperor Shi," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the palace masters chuckled. God Emperor Shi's name was destined to shake the entire God realm. The people who were secretly paying attention to the situation were shocked. They were still in shock and could not extricate themselves. "Death God Emperor, I thought that your strength had improved in the past 3 years. I didn't expect that you couldn't even defeat my daughter." Fang Chen walked up the stage step by step and mocked. "Humph, your daughter is already a God Emperor, but your father is still not one. You're really a coward as a father. Maybe she's not your daughter at all. Maybe you picked her up from somewhere," the Death God Emperor said coldly. Fang Chen shrugged and was not angry. "People who can't eat grapes always say that grapes count. Can I take it that you're jealous that I have a good daughter?" Fang Chen said. "Humph, what a joke." The Death God Emperor did not want to talk nonsense with Fang Chen. He held his sword and stared at Fang Chen. "So what if you have a God Emperor daughter? In the end, you'll still die," the Death God Emperor said eerily. Fang Chen shook his head. "I don't agree with what you said. Maybe you'll be the one dying? Have you ever thought about this?" Seeing Fang Chen's confident face, the Death God Emperor wanted to tear him into pieces. 3 years ago, you were lucky enough to escape. Today, the Palace of Gods will be your burial ground." The Death God Emperor's aura shook as he said coldly. Fang Chen was still as calm as ever, as though he wasn't facing a God Emperor at all. "Actually, I didn't treat you as an enemy at all. This life and death battle is to provoke you. I'm afraid that you won't dare to accept my challenge," Fang Chen said. "If you hide in the South Tomb Sword Palace, I won't be able to do anything to you. Our free app reader is officially online. Popular novels are free for you to read. Offline download is supported, making it easier for readers to read without the internet. Download. Install a mobile app reader on Zanhuan 11. Chapter 2022. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Death God Emperor looked at Fang Chen calmly. The fury in her eyes was forcefully suppressed by her. "Is this interesting?" the Death God Emperor asked. The angrier he was, the more he controlled himself. The only God Emperor in the divine world who had a clone would not admit defeat easily. I just want you to be prepared and enjoy the thrill of death, Fang Chen said. He did not have a good impression of the Death God Emperor, as he had tried to kill him time and time again. Fortunately, he was lucky. Otherwise, he would have died many times along the way. Moreover, it was not just him. Even God Emperor Swordless had tried to kill him. Now that he had the strength, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Anyone can talk big. It's a pity that these people all died in the end, the Death God Emperor said. Fang Chen laughed. Are you an idiot? You can't even defeat my daughter and you dare to say this to me? Why don't you ask my daughter, who is more powerful? Xiao Xier was very cooperative and said, Of course my father is more powerful. You, the Death God Emperor, did not say anything else. He raised his sword and slashed at Fang Chen. Gotcha! The sword light flashed and the sword chi was threatening. The Death God Emperor had used his strongest attack. However, at this moment, Fang Chen said something even more infuriating. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I only need one move to kill you. Fang Chen's words almost made the Death God Emperor vomit blood. He looked up to the sky and roared. His body turned into an afterimage and rushed toward Fang Chen crazily. The people who were watching the battle in the dark were speechless. Does the God Emperor Destruction have such strength, or is he exaggerating? The Hall Masters looked at the battle on the martial arts stage with interest. They felt that the God Emperor Destruction was unfathomable. Perhaps it was as he said, that he could end the battle in one move. Die. Under everyone's gaze, the Death God Emperor's sword was only a few millimeters away from Fang Chen's head. At this moment it was too late for Fang Chen to make a move. On the surface, it seemed that the Death God Emperor had already won. However, he was facing the godly Emperor of Destruction, a man who had repeatedly created miracles. Will it create a miracle? Many people muttered to themselves. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the Death God Emperor who was charging at him menacingly. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the sky, shaking the firmament. Majestic black dragons appeared one after another in the blink of an eye. The 36 levels of the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword were completely unleashed. The terrifying power instantly engulfed the entire martial arts arena. That is, sensing this terrifying aura, the Black Emperor's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother, be careful!" Actually, when the Black Emperor shouted, the Death God Emperor had already reacted. Voila! A string of black pearls appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. His eyes were filled with madness. He squeezed hard and crushed the black pearls. Rumble! An extremely powerful force gushed out in an instant, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Is this what you're relying on? It's useless. Fang Chen was very calm. He seemed to have expected the Death God Emperor to have a backup plan. When he displayed the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword, his physical strength increased tremendously. He was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. He charged into the death vortex and fought with the Death God Emperor. Crack! Cracks appeared in the void continuously. Dong! The power that erupted from the black pearls was actually blocked by Fang Chen's physical body. What? Seeing this, the Black Emperor could not help but take a few steps back. His face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to attack, but he was stopped by the Hall Masters. He closed his eyes in pain. Even the black pearls could not help his junior brother escape. He knew that his junior brother was most likely going to die in this battle. Damn it! The Black Emperor clenched his fists and shouted crazily. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The power that erupted from the black pearls was completely blocked by Fang Chen's perfect sword body. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes locked onto the Death God Emperor. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered all the strength in his body and threw out a few punches. Dong dong dong. The ground was trembling as every punch landed on the body of the Death God Emperor. The first punch had already shattered the latter's defense. The next few punches directly blasted his physical body into smithereens. Crack! Even his primordial spirit did not have any resistance and was instantly shattered. A pitiful cry came from the fighting ring. In the end, the broken body of the Death God Emperor fell to the ground unwillingly in the breeze. The Hall of Gods shook. The experts who were watching the battle in the dark went completely crazy. The Death God Emperor, who was at the second level, was killed by Fang Chen with a single punch. How strong was the God Emperor Destruction? He had once again refreshed everyone's understanding of the God Emperor. Is he dead? The Hall Masters were shocked as they walked up the fighting ring. The life and death battle has ended. The Death God Emperor has fallen. The Hall Masters suppressed the shock in their hearts and announced, Fang Chen, you killed my junior. My master will not let you go. Black Emperor turned around and left after saying that. He knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. If he did not leave now, his life would be in danger. Godly Emperor Destruction, I'm afraid your strength is already comparable to that of a Tier 3 Ultimate Emperor God, right? The Palace Masters chuckled. Fang Chen smiled but did not say a word. The news quickly spread throughout the divine world. Countless martial artists were shocked. However, the most shocking thing was not that Fang Chen had killed the Death God Emperor, but his daughter, Emperor Shi. Every corner of the divine world was talking about Emperor Shi and the God Emperor Destruction. Emperor Shi's name suddenly spread throughout the divine world. Fang Chen and his family returned to the Sky Bone Palace. Brother Fang, you have hidden your strength well. Qing Ho was the first to run over and said excitedly. I did not expect my little niece to be an empress. I am so blind. Everyone in the Sky Bone Palace was shocked. They couldn't believe that the little girl that Tian Xin usually brought around was actually an empress. Master. Tian Xin also came. He was also shocked by his little junior sister. However, when he thought of his master's ability, he was not surprised anymore. Senior brother, take me to play. Little Shi'er jumped into Tian Xion's arms and said, Okay. This time, Tian Xion brought little Shi'er to wherever they went. Everyone greeted Emperor Shi respectfully. Emperor Shi. Everyone cupped their fists, their eyes full of respect. What a joke. That was an God Emperor. They did not dare to be careless when facing an expert on the same level as the bone progenitor. Junior sister, I still need you to protect me in the future. Tian Xion sighed. Senior brother, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be the first to help you. Little Shi'er said. Easternmost land, Hall of Holy Light. What? 3-year-old Empress? The vice-hierarch of the Holy Light sect was shocked when he heard the news. Are you sure this news is accurate? Vice-hierarch, this news is indeed true. It is said that Emperor Shi is the daughter of the godly Emperor Destruction. She became an emperor at the age of 3 and is extremely powerful. She fought against the Death God Emperor in the Pantheon and did not lose. Godly Emperor Destruction, it's him again. The vice-hierarch's face was gloomy. The last time they fought against the godly Emperor Destruction, they lost more than 10 elite godly emperors. They thought that the latter had fallen, but they did not expect him to return 3 years later. Moreover, he brought back a 3-year-old empress. This was too shocking. 3-year-old empress, even in the history of the God realm, there has never been one. This matter is a little strange. I have to report it to the hierarch immediately. The vice-hierarch said in a deep voice. Holy Light Sect's lair, forbidden area. This was the place where the hierarch of the Holy Light Sect secluded himself. Other than the vice-hierarch, no one could enter this place. The hierarch of the Holy Light Sect had ordered that if something major happened, he must be reported to the hierarch immediately. Hierarch. The vice-hierarch cupped his fists in front of the forbidden area. A moment later, a melodious voice came from inside. What is it? Hierarch, something major happened in the god realm recently. The vice-hierarch said. 3 years ago, we discovered that a demonic genius appeared in the god realm. A godly emperor's strength is comparable to a second-stage godly emperor. In order to kill the genius, we sent more than 10 elite godly emperors to assassinate him. In the end, our men were all killed, and the demonic genius was sucked into the chaotic void by the black hole caused by the explosion. We thought that he had fallen, but not long ago, he came back safe and sound. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the forbidden area. This is not a big deal. No matter how strong a godly emperor is, he can't affect the overall situation. But, he brought back a 3-year-old empress. The vice-hierarch said. Boom. As soon as the vice-hierarch finished speaking, a terrifying aura emerged from the forbidden area. The godly book catcher of our website is on the shelves. All the novels are updated at the speed of light, so that the fans do not have to wait and do not miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat Sejong Xiaoshuo. Download this website's reader. Chapter 2023. Genius remembers love in 1 second. Go? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Rumble. The forbidden land opened and a terrifying current surged out. The Holy Light Religion Master walked out slowly with a gloomy face. What did you say? The Holy Light Religion Master asked again. Religion Master, godly Emperor Destruction brought back a 3-year-old Empress, the Vice Religion Master said. This child is said to be the daughter of godly Emperor Destruction and is known as Empress She. She once fought with godly Emperor Death at Temple of Gods and was undefeated. Such a demonic Emperor God actually appeared in the divine world? The Holy Light Religion Master's eyes flickered and a crazy and bold idea appeared in his mind. After a long time, he whispered a few words into the Vice Sect Master's ear. Don't worry, Religion Master. I won't let you down. After that, the Vice Religion Master turned and left. A complicated expression appeared in the pitch-black eyes of the Holy Light Religion's Church Master. He raised his head and looked at the sky with his deep eyes. He was thinking about the 3-year-old Empress in his mind. The news of the 3-year-old Empress spread in the divine world and caused a huge commotion. Some godly emperors who were close to Feng Chen came to congratulate him. Feng Chen. In the courtyard, Feng Chen had just coaxed his daughter to sleep when the Vice Palace Master came. Feng Chen had a good impression of the Vice Palace Master. After he was severely injured by godly King Destruction, the Vice Palace Master tried his best to save him. Vice Palace Master, have a seat. Feng Chen pointed at the stone stool beside him. Feng Chen, you are now stronger than me. You don't have to call me Vice Palace Master. Just call me Old He, the Vice Palace Master said. Feng Chen smiled and didn't say anything. I have heard about the battle at Temple of Gods. It was really satisfying. All these years, our Sky Bone Palace and South Tomb Sword Palace have been fighting. Countless disciples have died in the hands of godly Emperor Death. Now that you have killed him, South Tomb Sword Palace has suffered a great loss. The Vice Palace Master was extremely happy. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him, Feng Chen said. The Vice Palace Master nodded and stopped talking about this. He said, Feng Chen, I came to find you today because I have something that I need your help with. What is it? My Sky Bone Palace's Centennial Disciple Battle will begin in 3 days. The Palace Lord is also in seclusion, so I hope you can attend when the time comes, said the Vice Palace Lord. Hearing this, Feng Chen nodded. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Since the Vice Palace Master had already spoken, it was not good for him to refuse. Okay, I'll be there, Feng Chen said. Ha ha ha, that's great, the Vice Palace Master said happily. By the way, you still have things to do in this year's Battle of the Disciples. In every Battle of the Disciples, we have to select the 3 most outstanding disciples and give them the most resources to nurture them. I'll leave the mission to you. No problem, Fangchen said. God Realm, Extreme South, Sword Mound. The Emperor's tomb was filled with a sword Dao aura that made people tremble. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Emperor's tomb. The sword Dao aura around him had condensed to the extreme. Keep! The figure bellowed, and the countless vengeful spirits guarding the Emperor's tomb below were instantly kept into the Sumeru ring. Then, he landed on the ground. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely notice. This person was the silver-masked man who had helped him kill the Death God Emperor's clone. He was also the legendary successor of Destiny. He defeated the Death God Emperor in one move? The battle strength of a supreme God Emperor? The successor of Destiny muttered to himself. He was not surprised to hear that Fang Chen had returned alive. After all, the latter had Gu Yuan's 5 great inheritances. He would not die so easily. Even now, he did not regret his choice at all. Love go little Saith Ku as the successor of Gu Yuan, Fang Chen's life must be ended by himself. Hence, he resolutely acted to help Fang Chen deal with the Death God Emperor. At that time, he had not broken through to the God Emperor realm. He was not confident of suppressing Fang Chen. But now was different from the past. Fang Chen was still at the God Emperor realm. It was just that his strength had increased slightly. But he was different. He had broken through to the God Emperor realm 3 years ago. During these 3 years, he had been cultivating crazily in the Sword Tomb. He had collected many powerful Sword Dao inheritances and extracted the advantages of them for his own use. In these 3 years, his strength had increased tremendously. The title of God Emperor of Slaughter is not given for nothing. The successor of Destiny said. It is time for the final battle. The successor of Destiny had been waiting for an opportunity. After this battle, he would borrow the energy in Fang Chen's body to break through to the Cosmos God realm. The moment he succeeded, he would rule the entire cosmos. Even if he did not succeed, he would have 1 foot in the Cosmos God realm. He would be ranked alongside God Emperor Swordless and the others. He had already made sufficient preparations. He did not hesitate to collect all the vengeful spirits in the Emperor's tomb. God Emperor of Destruction, I hope you won't disappoint me. The stronger God Emperor of Destruction was, the more likely he would be to step into the Cosmos God realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Vice Palace Master brought Fang Chen to the public square of the Sky Bone Palace early in the morning. In the huge square, there were over 10,000 disciples standing together in a dense crowd. Fang Chen sat at the centermost position of the rostrum, together with the Vice Palace Master. Behind him sat the 36 inner palace elders. In the crowd, everyone was whispering to each other. That young man is the most outstanding genius of our Sky Bone Palace, God Emperor of Destruction? That's right, it is him. He is so young, yet he could kill the God Emperor of Death. Truly formidable. The Bone Progenitor's eyesight is too vicious to accept such a genius. He is so strong at the God Emperor realm. What if he steps into the God Emperor realm? How strong will he be? For a moment, everyone was discussing Fang Chen. After all, the latter had given them too much shock. An elder simply announced the rules of the competition. Then, the battle of the disciples officially began. One by one, the disciples stood on the martial arts stage and fought. On the rostrum, Fang Chen and the Vice Palace Master were chatting. Fang Chen, there are more than 10,000 disciples participating in the battle of the disciples. Most of them are Divine Realm experts, and only a few of them are Divine King Realm experts. The Vice Palace Master introduced, of course, to choose the 3 most outstanding geniuses. You don't have to just look at their strength. You have to consider all aspects. When top forces nurtured disciples, they did not look at strength, but talent. Talent determined the upper limit of a martial artist. If one had a strong talent, his growth would be fast. I know, Fangchen said. I am looking forward to the disciple that you choose, Fangchen, the Vice Palace Master said with a smile. At this moment, a lady in red appeared on the martial arts stage. This lady in red is one of the divine kings. The Vice Palace Master introduced. Her name is Mu Xian, and she has great potential. In the Vice Palace Master's opinion, Mu Xian only had great potential, but she had not reached the level of defying the natural order. Fang Chen watched the battle on the martial arts stage with interest. Mu Xian's fighting method was a little strange, and her figure appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Fang Chen frowned, as if he found something wrong. No, although she has a good grasp of the space-time cultivation system, it is impossible for her to be so fast. Among the people present, Fang Chen had the most right to speak about the space-time cultivation system. He closed his eyes, and his divine sense quietly enveloped Mu Xian, sensing carefully. After a long time, he withdrew his divine sense, and a smile appeared on his face. He had decided to give one of the spots to Mu Xian. I didn't expect to find such a good seedling here. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. If he did not have a strong primordial spirit that could perceive things that others could not, he would not have discovered Mu Xian's secret. Fang Chen turned to look at the Vice Palace Master, who shook his head gently, seemingly dissatisfied. It seems that the Vice Palace Master did not discover it, Fang Chen said to himself. Boom! After a series of battles, Mu Xian defeated her opponent. There were fast and slow battles, and the opponent admitted defeat in the fast battles. The slow battles were a fight to the death, which was very time-consuming. In the blink of an eye, the scorching sun hung in the sky and noon came. Only a small part of the battle had been carried out, and many disciples below were still waiting. In the crowd, everyone gradually focused their attention on the battle of the disciples, and the content of their discussion shifted from God-Emperor destruction to the final three candidates. The three favorites were Supreme Being Wu Tai, Supreme Being Qing, and Supreme Being Ji Hu. As for Mu Xian, although she was also a Supreme Being, there was a big gap between her and the three of them, and she was not a favorite. Chapter 2024. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Supreme Being Wu Tai, Supreme Being Extreme Tiger, and Supreme Being Qing. Love go little say, Chu any one of these three people could take charge of an area on their own. They even had the strength to become one of the 72 Outer Palace Elders. They were the most outstanding disciples of the Sky Bone Palace in recent years. There were even people who boasted that one of the three would definitely become an existence like the 6 great disciples of the Bone Ancestor. Before the Battle of the Disciples began, they were the most popular candidate. The three of them had countless supporters in the crowd, who were cheering for them with all their might. On the main platform, Fang Chen had been paying attention to the battle between the disciples. Because there were too many disciples participating, it took a long time. The first day passed quickly. Fang Chen only found Mu Xian, who was a good seedling. As for the three popular candidates, they had yet to fight. Just like the first day, the Vice Palace Master, Fang Chen, and the others arrived at the square early on the second day. The battle of the disciples was going on as promised. Looking at the disciples fighting desperately below, the Vice Palace Master shook his head gently. It wasn't until the moment Supreme Being Wu Tai fought that he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Fang Chen, you have to be careful of Supreme Being Extreme Tiger, the Vice Palace Master reminded. I will, Fang Chen said. On the martial arts stage, Supreme Being Extreme Tiger's opponent happened to be another Supreme Being. However, this Supreme Being wasn't very strong. He wasn't even as strong as Mu Xian, so he naturally wasn't a popular candidate. You're no match for me. Supreme Being Wu Tai's face was calm. With his hands behind his back, he looked like a grandmaster. Seeing this, the Supreme Being frowned and said, You want me to retreat without a fight? Impossible. Everyone says that you're strong. I'd like to see how big the gap is between us. Under normal circumstances, those who could become supreme beings weren't too bad. They all had their pride. In the Sky Bone Palace, Supreme Being Wu Tai was extremely dazzling, while he was very low-key. He wasn't willing to accept this. He felt that all the glory should belong to him. Then let's fight, God King Wu Tai said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly flickered and his fist was like a snake as it shot out in a tricky manner. Snake fist. On the rostrum, Fong Chen said thoughtfully. The most important aspect of the snake form cunning fist was not the fighting technique, but the technique of exerting force. No one in the Celestial Bone Palace thought highly of this divine art. However, Divine King Wu Tai did the opposite, cultivating the snake form exquisite fist to the extreme. Your perception is not bad. Fong Chen nodded lightly. If there was no suitable candidate, then this God King Wu Tai was also not bad. However, everything would have to wait until the end of the Battle of the Disciples. Since the Vice Palace Master valued him so much, and he was the disciple of the Bone Progenitor, he could not choose blindly. This was related to the future development of Sky Bone Palace. If his mistake caused Sky Bone Palace to suffer heavy losses, it would not be worth it. Boom. On the martial arts stage, God King Wu Tai's serpentine arcane fist was executed. Terrifying arcane fist shadows bombarded his opponent unceasingly. His opponent was completely suppressed without any ability to resist. Bang! God King Wu Tai's aura fluctuated, and a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although it was well hidden, Fong Chen still caught it. Fong Chen frowned and continued to watch. Above godly King Wu Tai's fist, a faint red radiance was emitted. The terrifying strength increased again, and he threw a punch at his opponent. Killing intent. It's obvious that he's not as strong as he is, but he's hiding his killing intent. Seeing this, Fong Chen shook his head. He felt that God King Wu Tai's temperament was not good, and he was too vicious. This kind of person would easily go to extremes. Crack! His opponent was sent flying by the punch. He was seriously injured and vomited blood. Send him down to treat his injuries. The Vice Palace Master waved his hand and said. In the square, deafening noises were incessant. Everyone was shouting God King Wu Tai's name, and he was like a god of war, looking down on everyone. From this point, it could be seen that God King Wu Tai was the strongest among the popular candidates, and he was also the most likely to be selected. After God King Wu Tai defeated his opponent, the Battle of Disciples continued. In the Battle of Heavenly Gods, there was no outstanding disciple. And in the Battle of God Kings, there was no one like Mu Xian who stunned Fong Chen. The Battle of Disciples lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, the Battle of Disciples came to an end. In the square, countless disciples looked at Fong Chen on the rostrum with burning eyes. Because they knew that the right to choose 3 outstanding disciples was in Fong Chen's hands. Standing in the front row, God King Wu Tai and the other 2 were full of joy. There will definitely be one for me, God King Wu Tai said calmly. Apart from God King Wu Tai, who could get a spot, the other 2 did not dare to guarantee it. Therefore, the other God Kings still had a great chance. In short, before the final result was revealed, it was full of uncertainty. In the crowd, Mu Xian stood quietly, bathed in fairy light, and gave off a gentle feeling. Mu Xian's dark eyes looked at Fong Chen on the martial arts stage. God King Destruction is really young. Mu Xian said to herself, such an outstanding person, you can't find anyone in the entire divine world. On the rostrum, the Vice Palace Master stood up and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then, he said, God King Destruction will be watching this year's Battle of Disciples, and the 3 spots will be decided by him. Next, let's invite God King Destruction to reveal the final answer. Fong Chen nodded gently, stood up, looked around at the crowd, and said, My criteria for choosing the 3 spots is simple, and that is to combine all aspects. Therefore, being strong does not mean that you will definitely be selected. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Even if you are not selected, you can still work hard and continue to fight. After a few words of courtesy, Fang Chen announced his first spot. Azure God King. Fang Chen said. He has a very unique understanding of the time rules of order, and can completely apply the time rules of order to the space-time shapeshifting system. Moreover, he has boldly tried to integrate his own understanding into the space-time shapeshifting system. This is a very bold attempt. A person with this kind of courage is worthy of a spot. Azure God King was overjoyed to hear this. Thank you for your compliment, God King Destruction, Azure God King said. In the crowd, the disciples who supported Azure God King cheered. Wu Tai, on the other hand, was a little unhappy. He was the most outstanding among all the disciples, and there was no other. However, God King Destruction did not choose him first. What did this mean? However, although he was unhappy, he did not dare to lose his temper at God King Destruction. The second spot will definitely be mine, Wu Tai said to himself. Congratulations, Azure God King, for getting a spot, the Vice Palace Master said with a smile. After the battle, the elders of the inner palace will look for you. Then, the Vice Palace Master looked at Fang Chen, waiting for him to announce the second spot. For the second spot, I choose God King Extreme Tiger, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. Fang Chen's choice was reasonable. God King Extreme Tiger and Azure God King were the most popular candidate. God King Extreme Tiger is good at speed, but he did not rely on speed. Instead, he innovated in speed to pursue a higher level of combat power. Fang Chen commented on God King Extreme Tiger. God King Extreme Tiger was impressed by Fang Chen after hearing this. He was able to give such an evaluation just by watching one of God King Extreme Tiger's battles. No wonder God King Extreme Tiger was the most outstanding genius in the history of the deity world. God King Wu Tai was even more annoyed. He was not in the first 2 spots. Although he knew that the third spot would definitely be his, he was still unhappy. The feeling of not being valued made him very unhappy. Next, Fang Chen announced the third spot. For the third spot, I choose Mu Xian. When Fang Chen said the name Mu Xian, it caused a stir. What? The third spot is Mu Xian? Doesn't this mean that the most popular candidate, God King Wu Tai, has been eliminated? How is this possible? God King Wu Tai can't beat Mu Xian? There was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Fang Chen, Mu Xian is not as good as God King Wu Tai, right? The Vice Palace Master asked in surprise. I'm not convinced. At this moment, God King Wu Tai took a step forward and retorted. Our free app reader is officially online. Popular novels are free for you to read. Offline download is supported, making it easier for readers to read without the internet. Download, install a mobile app reader on Xuanhuan 11. Chapter 2025. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Many elders were shocked. Why would the godly Emperor Destruction choose Mu Xian instead of Supreme Being Wu Tai? Supreme Being Extreme Tiger and Supreme Being Qing got 2 spots in a row. Everyone thought that Supreme Being Wu Tai would be the last to be chosen. But now, Supreme Being Wu Tai did not even get a spot. Although they were confused, they did not dare to question Fang Chen's decision. Supreme Being Wu Tai was already unhappy. Now that the last spot was taken by Mu Xian, anger rushed to his head and he questioned on the spot. Mu Xian's strength is not as good as mine. She is crushed by me in all aspects. Yet, the godly Emperor Destruction chose Mu Xian instead of me. Is there something fishy about this? Supreme Being Wu Tai said in a low voice. He looked embarrassed. Wu Tai. The Vice Palace Master heard him and reprimanded him. After all, He was the one who invited the godly Emperor destruction. His strength was enough to kill the Death Emperor. His position in the Sky Bone Palace was second only to the Bone Progenitor. A mere supreme being reprimanded Fangchen. Wasn't he courting death? Vice Palace Master, I am not convinced. The battle of the disciples is supposed to be fair and just. Forgive me for not being able to see how fair the godly Emperor Destruction's choice was, Supreme Being Wu Tai said to the Vice Palace Master. Mu Xian, who was standing at the side, was stunned. She had never thought of fighting for this spot. It was like a pie falling from the sky onto her head. And she had squeezed out Supreme Being Wu Tai. This, Mu Xian's red lips parted slightly. Her pretty face was full of surprise. Vice Palace Master, please uphold justice. Everyone who supported Supreme Being Wu Tai was shouting. Even the godly Emperor Destruction could not trample on the rules of the Sky Bone Palace so recklessly. Fangchen explained, the Vice Palace Master said. Fangchen nodded and looked at Supreme Being Wu Tai. In terms of strength, you are not bad among the Supreme Beings. Among all the disciples who participated in the Battle of the Disciples, you are the strongest. Your potential is not bad and your perception is also good. But there is one thing that made me give up on you. What is it? Your killing intent is too strong, Fangchen said. The path of martial arts goes against the will of the heavens. Although he would encounter countless enemies along the way, he still had to be ruthless when he needed to be. But as a martial artist, I can't become a killing machine, right? After pausing for a moment, Fangchen continued, I can see your future in you. If it was not controlled, it was very likely that it would become a killing machine. Our Sky Bone Palace wants elites, not killing machines. You should reflect on yourself. Hearing Fangchen's words, the Vice Palace Master did not say anything. But God King Wu Tai was unresigned. As a martial artist, one must have a competitive heart. Moreover, it's not like you don't know the dangers of martial arts. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. My killing intent is strong because I want to protect myself. Is that wrong? Facing Wu Tai's rhetorical question, Fangchen calmly replied, Your realm determines your perspective. When you reach my level, you won't think like this anymore. Sometimes benevolence is also a kind of cultivation. Fangchen sighed and no longer paid attention to God King Wu Tai. Then, he shifted his gaze to Mu Xian. Being stared at by Fangchen like this, Mu Xian's face blushed a little, and she lowered her head slightly. Mu Xian, in fact, your potential is not weaker than others, but you have a shortcoming, that is, you are not confident enough. Fangchen said softly, I see a lot of advantages in you. Moreover, there is a very strong power hidden in your body. If you can draw it out, your future achievements will not be weak. And Fangchen spoke frankly and confidently, saying all of Mu Xian's unknown advantages. At this time, the Vice Palace Master and the others were surprised. It turned out that the low-key Mu Xian had such potential. Amazing. The Vice Palace Master gave Fangchen a thumbs up and expressed his apology for doubting Fangchen's attitude in choosing people. Of course, other than the Vice Palace Master and the 36 Inner Palace Elders, no one understood why Fangchen valued Mu Xian the most, although she looked ordinary. No, impossible, Mu Xian is not as good as me. God King Wu Tai seemed to be in a trance as he shouted crazily. Take him away. The Vice Palace Master frowned. 2 Outer Palace Elders took God King Wu Tai away from the square. Among the 3 of you, God King Extreme Tiger and God King Qing's upper limit may be close to the Emperor God Realm, or even the Emperor God Realm. However, this process will be very long and difficult. However, Mu Xian's upper limit is at least the Emperor God Realm. Fangchen's words directly indicated Mu Xian's overall potential. Hearing this, Mu Xian was a little surprised. All right, the Battle of the Disciples is officially over. The 3 of you follow the Inner Palace Elders and leave first. I will send God King Destruction off. The Vice Palace Master smiled. In a moment, the disciples on the square had already left. There was a big upset in the battle of the disciples, especially Mu Xian, who was valued by God King Destruction and whose upper limit was at least the Emperor God realm. Didn't this mean that Mu Xian was very likely to become an Emperor God in the future? It was scary just thinking about it. On the tree-lined avenue of the Heavenly Bone Palace, the Vice Palace Master and Fong Chen walked side by side. From time to time, leaves would fall and sway in front of their eyes. Fong Chen, tell me, the Vice Palace Master suddenly said. I can't hide anything from you, Vice Palace Master. Fong Chen smiled and said, Mu Xian has already fused the time and space rules of order together. Moreover, her path in the space-time cultivation system is the same as mine. The Vice Palace Master widened his eyes and was shocked. In the space-time cultivation system, in terms of knowledge, the bone progenitor was number 1 and Fong Chen was number 2. Similar to Fong Chen's path, didn't this mean that she was an innate space-time cultivator? If she is nurtured properly, it is only a matter of time before Mu Xian reaches the God Emperor realm, Fong Chen said. Furthermore, I have a feeling that she might reach the Emperor God realm. Of course, Fong Chen had another sentence in his heart that he did not say out. That is, he felt that Mu Xian had the chance to break through to the Cosmos God realm. This time I have to thank you. Otherwise, a good seedling like Mu Xian would have been buried. The Vice Palace Master said with a smile, As for that Wu Tai godly king, just as you said, his killing intent is too strong. He needs more guidance, or else he will turn into a killing machine. How could a killing machine step into the God Emperor realm? This was also one of the biggest reasons why Fong Chen gave up on choosing him. The battle of the disciples came to an end. Fong Chen felt more relaxed. He was prepared to adjust his body condition before heading to the Reincarnation Palace. When he was cultivating in the Golden Light Buddha Pagoda, he understood the path he had to take. If he wanted to step into the God Emperor realm, he had to break through reincarnation. In reincarnation, he had to comprehend new life, and in reincarnation, he had to comprehend power. In the courtyard, little Shir was surrounded by a thick aura of death. She was explaining the God Emperor of Death's research on the Tao of Death to her father. Father, that's about it, little Shir said with a pout. After listening, Fong Chen was shocked. He had only fought with the God Emperor of Death once, and he had completely absorbed the other party's talent. The God Emperor of Death's research on the primordial spirit had reached the pinnacle. That was why he could have a clone in the God Emperor realm. Fong Chen was also very curious about the God Emperor of Death's research, so he let little Shir explain a little. Father, the God Emperor of Death's research on the primordial spirit is very strong. If you can fully comprehend it, you can also have a primordial spirit when you step into the God Emperor realm, little Shir said. Fong Chen nodded. Star and Moon saw this scene and pursed her lips into a smile. A 3-year-old daughter guiding her father's cultivation. It was funny just thinking about it. That's right. Although Father's primordial spirit is powerful, it doesn't have the same profound means as the God Emperor of Death. Fong Chen sighed. The God realm is so big, and there are all kinds of strange things. For the God Emperor of Death to be able to research the primordial spirit to such an extent, he can be considered a genius. The more he understood the Tao of Death, the more he admired the God Emperor of Death. If the God Emperor of Death didn't fall, it would only be a matter of time before he became the strongest God Emperor. Father, little Shir was about to speak when suddenly, Fong Chen's expression changed, and he stopped her. He frowned slightly and looked up at a certain void. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Fong Chen thought to himself. He felt a slight vibration in the void, but it disappeared in an instant. Take little Shir back to her room. The novel app was an exclusive reader created for the vast number of novel fans. It gathered a huge amount of novel resources, with fine classification, clear layout and excellent reading effect. Follow the public on WeChat. GGYY12221. Chapter 2026. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Star and Moon also felt that something was wrong with Fang Chen's face, so she hurriedly held little Shi-er in her arms. A love go little say, Chu little Shi-er, let's go back to our room first, Star and Moon said softly. No, I want to be with father, little Shi-er said. Buzz. There was a fluctuation in the void. Fang Chen spread out his palm, and a terrifying power emerged. The next moment, his figure flickered and disappeared. The time and space fantasy magic book was pushed to the extreme. Fang Chen's body escaped into the void, and in the blink of an eye, he found the figure hidden in the void. You're courting death. Fang Chen waved his hand. Instantly, a wild power whizzed toward Lin Fan. Do it. At this time, the Divine Emperor hidden in the dark shouted, and a golden halo appeared in the void. Whoosh! The golden halo exuded a terrifying pressure, and directly trapped Star and Moon and little Shi-er in the middle. Not good. Fang Chen shouted inwardly. He jumped and came in front of the golden halo. What a strange method! Fang Chen could feel that the golden halo contained an evil aura, imprisoning little Shi-er and Star and Moon inside. Little Shi-er, attack it with all your strength, Fang Chen shouted. Finish it quickly. The golden halo can't imprison the Divine Emperor for too long. The leader of the Divine Emperors said hurriedly. Suddenly, 36 Divine Emperors appeared around Fang Chen, surrounding him. Then, their figures moved quickly, forming a terrifying battle formation. Holy Light Religion? Fang Chen stared at the surroundings and said coldly. Divine Emperor destruction is trapped by our Holy Light Black Pattern Array. Even if you have the strength of the Divine Emperor realm, you can't break out of the array in a short time, the leader of the Divine Emperors said gloomily. This time, they were well prepared to deal with Fang Chen. They wanted to eliminate Fang Chen in one fell swoop. However, they also knew that Fang Chen had a celestial Thearch-grade daughter. Therefore, they brought the supreme treasure of their sect, the Golden Halo. This supreme treasure was personally bestowed by the Holy Light Religion Master. As long as one's power had not reached the level of a strong Emperor God, one would be trapped by the Golden Light Circle. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to escape in the short term. As for the Holy Light Black Pattern Array that encircled Fang Chen, it was the Holy Light Religion's main array. Unless the other party had the strength of an ultimate Emperor God, it was impossible to break the array with one's own strength. According to their information, God Emperor Destruction's power was at the peak of Stage 2. He was still a distance away from the strongest Emperor God. Kill! 36 elite Divine Emperors joined forces to attack, erupting with boundless power. Because his daughter and wife were trapped in the Golden Circle, Fang Chen was extremely anxious. Therefore, he directly displayed his strongest attack, the 36th level of the demonic dragon's sky-destroying sword. At the same time, accompanied by the time-space fantasy demon book, his body kept flickering. He was unable to be captured by the Divine Emperors of Holy Light Religion. Die! The hidden star sword slashed out fiercely, accompanied by a dragon roar. Suddenly, a Divine Emperor of Holy Light Religion died on the spot. How is this possible? At this moment, exclamations were incessant. The remaining 35 Divine Emperors exclaimed one after another. The strength of an ultimate Emperor God? There was a look of horror on their faces. Fang Chen went on a killing spree. The extreme physical strength of his body burst out. Every time the hidden star sword stabbed out, a Divine Emperor would die. His fists were the same. The power of each punch seemed to be able to shake the heavens and the earth. How dare you attack my daughter and wife? You are courting death. This was the first time Fang Chen went all out after returning to the divine world. His attack power had completely shocked everyone. Poochie! The holy light black pattern array broke by itself. In the blink of an eye, half of the 36 elite divine emperors were killed or injured. The information is wrong. Retreat. The leader of the divine emperors shouted hysterically. At the same time, he sent the news back to the base camp in the easternmost land. None of you can escape. Combining his physical strength with the demonic dragon Sky Destroyer sword, Fang Chen's attack power had reached the extreme. Even compared to an ultimate emperor god, he was not inferior. Kill. With Fang Chen's crazy attack, 30 of the 36 elite divine emperors had fallen. The remaining 6 hurriedly fled. You want to escape in front of me? In the entire divine world, Fang Chen could be ranked second among the spacetime cultivators. Other than the bone progenitor, no one in the divine world could surpass his speed. Whoosh! His figure kept shuttling through the void. A deafening sound was heard. Blood mist gushed out from the void. After a while, Fang Chen returned to the courtyard. Open! Fang Chen hugged the golden halo with both hands and roared. His muscles bulged and his strength burst out, forcibly breaking the golden halo. Father, are you okay? Little Shi-Er jumped into her father's arms worriedly. I'm fine. Fang Chen gently stroked little Shi-Er's head. At the same time, his heart was filled with anger. The Holy Light religion had tried to kill him time and time again. This time, they even tried to kill his wife and daughter. This was unbearable. I must break through to the Emperor God realm as soon as possible. In the war 10,000 years later, I will completely destroy the Holy Light religion. Fang Chen thought to himself. The failure to assassinate Fang Chen. The news was sent back to the Holy Light religion headquarters. The deputy sect master was furious. At the same time, he was shocked. Ultimate Emperor God realm strength? The deputy sect master could not believe it. He shook his head hard. The sect master was in seclusion. This matter was handed over to him. If he failed, he would be punished by the sect master. Even the golden halo and the holy light black pattern array could not kill him. This, the deputy sect master felt a headache. The more it was like this, the more anxious the deputy sect master was. The potential shown by the godly emperor destruction was too monstrous. If he was not controlled, he would definitely become a big problem for the Holy Light religion in the future. He has such combat strength in the godly emperor realm. What if he reaches the emperor god realm? The deputy sect master did not dare to imagine. A chill flashed in his eyes. It is impossible to kill Fang Chen with just the Holy Light religion. The deputy sect master said to himself, we need the help of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. In the Palace of Bones, Fang Chen was assassinated by the Holy Light religion. The deputy sect master was alarmed. However, seeing that Fang Chen was safe, the former was relieved. In the following period, Fang Chen set up several top Absolute God Realm arrays around the Palace of Bones. With these Absolute God Realm arrays, even an Emperor God would be discovered if he entered the Palace of Bones. The defense of the Palace of Bones had reached an unprecedented level. After making simple arrangements for the Palace of Bones, Fang Chen left the Star and Moon and little Shi-Er in the palace while he went to the Reincarnation Palace alone. Boss, we want to go too, Little Mouse said. After returning to the realm of the gods, Little Mouse and the other 3 went everywhere to train, wanting to improve their strength as soon as possible. Now, the 4 of them had reached the godly emperor realm. In addition to their own supernatural powers, it was difficult to find a match among the godly emperors. In particular, because the 4 of them were often together, they created a powerful joint attack array. Even Fang Chen admired this joint attack array. It combined all the advantages of the 4 of them's supernatural powers. Even if they encountered an emperor god, they could protect themselves. Boss, the 4 of us have been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time. We need to train. The Reincarnation Pagoda of the Reincarnation Palace is our goal. We hope to break through the reincarnation and break through to the Emperor God realm, Xiao Huang said. During this period of time, Xiao Huang had devoured a large number of Emperor Ant. He was only one step away from the Emperor Ant realm. If he could break through to the Emperor God realm, he could devour all the Emperor Ants in the realm of the gods and become the Supreme Emperor Ant. Okay, come with me, Fang Chen said. Through the Palace of Bones interregion teleportation array, they soon arrived at the territory of the Orc God clan. Because the Reincarnation Palace was very mysterious and deep in the West Sea, there were almost no interregion teleportation arrays that could send them directly to the Reincarnation Palace. They were going to take a flying true god weapon to the Reincarnation Palace. That battle back then really caused a lot of destruction. Little Mouse sighed. At a glance, the entire Orc God clan was in ruins. The remnants of the Holy Light religion have caused too much damage to the universe. If they are not destroyed, we will never have a day of peace, Xiao Huang said. Little Hai and Pangolin nodded. At their level, their perception of the universe was deeper. Protecting the universe was the responsibility of almost every true god. I wonder how the three holy sons of the Orc God clan are doing, Fang Chen said. Come quickly. Download the mobile app,